want to be a player who can be more respected and inspire people to be more humble.
You'll see more calculated aggression from me, but I'll definitely be the one that's fighting a lot of people.
Forced the flash away. Dardoch's able to grab the double. A hop, skip, and a jump right back. A triple kill for Immortals jungler.
We didn't expect them to give me Rengar,
And Reignover is going to have to back. Oh, Ridnori in between the turrets.
but I appreciate it.
Welcome to week 3 of the North American League of Legends Championship Series. We're coming to you live here from our LCS studios in Los Angeles, California. The fans are awesome. They're covered in blue lights and they are ready to go for today's League of Legends action. Phoenix One walking into the studio just moments ago to start their match. And their opponents, of course, Dardoch, his jersey, seen Cody's son as well, walking to the practice room. Those locations, by the way, about 20 feet apart, so it's almost just it's going to sequester them over. Anyway, we are here to analyze the games and break down the action. My name is David Freak Turley. With me, my favorite analyst of all time, Aiden Zyrene Moon.
Oh, that makes up for the fact that Dash is not here and I was promised a desk
Yeah.
and punch.
Broken. Well, I can punch
No,
you.
no, no.
Too late. Yeah. What you wanted to be promised a punch, so I delivered for you.
EU gets spankings, NA gets punches?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we censored out what happened on this or that. So
Was it a punch?
No. Anyway, let's talk about games. We're starting our weekend off with a reminder of how the teams are ranked against one another. Cloud9 undefeated, alone in first place, beautiful for them. But TSM, FlyQuest, and Phoenix One are all 3-1, right behind them, tied for second. A great start for these squads. Behind a giant pack of teams in the middle is, of course, the bottom of the standings, where Envy are sadly alone in last place, envying the teams who have a win. Now we'll see which teams can move up throughout this weekend because we have plenty of awesome actions coming up for you tonight. Envy will look to shake off a rough start when they face off against Liquid, but first we have an even more important matchup, or equally important, up to you, Immortals versus Phoenix One. Now, if you're looking for a deeper dive into the jungle matchup of Dardoch versus Inori, head over to NA LCS 2, where Kobe is hanging out with I Will Dominate and Meteos, talking about that jungle matchup specifically. Gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch the jungle right now. In North America, like, junglers are leading in kills with Acadian Moon. We have Dardoch, we have Inori, we have all these guys who are really delivering.
Yeah.
So, jungle, best role.
Jungle, best role, all are good casters, junglers as well. It's beautiful. Well, moving into this week, our games are going to be played on 7.2, which does bring quite a few changes that Zyrene will help walk us through.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes, but for pro play, we're going to cover the implications here. Not much is going to shift in terms of champions, but what you take on those champions might a little bit. And top lane, Courage of the Colossus is nerfed. Everybody's favorite mastery. Most people are going to be replacing it with the favorite mastery that everybody forgot about.
Grasp of the Undying!
Exactly. Grasp of the Undying will be making a return to the top lane. In the jungle, first spawn is now 3 seconds later, so you don't get as much of a leash, which is making people start on the top side, so their bottom lane doesn't have to give up the wave push advantage. And then we go to mid lane, where Ghost is actually something that people were taking before. 2-second ramp up time on that, but we're still going to be seeing things like Victor, Cassiopeia as well.
Yeah, not a huge impact on who's going to be played overall in those roles. The big change, I think, coming into this patch is lethality. Champion select-wise, not making a big change. Varus is still kind of the king of the hill, but it's worth talking about exactly what has changed with lethality. It's a lot better early on. You basically, levels 1 through 17, it's purely buffed. Level 18, it's the same. But in actual sort of damage numbers, what that means for damage you're going to deal, we have a handy-dandy graphic to show you what a Varus, a Jhin, or a Jace might do to somebody with a bunch of lethality. And you can see right here, basically what this graph means. In 7.1, 35 lethality gave you 13 to 26% more damage against a squishy champion like Ashe. In 7.2, that number is much higher. Specifically, look at the level 11 bar in the middle. With the Buffy 7.2, you're looking at mid-game spikes, 3% more damage against squishies.
Yeah, about 3.5% more damage against squishies. That's the real-world example there, because we will be seeing builds like the Youmuu's Ghostblade and Edge of Night, and they'll be trying to hit people like the Ashe, like you said. So overall, lethality just better throughout every part of the game except level 18, where it equals the 7.1 values.
Yeah.
But those builds were already popular, so we're just seeing those builds be even stronger.
Right, we expect to see some first-pick blue side Varus games. Of course, we know that Jin's going to be even better. Jace has already been popular as well and is going to be even higher priority.
Yeah, it's crazy because Kha'Zix was like first pick every single time on blue side. Varus actually made his way in there in the EU LCS to first pick a few times. is very surprising because jungle priority has been very high. And I talked about junglers in North America. They aren't playing Ivern and things like that because they want to kill people. They want to play things like Kha'Zix. So I'll be keeping track of who's playing Varus first pick, who's picking Kha'Zix. Because I think North America's still going to be a little bit on that Kha'Zix train.
Yeah, we'll see what it ends up being as all the games sort of start panning out. But let's turn to the teams that are going to be playing. Of course, Cloud9 in sole position of first place, still looking very good, but there's a host of 3-1 squads trying to keep pace against them.
Yeah, FlyQuest, TSM, and Phoenix One. And there's been a lot of talk with both FlyQuest and TSM. And Phoenix One's the one that I want to talk about here because they have been consistently strong, and they're the one that went a little bit under the radar because TSM had a bad start and started ramping up, and FlyQuest was undefeated until last week. Whereas Phoenix One, they lost in their first week, but now they are showing that this is a team with Inori as the backbone and that carry jungle, that all the roles can now come together. Zig, top laner who was rather invisible, got a player of the game last week as well. And then their two imports, both Ryu and Arrow, they're showing that they are a force to be reckoned with, and they're playing TSM on Sunday. So that's a big decider for who's going to be looking like the second place team in the North American LCS behind Cloud9.
Definitely agree. P1 TSM, you wouldn't think it, but actually going to be an incredibly important matchups here. P1 beat them last time.
Exactly. They actually
ruined.
They ruined the 18-0 season from TSM. A lot of people would be like, TSM 17-0, perfect split.
Yeah. Can't forget P1 anymore. These guys are definitely here to show. So it's going to be beautiful. Let's have our casters now take us into our first match of the day. See you there.
Thank you very much, Freak. I'm Julian Pastry Time Car, and joining me on this card is the one and only Joshua Jat Leesman.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We'll see if Phoenix One can actually set up that game against TSM because they have to beat Immortals first.
Certainly do. We are getting ready for our first series as Immortals will be taking on Phoenix One. In the tale of two teams with very big roster moves, Phoenix One's pickups have seemed to click right out of the gate.
They really have Pastry Time, and coming into the season, this P1 roster looked like it was going to be really good on paper, but there was always the question of whether or not they could put the potential into practice. And Phoenix One actually has early on. Inori has built up from his success from last year. Zig has had a few carry performances, and then you have Adrian, who's clicked early on in a mixed language bot lane, which is very hard to do. Then you have the Korean imports, Ryu and Arrow, and they've been very consistent and strong early in the season.
It's just all the pieces feel like they're working together, and Ryu is going to be playing against Pobelta today, who has not had the most stellar start to a split like he did last year, but the argument could be made he's just faced a tougher swath of mid lane opponents.
Yeah, and he's already played against Bjergsen, Jensen, and Froggen to speak to those mid lane opponents, which isn't exactly an easy start. On average, Pobelta's opponents have had a higher KDA, a higher CSD at 15, and a larger damage share than the average for NA mids. And unfortunately for Pobelta, Ryu also ranks highly amongst those mid laners in all categories, so it's not like it gets easier today for Pobelta. He has to step up. It's also not all on Pobelta's shoulders, though. Immortals as a whole need to find a higher level of team coordination to match up against Phoenix One, who is sitting in second place.
Certainly looking good for them, and it is time, though, to go through the rosters. On the blue side to start things off, it will be Immortals. New rosters not look too good, but we'll see what happens this week. In the top lane, it's Flame, jungler Dardoch, mid lane Pobelta, bottom lane Cody's Son, support Ole, and Coach Homies.
Yeah, let's not forget, Immortals is 2-2, even though they've had some shaky games. On the other side, though, is the 3-1 team, Phoenix One, with Zig in the top lane and Nori, who's had a great start in the jungle, Ryu in the mid, Arrow in bot with Adrian support, with Coach Fly, who we should not forget about because he's had a pretty solid early start to the season.
I've certainly been a big fan of P1's drafts in general, so Coach Fly seems to be doing strong work for them.
Yeah, he really has, and he's experienced drafting for teams like this before. He was Team Impulse's coach back in the day. He's kind of been all over the world as far as coaching with the added complexity of the draft phase. We've also called out Hermes on Immortals. They've had some issues in the draft, even just from a raw communication standpoint of getting the right things banned. They've actually missed a ban and then had an Aatrox ban in there. So lots to see, lots to look forward to.
Yeah, and I think that's the general thing about Immortals is they are kind of coming together. Phoenix One have had a good early surge, but we'll see if they can continue here in week 3. Still early on, but things are starting to really mount up as we are into champ select for game number 1. Immortals on the blue, banning away Zara. Phoenix One will take away LeBlanc, and I don't expect too much to be crazy here as Ryze will be the second ban for Immortals.
Yeah, and even though there are the things that Cyrene mentioned change from patch 7.1 to 7.2, the things that are noticeably unchanged is LeBlanc, Camille, and Rengar. We're going to have to wait at least another patch for those guys to get taken down a peg. So don't expect too much crazy variation, and we're going to see those 3 banned by the red side fairly often.
And I like this from Immortals, just taking strong champions away. This is one of the advantages of banning on the blue side in phase 1. So Kha'Zix is the final ban, starting to pinch the jungle pool early, and Phoenix One know that they're kind of forced to ban Rengar, but with the jungler taken out, that actually hurts quite a lot.
Yeah, and it'll just kind of open up what do they prioritize as the first pick. We have seen the Maokai thing being thrown around, but that doesn't get played against people who have top laners who can play Fiora. So now a fairly rare first pick Jace, but that just looks like the game Flame wants to play.
Exactly. I mean, Flame always been a big carry player. Jace is also a champion that benefited a lot from the lethality changes. So is Varus, which is the first pick there from Phoenix One.
Yeah, speaking of the lethality, Varus was the most picked AD last week before the lethality got better in the early game. So I expect him to kind of be king of the AD carry trinity that was Varus, Ashe, and Jhin. So no surprises there with the early pick. The Nami is a little surprising.
It is a little different. Certainly a champion Adrian is known for. Strong laner will be perfectly fine. I think it accentuates a lot of what Varus wants to do in his lane.
Yeah, for sure. It's just a little strange with Malzahar still being up. You would have expected that to be a higher priority pick, unless they feel like Ole's Morg has been good enough into Malzahar because he can break the shield with the W and then still be able to land bindings. Maybe they just think he's going to pick that anyway. A little confused by the Nami pick, but as you say, there are reasons to do it.
Yeah, and there's Dardoch on the Lee Sin, which is very straightforward as far as Immortals early drafting is concerned. Best jungler left open, a champion that Dardoch does want to be on. He's a big playmaker. Had a stumble last week on the Lee Sin, but I'm sure he's cleaned a lot of that up.
Yeah, that's the hope, is that he's able to play a little bit more relaxed and calculated because he has been a little bit tunnel visioned and frantic in some of their losses trying to do too much. And now that we see top lane jungle AD locked in for Immortals, we're guaranteed to have some type of mismatch in the roles that are selected in the top half of the draft. So we're going to see some target bans, and I'm curious to see if Phoenix One wants to keep it completely mismatched or if they just match with the jungler here.
I actually kind of like this pick for a bunch of different reasons. They'll lock in the Rek'Sai here. They probably want a jungler with 3 already banned or picked away.
Yep.
And it's very likely Flame wants Rek'Sai to support the carry top laner with the tanky jungler, so they're going to block that pick as well.
Yeah, I think the Rek'Sai is a good thing to pick in here. Otherwise, it would be very banned by Immortals. There's a few other junglers that I think we're going to see a little bit more play on patch 7.2. Graves because of the lethality changes, and also Ivern because, A, we're seeing him in other regions, but also because he was a product of... He got buffed because the jungle got nerfed for other junglers, but Ivern's jungle mechanics didn't change whatsoever, and I think he's really strong on this patch. Don't know why I'm talking about Ivern, though, because there's no way he's in the
I know you love Ivan, Jad. It's okay. Syndra banned from Phoenix One. There's Poppy for Immortals, so looks like mid lane versus top lane will be that phase 2 ban mismatch that you alluded to.
Yeah, and the Poppy has been kind of the go-to pick against Jace because all you had to do was survive laning phase, and then you outscale tremendously, so curious to see what Zig will end up going with. Especially because of those Courage of the Colossus nerfs. The Nautilus and the Maokai aren't quite as strong, especially in laning phase. If they want to go Courage, they kind of have to go with something like Grasp, which immediately makes them a little bit less effective in team fights. So we'll see.
That's interesting though from Immortals. Last ban Corki, which has been a popular mid laner, but there's like 5 or 6 different mid laners that's been taken away between these 2 ban phases, and now Phoenix One you think we're going to pick one, might want to have to defer the pick later, wanting to hide it for a potential counter pick, but both Ryu and Pobelta's pools are heavily narrowed.
Exactly, and I think the reason we ended up seeing the Corki ban is we hear a lot of teams in the draft phase kind of creating an OP matchup, especially when you're red side, so with double mid lane bans by Phoenix One, Immortals was thinking that they wanted to first pick the Corki, so they just got rid of that, push him to the Cassiopeia, which a lot of people will have a priority pick for anyway. So I understand what they were going for with the Corki ban. The effectiveness, though, is yet to be seen.
They've set themselves up well as well. Both Syndra and Orianna are a good matchup, so Ryu's going to get a lot done here. We'll see what happens for Pobelta. Might have to fall all the way back to a 7th pick, and it will be Victor.
Yeah, a much older pick there. We saw so much Victor last year, but a lot of the mid laners that get played against him have already been banned, so it's definitely not the same level of power that it was last year due to a series of nerfs and also other champions coming into the fold, but not a bad pick by any means.
No, it's fine. Both mid laners pretty safe. There's last pick Thresh for Ole, so going to complete a little bit more of an aggressive lane. And we'll see what Phoenix One have as their last pick here. It is going to be the top lane. Suspected Flame was going Jace. It's now confirmed given the picks that they've seen. So kind of what safe pick does Zig want here?
Exactly. Nautilus is one guy that's picked a lot into Jace because he's able to set up very simple ganks. Zig has been a player that has had a strong Shen game in the past, so I think either one of those choices would make sense.
Don't mind the Shen. We'll see if that's what they lock in, because that's the current Hobbit. There's the pick for Phoenix One. So, I mean, like you said, you're almost never going to win a lane versus Jace 1v1, but if you can absorb that kind of like the Poppy could and just get through it safely, that's all you want from your tank top laner here.
Yeah, you either need to have some kill threat on him if Inori is able to beat Dardoch up there, but most importantly, you need to be able to not lose terribly in the mid game, because once you get past that, you stack up some armor, usually okay.
And that's a lot of what I think that top half, jungle top matchup will look like here. Dardoch on an aggressive champion, Flame on an aggressive champion. We know Flame pulls a ton of resources from any team he plays on. He's a very capable carry if he can get a good head start, so Dardoch's going to try and help him out here.
Exactly, and if we look at the overall team composition here, Immortals with a fairly difficult to execute team composition. They don't have true tanks. Thresh doesn't get insanely tanky, neither does Lee Sin because Dardoch is most likely going Warrior. You contrast that with Phoenix One, who fairly simply can get 2 tanks in the Shen and the Rek'Sai, and then also have an enabler support like Nami. So if this gets to the team fight phase, in the late game, it's kind of advantage Phoenix One, which means the pressure is on Immortals, and that's been tricky for them so far this year.
It has. You don't want to hear the words difficult to execute team comp. When we've seen Immortals' recent play, our biggest sticking point has been drafting a little bit, but mostly just team synergy, because it does take time to build that up. So they're testing themselves here, which I kind of like, but if they're looking to pick up wins, this is a very difficult way to do so.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see that bottom lane be the majority of the picks, and those haven't been the guys that have necessarily excelled for them. So Immortals trying to build on the things that they haven't succeeded with thus far. See if it works.
Still early in the season, so Immortals do have some wiggle room to kind of build that team cohesion. P1, though, seem pretty consistent out of the gate. Likely only getting stronger here, sitting in second, currently tied. Let's see if they can break away here. We'll start here with game number 1 as we'll move it out onto the Rift for the first time in week 3 here.
Absolutely, and we do have to keep going back, Pastry, and remind people that we are still so early in the split, and teams haven't even gone through the first round robin yet. Early signs obviously point to Phoenix One looking a lot cleaner than Immortals, but at the end of the day, if Immortals wins this series, they're both 3-2. So Immortals really needs to be able to keep that confidence up.
And I think given the early standings, this is a relatively pivotal game early in the season for these two teams, because like you said, they're pretty close together as far as records go. It's like Cody's son going to get himself poked down. Ole thinking about a bit of harass, but P1 just moving here as now a 4-stack. Cassiopeia going to rotate down as well. Looks like just some early vision here from P1. We have seen them sticking together, getting vision, and possibly even looking to invade and take away some of Immortals' jungle.
Yeah, and a lot of guesswork is going to go in right here. They were able to place the ward, but then Immortals has to guess about whether or not they vacated and went to a normal jungle start. Sticking around this long is actually fairly rare in jungle invades. You usually see them just going for the deep ward, but yeah, we might see a double early steal. The interesting thing about this is Immortals is going to know where Dardoch is, or sorry, Phoenix One is going to know where Dardoch is, but the same is not going to be true on the other side.
Yeah, Immortals could not get the ward down here. Although
there it is, now they know.
Stamped him out. Oh, they actually take it. I mean, they've got the information, they'll infer it, but they won't get exact info, which isn't too bad for P1. Looks like there's 2 red invades here, and we'll start trading jungles vertically.
Yeah, I think that completely equalizes the information game, because even if they're able to kill the ward, this is a little dangerous.
Very dangerous. In fact, Cody-san and Ole are going to try and get some harass down. Arrow does take a decent amount of damage, but Inori's going to book it. Oh, blocked in. Arrow actually taking damage. Ignite is down. That's aggressive, and Cody-san's been exhausted. Ole still trying to chase it down. The heel's been burnt, and that's going to be enough to keep him alive.
But still, really good play by Ole right there, because he knew they had gotten the most chunk early when compared to Phoenix One, and they're definitely going to hit level 2, and Arrow's really trying his best to get back into this lane. It's going to be tight, though, because they have to worry about Inori coming for a super early gank on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, P1 are actually just getting zoned off their own waves here, so they're going to have to walk back around. Inori is in the area, will take down the Scuttle Crab, but didn't get any additional jungle.
Exactly, and he can't gank until he's level 3. That's one of the things about Rek'Sai is until you have your tunnel, which you do not skill up in the first 2 levels, your ganks are useless.
Well, shows there as P1 burn a decent amount of health, some consumables, and some summoners. Ole does burn both for a potential all-in, but they've got the experience lead, so bottom lane looking good early. Dardoch, in the meantime, does manage to take a full extra camp away.
So he's full cleared that side of Inori's jungle. And now Inori, while he is level 3 and can continue to clear, is going to have to wait a really long time for that side of his jungle to come up. So depending on if Dardoch goes for a hard farm route or a ganking route, there's a chance he gets a pretty substantial lead in experience early on.
Looking good so far. Dardoch going to start his blue buff after taking all of P1's left side and the Scuttle Crab on the top half of the river, keeping Flame nice and safe there, who is actually pushing up aggressively into Zig because he knows pretty much where Inori is. That's one of the advantages of how the starts worked out. I mean, all the lanes are pushing for Immortals right now, with the exception of mid lane, and Pobelter probably pretty happy with that right now. Happy to sit back, not take too much harass, and just play safe on the Victor.
Yeah, I mean, Cassiopeia has much more repeatable damage, especially early in the lane, so Victor wants to be able to farm up until the first Hex Core item or so, and then when he can really threaten with Burst is when he tries to get aggressive, so really just trying to split this lane early, Pastry.
I like what Ryu kind of doing there, hiding in a brush, waiting for the wave, and Nori was there joining him, but we'll actually go back down to Dardock's side of the jungle now and see if he can't take away maybe a few more camps. Has a blast cone, might look for a sneaky gank as well, but look at a little lost actually pathing back through Immortals jungle. Doesn't know exactly where Dardock is, so was afraid to start a camp. Will do so now, but Dardock's already down on this side.
Yeah, I do have to point out, though, that Inori did counter jungle these Raptors,
Okay.
so he's just left the 10 gold there, so it
Feels
has
bad.
reset on the minimap. And depending on whether or not Dardock can deny these Krugs takes, we could end up seeing a battle. He's going to think they're gone now, but he doesn't know that for sure yet.
And now Inori knows where he is because of the Tremor Sense. Dardock's just going to force down bottom lane instead. Adrian flayed back, forced to flash. Great bubble. Might save him, but Dardock wants it. He flashes in, gets a slow, and then first blood for Dardock. Now Arrow getting chased down. Cody's son flash autos for a slow, and that forces Arrow's flash.
Yeah, and gonna analyze that in a bit, but Pobelter's in trouble.
Yeah, Pobelter flash on Burrow. There's Miasma on top of him. Damages in. Good flash up, but Ryu straight in there. Wants to go for the dive and does take it down. Ryu with the counter kill.
Yeah, so both junglers very determined with where they're going in those instances. And even though Phoenix 1 saw Dardock through the Tremor Sense, the communication wouldn't have been clear enough, and they definitely didn't respect the ability for the Lee Sin Thresh to kind of just close the entire gap. Dardock now trying to move into that mid lane wave to catch the XP.
Just playing some games there with Inori. Gets a little bit of damage down. Might fancy a 1v2 as we'll watch this one again. Ole just sets this up so nicely.
Yeah, mainly because the hook missed, Adrian felt confident, and he even landed the double bubble to just kind of go and show you how much trouble he was ultimately in. Flashed away, easily able to flash follow by Dardock and just a little level 3 Nami. Dardock's laughing about that. Land a bubble, miss your Thresh hook, still get an easy kill because Inori was not there to match, and it was just a straight up 3v2 that they could close on.
Such a smart flash E there, and that bottom lane advantage that happened very early on will help Immortals down. And in particular, Dardock already finished that hammer there. Does have his boots and some early consumables, including 2 control words. Dardock at level 5, quickly getting an experience edge here and getting himself the first blood. We know he's a player that likes to take over games. He's well positioned to do so here in this game, and we maybe thought he was going top lane for Flame, but Flame's fine in 1v1, so Dardock's back in bottom lane.
Yeah, this is a nice game plan from Dardock, and he had to be very dynamic with it as well because of what happened at level 1. Inori with the red buff steal, and then Dardock having to respond to that, but looks like he's going to be trying to focus this bottom lane, knowing the flashes are out. And interesting here, Ole's Thresh does have flash, so if they want to try a Lantern into a Thresh flash flay, that's an incredibly difficult to avoid gank, and it's going to push Arrow and Adrian even further back in the lane. They're already losing.
Well, Dardock backed off for now, so doesn't stick around too much longer. Gives Inori kind of a chance to catch up in farm. Tiamat early for Inori as well. Remember, he did get an assist on the kill in mid lane, so he's also got a nice early injection of gold, and we might see the junglers get to a bit more farming, at least for Dardock. He wants to get to level 6, but already we've seen great pathing out of these 2 junglers, which is what we expected. It should continue here as the game moves on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously if you want to get a super focused look at the junglers, you can just go over to LCS 2.
Hey!
Hey, a little plug. Kobe, Dominate, and Meteos are talking about that, but we're going to talk about it too, Pastry, because that's the focus of the game right now. And with Dardock being level 6, with flashes being burned bottom side, if Arrow and Adrian go past the halfway point in that lane, they're essentially dead. So we really have to just track to see if Cody Sun and Ole can build on that advantage, because at this point, the threat of Dardock coming there could be enough to give a big CS difference. So I wonder if Dardock is going to look to help out Pobelter.
We've had early backs actually from the bottom lane. Cody Sun with that BF sword ready to go. Ole's got his sight stone, and they're going to approach 6 relatively quickly, so maybe he'll come back down for that. Arrow and Adrian trying to push this in, maybe looking to get it back in for themselves. And Flame, who we did talk about earlier, does have a decent CS lead building against Zig. It's about 10 to 15 right now. Shen is expected to fall behind this matchup, and the Cinder is going to help. But if Flame's isolated, he's probably pretty happy. He was always known for his strong 1v1 ability, and Zig's just going to take it here. Inori gonna try and do something in return, but 1v2.
Junglers collapse.
Gonna be 2v2. Dardock does find Zig there. Now they're gonna kick him. Gets him away. Looks to chase him down. Slow's gonna land through his Flame's taking a bit of damage, but Dardock does take down Zig. Now Inori, 1v2 trying to challenge him. Does take down Flame, but Dardock claims another.
Yeah, and this is going to be a snowball Lee Sin right here. With the Caulfield's Warhammer, he is a stronger duelist than just the Tiamat. And also the Jace is stronger early than the Shen, especially before Ninja Tabi are completed, because he's going for that Door and Shield Ninja Tabi build. So the fact that Dardock was just there for that, really beneficial. And both junglers start at essentially the same place. Phoenix 1 was hoping to bait something up, but they have to respect the Lee Sin coming over the corner. Bad break that Dardoch is able to land the Q, get the kick, and then he ward jumps on one of those 2 control wards he bought to just finish him off with a red buff. And here, I'm very surprised Inori actually got this kill. I think it was greedy of Flame to give one back because that could have easily been a 2 for 0 for Dardoch.
I mean, it's kind of the story of Flame. He does like to snowball ahead. Probably wanted the kill for himself, but instead it's Dardoch that reaps the rewards. 3-0. Warrior already done at less than 10 minutes in. Dardoch also has a red buff just to kind of complete the package for you, and I feel like he's going to revisit top lane.
Yeah, his ultimate's going to be back up in a few seconds. It's a matter of being able to walk through these wards. They have, was that 2 control wards? They do have the 2 control wards, so he's not spotted by anything on that roam, but he still pulls back because the wave's not quite in the right place yet.
Yeah, Flame is going to keep, again, staying in this 1v1. He's more than happy on his own. Inori, though, as we can see, is on that right-hand side of the map, but Pobelta also going to get blue donated over. Has been falling a bit behind in CS versus Ryu, but I think the matchup probably favors Ryu there, and Pobelta, as we said, has had some early struggles, but so far so good, playing safe. He's on a very comfortable control mage. Look for Pobelta to be a little more relevant as the minutes tick on, because it's been all action from the jungle, and now the bottom lane, apparently.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive move by Inori and Ryu, but they're mainly just going for that first turret. It's a late roam down. They're able to take the advantage that Ryu had in the mid lane and just kind of pressure off this turret. If they can get the first turret, it'll be a good injection.
Oh, he wants to get the flash box there. The wave is in, and Ole could get dove. Chain of Corruption snares up to a Zig, dives in to finish it off. Ryu takes down the first as Flame is down here as well. Zig gonna get himself caught on the other side as Pobelta and Inori gonna start dueling. Inori taking damage. Pobelta almost snipes him, and now Dardoch looking to make the play. Arrow snipes Pobelta there to complete it all, and Arrow is gonna live through Dardoch's assault.
Phoenix One ends up winning this one as Immortals wasn't necessarily expecting the full 5-man collapse down by Phoenix One, and then some nice snipes by Arrow coming through the backside. Phoenix One goes for a very aggressive play. Immortals tries a little bit, honestly, too aggressively to counter because Ole went in before the rest of his team could arrive, and Phoenix One stays in it, may even still prep that first turret down since they got so much damage to it.
Nice response there. Now only about 500 gold behind as Dardoch hoping somebody overstays their welcome in bottom lane, but we'll back up from the players. We'll watch this one again. It's quite a complex tower dive, as it turned out.
Exactly. So Cody lands the Asher onto Ryu, and they go in pretty much immediately, but the Chenault saves him enough, and he just goes straight down. Zig honestly didn't even need to taunt in, and they probably still could have secured the kill. And when Pobelta comes in, he's there ahead of his team, and watch this snipe right there by Arrow. Finishes off the kill, and at that point, there's no one to follow up Dardoch's kick.
Yep, flash kick was nice, but
here we go.
Disengage. Arrow in trouble again. There's the hook after the play, and Dardoch make that 4 kills.
Yeah, so the Thresh and Lee Sin is a classic combo for a reason. We talked about it being difficult to execute, but they have been coordinating very well, specifically with that bottom lane. Arrow doesn't even bother flashing there because he knew he was dead to rights, and that sets up a nice Drake take for Immortals. They're going for it.
Ole's starting to get active as well. Going to take the honey fruit as Dardoch pretty comfortably taking this on his own. Ole will assist, but not really needed as he smites down the Drake, and that's the first for Immortals. 12 minutes in. Dardoch been nice and active this game. As you can see, Ryu still kind of zoning Pobelta off the wave. But Pobelta is going to hold on for as long as possible, and making it down to the early roam is a good sign for the team there as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have talked a lot about Dardoch early in the split, pressing too hard and not finding success and hoping we'd see the Dardoch we saw last year with Team Liquid. This does feel more like that style of game where his aggressive plays just feel more natural because he goes right in when the opportunity is right and there's no hesitation. The question now will be, can he transition that with the rest of the team? Because if you're Immortals right now, you're worried about Ryu's Cassiopeia and the strong front line that Phoenix One is going to be able to put in late into the game. So Dardoch has to go all over and really snowball this advantage before it gets to the team fight phase.
Yeah, nice rotation top lane for Immortals, though. Arrow going to look to trade this bottom outer turret, but Immortals already took that first turret gold for themselves and continue to press on as well. Arrow is going to get that solo, so the rest of P1 likely making their way to that top side, but Dardoch steals away the red again, and now they're going to look for a pick behind the turret. Arrow gonna miss, but Zig's still in trouble. Ole gonna get haunted. Dardoch is here. Gonna try and kick him back, but Zig flashes out of it.
Yeah, and they really want to be able to take down this turret, but the collapse is coming, and they're running out of minions. So, nice job by Zig to completely avoid that gank, and it gives Arrow a little bit of free time. What's he gonna do with it, though?
Push the lane by the looks of things. Just take what extra CS he can, but you can see what Flame was setting up there. He's got actually a very significant CS lead now up against Zig. Pobelta under fire. Inori gonna knock him up. And there's actually the ulti down from Pobelter defensively. Ryu gonna chase in. Miasma attacks him on the other end. That's a wonderful play from Ryu.
Yeah, and things are going from bad to worse for Pobelter. He had the one death early, still isn't really scaling up. And there you could tell he really didn't want to burn his summoner spells just because the Rek'Sai was there, but he ends up burning both and still dying, and that's really what makes it go from bad to worse.
Oh, Dardoch!
Oh, he's so good at that.
Playing with his food. Ole under fire, gonna play arrow back. There's the box to defend, but it's 1v4 right now. Ryu takes a shock blast as Ole. He's gonna get knocked up by the bubble. There's a kill for arrow as Dardoch does not dare go back in this time.
Yeah, bad position right there. And Phoenix One is able to collapse on it pretty easily. Ryu and Arrow are getting scary. Yes, they're behind in the jungle because Dardoch has 4 kills, and in the top lane because Zig is up against a Jace and has fallen twice, but the people who do damage are definitely doing work for Phoenix One.
Well, is Flame gonna nab a potential solo kill here? He's gonna try and start it. Zig taunts himself away. He's gonna recall safely in the brush. Flame starting to really take full control of a very long and scary top lane. And the wave's pushing, this time in favor of P1.
Yeah, Flame is actually
Although not anymore.
really just trying to freeze Zig out as much as possible. He's not willing to push to the second tier of turrets yet, and it's pretty rare you actually see someone freeze nowadays, as the Ash Arrow goes really wide. So, yeah, Flame just trying to get a huge advantage on Zig like in the old days.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I've seen this one before. Flame certainly feels like his old self there in the Jace versus Shen matchup. Kind of makes sense why Immortals prioritize it so highly in the draft. Zig, though, still be relevant as long as he gets that farm, and now that's pushing towards him. Flame gonna go back, see if he can't get any stronger. Black Cleaver already done, and that last Whisper, plus 2 extra longswords that he's just picked up, is a pretty good look for him. But the rest of his team kind of still building up towards those first few items, and Ryu, as we've mentioned, is nice and strong. Lost Chapter, Tier, and the Abyssal Scepter all finished. Cassiopeia is looking real scary right now.
Ryu is massive, and I'm a little surprised they've actually moved him down into that bottom lane where he's had to kind of dodge Ash Arrows because he had quite a big lead on the mid lane, and I was expecting them to continue to pressure that, but he is down there to just super wave clear and try and defend that damaged outer turret. It's very rare that you see a Cassiopeia side laner. You've seen LeBlancs or Zeds, but not the control mages as much as this, so they're trying to make it work, but it's definitely not a normal strategy.
No, it looks like Arrow just kind of wants the safest farm possible, so he's in the mid lane now, clearing that all out for himself. Pobelter gonna dip back and pick himself up the blue buff, so things looking good as far as the buff donation schedule is concerned. And Dardoch has been a little quieter in the last few minutes, but again, farming up, kind of waiting for that next Drake. We will have a mountain up in 1:30, and the map is kind of open on 2 opposite sides here. So teams are treading a little more carefully as we move into this mid game and trying to collapse in on these mid turrets, perhaps.
Exactly, and Phoenix One has withstood the Dardoch barrage early on in this game quite well by getting picks on other players, being able to focus Pobelter while Flame was doing well in the top lane, and then also getting that crucial pick onto Ole has just kept them with map pressure on the other sides of the map, and it's really kind of just swung this map into Immortals only having an advantage on the top side. And Phoenix One has advantage in 2 out of the 3 lanes, so the lead that Dardoch had grown in the early game is essentially gone unless they're able to create picks.
That was a juicy hook onto Inori. Dardoch kind of follow, looks to kick him back, but knock-up is there. Dardoch still chasing. Jace with a poke there as well, but Ole gonna get out of that one. Sorry, Inori gonna get out of that one. Ole looking for the pick, does not grab it.
Yeah, and with the Victor and Cassio in the mid lane, it is a little bit of a wave clear fest, but I do feel like that is, for now, advantage Phoenix One. If you're thinking of how Immortals wins the game, they either have to get a bunch of non-team fight picks, because I think they lose in the team fight, or Flame needs to get a great split push going against the Shen Rek'Sai, which is hard due to the global pressure.
Long range snipe on Ole with the bubble plus tidal wave, but Adrian burns his ulti and not too much comes of it. P1 looks to be collapsing on this Drake, which is up in 5 seconds, and Pobelter with the blue buff is still busy clearing out the waves. Does so pretty swiftly, but Arrow's going to poke him down. And despite a 2-level difference, Arrow with the early Ghost Blade, we heard about lethality at the top of the show. I mean, this is exactly where Varus wants to be.
He's most likely going Edge of Night after that, and then probably a Dust Blade, because the only armor user in this game is really going to be Dardoch, so he's want as much lethality as possible. Those piercing arrows are going to be doing half of Ole's health for a lot of it, but another hook onto Inori.
Inori caught again, Bubble not going to save him.
That's the pick.
That's exactly what Immortals want. Where are they going to go with it after? It looks like mid lane is the answer here. Going to save the Drake for a little while.
Yeah, and they're going to pressure mid lane while Flame is pressuring the top lane, forcing Phoenix One into a bit of a play. Ryu ghosts.
Yeah, looking for a play. Does have ulti and flash, and he's very scary. Even got a QSS, so additional outplay potential is kind of there. Dada could attack him. He wants in. Just trying to bait out the ulti again, but Ryu doesn't fall for it.
Yeah,
Oh, Dada, though, still in trouble. Takes the lantern out to safety. But Pobelta now under assault from Ryu. This Cassiopeia burning through everyone. In fact, Ryu might just go in for it. Adrian gets a kill with the bounce.
Oh, the kill secure heal by the Nami actually is super clutch. The whole time Immortals was fighting that, Flame was getting work done on the top side, but they've essentially lost this Mountain Drake now.
And that's bad news for Immortals, who really needed to snowball this mid game. Mountain Drake would have helped siege down those turrets. But instead, P1 are going to get it and start to keep that scaling up for themselves. Yes, Immortals are still strong right now, and they'll have some elements on their comp that will be favorable for them. But P1 taking the Drake and doing significant damage to that mid-outer turret is starting to spell a turnaround here in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And just watch this play. Dardoch was hoping to get the Cassio ult out of it, but watch Arrow right here. It's actually the bubble that makes the skill shots super easy to land, pushes him out, and Dardoch can't quite assassinate Arrow.
Yeah, Arrow's okay.
Now he's in trouble.
Certainly looks to be so. Dardoch flashes out from under Inori, and Zig's like, yep, I'm leaving. They know he's getting away, at least in pretty slippery. And Zig only has to commit the ultimate here. Immortals, I like this rotation. Pressuring in the mid, they've got plenty of damage here with 2 marksmen. And that's going to go down nice and quickly.
And that was all started with Dardoch's attempted kill onto Arrow in the bottom lane. That burned the flash as well as the Shen ultimate. And then even took Inori's attention. So credit to Dardoch for setting that play up, and it's really going to start a substantial wave of turret kills by the Immortals team.
Yeah, it seems like they'd weakened quite a few turrets in these lanes, so all of a sudden 2 outer turrets go down nice and quickly. And Flame has got work done with the top tier 2 that they initially assaulted. Cody's Sun, though, that's a big chunk from Arrow. Is he going to try and get a taunt, but does not land it. Now Ole getting chased down, but an Arrow defensively will keep Zig away. They've got Flame on the flank looking for that poke. P1 know they just can't keep getting kited.
Oh man, this game is in such an interesting spot right now, Pastry Time, because not only do you have different gold distributions as far as who has the kills with the 7,700 gold on Dardoch, but 8,500 on Ryu. It's that push and pull through. If you're in a standard 5v5 team fight, Phoenix One is going to win. But Phoenix One also doesn't have the greatest tools for starting team fights. It's like an Inori has to flank around the side with Zig teleporting in on the Shen. So Immortals is going to be doing a lot of disengaging with the Thresh and the Ash Arrow. Meanwhile, they have a really fed top laner in Flame, who is known to be able to split push against a team who has globals, which just sets up a lot of tension of whether or not Flame can continue to execute these outer turrets before Phoenix One can kind of trap Immortals in a team fight. And whoever plays more cleanly can really be the victor here, because if Phoenix One avoids the picks by Immortals and brute forces the objectives later in the game, they win. But if Immortals can keep kind of playing this guerrilla warfare game throughout the map and getting picks, then they'll be the ones who win this match.
Yeah, you can see Ryu kind of knows he's a big deal for his team right now. Still inside lanes, happy to just 1v1 versus Cody's Sun. Flame, of course, is still up to his old tricks in the bottom lane now, matching Zig as far as that push goes. And Immortals know Flame is going to continue to build a 1v1 lead pretty much wherever he is in a side lane. Zig is just going to have to kind of grit his teeth for a little while longer, and Immortals are setting up for yet another pick.
Yeah, and the Cloud Drake will only help him with this one.
Oh, Ryu dodges another arrow, Dardoch dodges another Cassio ulti, and now they're looking for the play. Cody's Sun, he's dead, Ryu takes him out. Kick from Dardoch a little late, and now Adrian getting assaulted by Pobelta. Ultimate committed by Victor, but doesn't kill the Nami. And Immortals really needed that pick.
Yeah, Cody needs to land that Ash Arrow. When it missed, it just opened up Phoenix One for the straight counter. Now with the Mountain Drake, they're going for it. Pobelta burned his ultimate in that fight as well.
Flames late, he doesn't have teleport either, so this is 3v5 basically here for Immortals. They're looking for Zig. Dardoch actually gets in, the Baron goes over to the team, and now Dardoch might be caught out. Ward hops away. P1 don't chase, they just take the free objective.
That might be the inflection point that moves Phoenix One ahead in this game, even though the gold hasn't quite caught up with them yet. Even the Drakes these teams had taken enhanced the styles they want to have with Phoenix One brute forcing. But watch this, Dardoch roams through. With the Ghost, it's much harder to hit skill shots. Ryu dodges out of them just right. Inori knows he has Zig coming in behind him, so he can flash for that knock-up onto Cody. And then Pobelta tried for the execute on Adrian, misses it, and that only diminishes their ability to interrupt Baron, because that's one great thing about Victor. If he can just Chaos Storm and move it into the Baron pit, oftentimes that's enough to stop the Baron entirely, but the bad game just kind of continues for Pobelter there, not getting the execute, and then having Phoenix One take the Baron in their face.
Just no relevant cooldown for Immortals after the exchange in top lane, and it is Phoenix One that picks themselves up the Baron. Still behind in gold by not quite 2,000, but you expect them to get really good damage done with the Baron buff, even though it's quite early, and the gold they should get by knocking down at least a couple turrets is going to either even up the game or put P1 in a very firm lead.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that one. Zig just trying to hold on as much as possible. But
Doing his job.
That's the thing, right? Like when you have Ninja Tabi plus an armor item plus a Doran shield, it's really hard to 1v1 him as a Jace who's just stacking pen but not getting any attack speed or crit multipliers. It's not like your traditional scaling marksman, it's more of a mid-game power spike. So Zig able to neutralize, and then look at the rest of the Baron buff minions just taking down a bunch of turrets on Phoenix one side. This mid lane turret goes down, they got the goal.
And these are the simple turrets for P1, so they're kind of expected to get these even without the Baron buff, but they can take a couple of tier 2s and maybe even break further than that. They'll open up the map very favorably for themselves. And Nori and Arrow continuing to push will take down this middle outer. Top outer went down to Ryu, who's still playing sideline Cassio for a little while longer.
Yeah.
And you can see all of a sudden that even Zig started to get traction in his 1v1 with the help of the Baron buff. So all lanes should start to push for Phoenix One. Map's nice and open with the Drake up in 30 seconds. Big tipping point now that P1 have evened the gold back up.
Yeah, and this is the point where you'd want Cody Sun to be able to land the Ash arrows, but then you also have to think, who's he gonna hit? Edge of Night is up 10 of every 30 seconds for Arrow if he wants it to be. QSS is on Ryu. Getting the arrow on Shen or Rek'Sai probably isn't leading to much. So Nami, I guess, or when Arrow pushes up for poke is when they have to pounce.
You can see the poke is there on the other side for Immortals. Flame trying to join the defensive unit there as a top lane push was started for P1. Pobelter wave clearing as best he can in mid lane. Looks like pings towards that Cloud Drake are next on the menu for P1 here. And Nori just going to make sure this wave moves in. And looks like they'll get this objective for themselves. Dardoch and Olay, though, set up for a potential snipe or even a pick. They do kind of secure some vision around this Drake area.
Yeah, absolutely. With Cody Sun is
he's stranded
in the top lane, so it's pretty much only a steal for Immortals. It's no secret that Ash's top lane either as he's clearing a minion wave, so Phoenix One should just rush this Drake down. Yeah,
able to get it pretty cleanly, and Nori zoning them away. Will tunnel back over the wall for Smite if they even need it. Looks like the rest of the team will take it without his help. Baron buff is about to wear off though, so P1 didn't do too much damage. Actually, it's still a little bit behind in gold, but they open the map back up. They got themselves a second Drake and kind of got themselves to the point where they want to be towards that mid to late game, getting stronger, prepping up for that big 5v5 team fight. Immortals, their game plan doesn't change, but it does get harder to execute as the game gets longer.
It does, and also as the team fights become more unavoidable. Phoenix One is just going to start brute forcing them around the map right here, and it's too hard to leave yourself exposed in the lane without getting jumped on right now. So Dardoch would have to make some miraculous play happen, but it's just really difficult when he's got to worry about the bubbles and the Cassiopeia ults and the Ash arrow and the Varus ultimates trying to catch him when he goes for a kick backwards.
And we're talking about kind of Flame on the Immortal side. He's still holding a nice lead for himself, but Ryu is really far ahead of Pobelter in this game. 4-0-3 with 3 items and a QSS stun already for the Cassio. Level 16 as well. Ryu is a monster in these fights, and you can see when they are starting, it's usually Ryu that's finishing them.
It really is, and that's one of the things that was favored for Phoenix One in the draft phase when they picked a mid laner pretty early and were able to ban out essentially Pobelter in the second phase of the draft. So Immortals didn't do Pobelter any favors in the draft. Dardoch also didn't do many favors in the laning phase, so there are other things that lead to this, but it is just the continuation of the trend we saw where Pobelter's getting blasted in a lot of games.
Yep, and look at side lane Ryu still actually applying continual pressure. Pretty effectively 1v2ing Cody Sun and Ole, getting the waves pushed in towards this siege. He does have Adrian in the back pocket, so he's got support if he needs it. Anori and Shen also have globals. I mean, we expect some sort of 1-3-1 split push when there's a Shen on the team. Don't usually expect Cassiopeia to be part of the one, but apparently that's what Phoenix One are doing.
Yeah, that's just how you do it now, if you're Phoenix One, apparently. And it might just be because he's so far ahead of Pobelter. He's like, well, if Flame isn't in this lane, there's no one who can take my Cassiopeia 1v2 even. Sometimes even the second person he'd be able to take. So I can see why he's doing it. Ryu's a guy who did a lot of 1-3-1 split pushing in his time on H2K, so he's experienced in it. But as we've mentioned before, pretty rare you see it on Cassiopeia.
Well, certainly fun to watch, but effective for P1 right now. Bottom lane tier 2, excuse me, is starting to take a pretty significant amount of damage, and P1 know that fair enough in a minute. Turret going not quite down, but the rest of the team's here to join for some poke as Arrow fires the piercing arrow under the turret. This next wave should do it. Zig and Flame doing battle, but Zig is pretty tanky. Flame does have a lot of armor pen, but not sure Zig's going to be able to get out of this one. Taunts himself away. Flame
getting close.
He's got the flash. He's trying to get to the safety of his other turret, but he pulls the sword back through, and that'll be enough for Zig to survive this round.
Yeah, and you can see it's close for Flame. He's 12 CS away from doing the classic Flame Horizon, which is 100 CS up over his lane opponent. But it's one of those times that if you're not actually killing turrets or forcing multiple people to come for you, what is that CS advantage actually meaning? Because if Zig is still a larger impact in team fights, then it would still be advantage P1. So Flame definitely doing work, but how much work is going to be required to win this game, because it has been tilting in the favor of Phoenix 1.
And you can see that from the gold graph we just saw there as well. It hasn't been a huge lead for Immortals, up to about 3,500 at the highest point in the game, but even that looked like a snowball could be starting, and then all of a sudden it dips back down, and P1 have neutralized the game again. That's kind of where they wanted to be as far as their mid-game went. They made the correct plays and found some good picks and fights to turn things around on Immortals. Then the Baron buff pretty much stabilized everything, and now it just feels like P1 are in complete control.
Yep, and Baron buff is up again, so it becomes about prepping that. What I like that Immortals has done is they've moved Flame down to the bottom side, and they're just going to try and make it so Zig can't become involved. If Flame stays close and saves his E, Zig would not be able to ult in. And based on how he was nearly able to kill last time, has now completed his Edge of Night and built up with some components of a Hex Drinker. There's a chance he's able to get a little bit more on Zig, but it's still going to be tough.
This is, I think, the other half of that, though, that you were saying before, is at some point, a team fight gets forced upon you as a team, and Baron is an objective that really forces the enemy team to come to you and contest, because if you don't, you're probably just going to lose to the power of the buff anyway. I mean, Flame, he's still getting work done down here in the bottom lane. Zig is struggling to clear these waves out early enough, but P1 know that even if Immortals look to threaten the Baron, they're happy to walk in there, because there's no way Immortals want to fight.
Yeah, they're really not, and maybe they'd want to steal. And here's the thing, as long as Pobelter can keep himself healthy and avoid picks...
Ooh, and Ori's here as well. Redemption looking to try and finish it up. Adrian! Snipes in for another kill secure.
And that's not what Immortals wanted. Flame was split pushing, but there was no pressure anywhere else on the map. So even though Nori disappeared as a jungle, he's also on Rek'Sai, he's got the global. Immortals in a tough spot.
Ooh, Adrian, that was tried to zone them away. Didn't quite get a hit there on the skill shot, but P1 still forcing some flashes.
Yeah, 30 seconds left on Flame, and this is where Phoenix 1 is trying to use their Mountain Drake. They have burned the flash on Ole's support, and now they're just trying to fight him. Baron.
Get himself out of the way, and P1 will just run it down mid.
In my opinion, Phoenix 1 should either be going straight down mid or straight towards Baron while they have the 4v5. Flame's going to be up in 10 seconds with the opportunity to teleport.
Well, nice. Smart play here from P1. Dodok still looking for a flank. Is Ryu just going to zone them away? Nori will chase them out of the area as Zig also kind of gets them out of the way. Ocean Drake up in 15, so maybe P1 think of fading back for a quick take on that objective, but Flame is back up. Immortals will reset the situation, and with big objectives starting to come back out, Immortals know that they're kind of one pick away from turning this game around.
Yeah, and that's what they hope, because at this point in the game, one pick can give you enough time to do Baron, which is why I'm surprised Phoenix 1 didn't do anything after the pick on the Zig. They're going for more to Cody, though.
Chasing Cody Sun. There's the combo with the Shen. And Cody Sun just going to have to take the Lantern out to safety. He does do it as Ryu flashes in, takes him out with the ulti as Cody Sun will fall. Now Zig still chasing in. A big frontline as Flame does knock one back with a buff, and even he gets caught by the bubble on the other end. A double kill for Ryu, and P1 forced their way through Immortals.
Yeah, and we can see why tanks are so important in team fights like this, where a team just runs through you. There was no one really to stop that from happening as Phoenix 1 just chased through and kind of rode the tidal wave into that fight. Yes, Cody was the first target, which is unlucky, but when you think about it from a contextual standpoint, like, who are the tanks that are supposed to be in front of him? They don't have one except for Dardoch, who probably should have been able to kick someone back. Now he's going to try for a steal, but this is a pretty beneficial situation for Phoenix 1.
You can certainly see him. Dardoch trying to stay hidden for as long as possible. Zig's going to go find him, though. And Arrow's also ready for a potential snipe. Tidal wave. A little off there from Adrian.
The threat steal?
Maybe. Ole's the only hope, but Dardoch's actually getting 1v1 by Zig. Takes the Lantern out to safety, so it's going to be okay. But P1 get themselves yet another Baron buff.
Yeah, and I almost kind of feel like Dardoch's going to set some kind of record for longest duration of a game where you were 4-0-1. Because he was 4-0-1, I feel like 10 minutes in, and he's exactly the same here. It is just stalled out for Immortals. Watching this, though, Inori had managed to flank around the side. This is how they need to start fights. Rek'Sai comes in with the Shen. Immortals get caught on the other side, and Dardoch just misses his Q and is never able to kick anyone back in this fight. So Flame gets taunted, that's why.
Ooh!
But they pick Ryu off screen.
That's a very big pick for Immortals. P1 now forced back with the Baron buff that they had. Zig with no ulti. P1 misstep massive in the mid game. And now Dardoch looking for another arrow. You cannot get yourself caught. Dardoch going to try and chase it down, but he flashes it over the blue buff. Flame though getting in there, and Pobelta dishing out that damage. Adrian is going to fall. Immortals get themselves a second. Now Inori getting chased down as well as Pobelta slows him down with the Rylai's. Ole lining it up again. Hook is not going to let go. He bent that around the minion, and Zig goes down. Immortals, exactly what they needed.
Someone's going to slow that one down because that hook looked like it was going for a minion, but it found Zig. And this is huge for Immortals as they get the pick onto Ryu and just turn it on. Nothing for the last 20 minutes. Now they might break the inhibitor.
Baron buff looking kind of useless. Chain of Corruption locks down a couple, but they're just going to keep going forward. Inhibitor under siege is going to fall here. Arrows trying to poke them away, but the mid inhib goes down, and Immortals get themselves straight back into the game the only way they could.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see that pick on a Ryu one more time because that is the trigger. That's the key thing. He has a QSS as well, so how does this happen? Cody arrows, misses, but Pobelta gets him in the gravity field, and then the Thresh hook post QSS because he QSS out of the gravity field. So they just basically throw everything at him, enough of it lands, and then they can just continue the chase. Meanwhile, Shen's ult was on cooldown for the most of this, and Dardoch can just brute force his way in with that Guardian Angel. He needs to work on the accuracy a little bit, but Arrow, good juking right there. They catch Inori out. Pobelta comes around the flank, able to finish off Adrian. And it was just a chase from here on out because when they're getting rid of the main damage threat, they can kind of run through the tanks at the end of that fight. But Phoenix One right back on the event.
Yeah, Baron buff on enough members still to continue to siege. Now sticking together as 5 with 2 massive side lanes starting to push down as well. Cody's son, he's called off to try and clear them out, but P1 straight towards that top half of the map.
Yeah, and he's actually reached a point where he can put out some substantial teamfight DPS right now. So if he's avoiding the poke from Arrow, who's gone the full lethality build and is much more spell-based, giving Cody's son some actual auto attack time now that he's got that heavy crit build with the Infinity Edge will mean more DPS coming from his side.
Looks like they're doing a pretty nice job so far of clearing out the Baron cannons. And remember, Super Minions will help them in that mid lane, although P1 did manage to push down with the Baron buff they had left and take themselves another turret. Flame, busy clearing that up, going to rejoin his team and try and poke them off, but poke is only landing onto the tanks. P1 going to force themselves onto this turret and take it down. 6 turrets to 6 now. P1 still haven't broken that base. Immortals do have a nice little breather in that mid half of the map, but P1 kind of retaliate nicely.
Exactly. They still had the Baron buff on a few people, so they just took that advantage and just pushed it down a lane, making sure that Ryu wasn't way ahead of the team like he was for his only death of the game, and like you say, kind of regain some semblance of control.
The nice thing might be, depending on when Baron buff is coming back up, if that inhibitor is back and ready to go, P1 will feel pretty comfortable trying to contest for her. Otherwise, Immortals kind of have some room to play with, finally, after really wanting to get the split push going, wanting to kind of break them up and pick people off. Flame's going to continue doing his thing in the bottom half of the map, and he has more than Flame Horizon for Zig in this particular game.
And now that he has a little bit of lifesteal as well, it becomes much harder for Zig to fight him off because a lot of times Shen can just kind of whittle you down a little bit between recalls and then make you go back. Now with the lifesteal, Flame will almost always be at full health against Zig. Maybe even threaten the ability to 1v2 Inori and Zig, which was their main answer to stopping that split push. And it's rare for most people to have 130 CS advantage on their opponent, but that is the reality we're living in this game with Flame. So the split push is actually a real threat now against the Shen.
And Immortals actually take a tier 2 turret out of all this map movement. They've kind of got top lane working in their favor as well. So again, just weaving back and forth through this middle and bottom side of the map, looking for a pick. There's no major buffs to sort of fight for just yet, so P1 know they should likely just play defensively here. But Immortals, it's just going to take one arrow or one hook or one misposition for a member of P1 for Immortals to do exactly what they did only moments ago.
Yeah, and it's interesting from Adrian as well. He had the opportunity to build Mikhails at some point, but it's just that one QSS sitting on Ryu as their answer to Ash Arrows right now. So that leaves the door open for the picks if you're Immortals, unless Phoenix One is just so confident in their ability to absorb an Ash Arrow with the Tidal Wave and the Redemption and the Locket and the heals from Nami, that they're hoping that it baits the team fight in, because to me it looks like a risky move.
Well, we saw Ryu get caught last time, but it did take quite a few CCs. We'll see. I imagine Adrian's still building towards the item. He's just going to take his time getting there. Ryu is also still very strong, and one of the nice things about Cassiopeia is you get an extra item slot. Pobelta caught out. No, the ulti's not there for Arrow. Good flash from Pobelta to get out from under it. Arrow commits his flash as well.
Necessary flash. It trades the summoner spells and keeps the game in limbo right now, because even though Pobelta has had a rough game, he's sitting at 4 damage items right now and is starting to hit that late game victor point. A Lich Bane or something at the end would really be the cherry on top, because he is heavily outdamaged by Ryu, who's got 5 full damage items on top of his QSS at this point.
Pretty excited for the Mercurial Scimitar. I imagine he'll build it. Because why
eventually.
not?
Or just get rid of your QSS, because ultimately, if Adrian just gets a Mikhails, Ryu can build a Luden's Echo or something like a Zhonya's and become much more threatening in fights. So I hope that's what they do.
Well, Arrow still looking for some poke, but Dardoch and his Banshee's Veil gonna mean Arrow is not having too much of a good time trying to make that happen. In the meantime, Flame, who's also almost full build, just got a BF sword, gonna turn into another big ticket item, and Zig, you can see, still forced away. I mean, he's missing a whole full item versus Flame, and maybe in a team fight that won't matter too much, but Zig does want to be a little tankier as Dardoch ward hops his way to safety, throws a Nori a Q just for fun. But Flame continuing his holding pattern in bottom lane. This push will not stop unless P1 bring more people.
Yeah, he's going to be able to just get pot shots in at the turret. So Phoenix One either needs to force a fight, start the Baron, or send someone over to Flame. The more they just dilly-dally in the mid lane like this, the better it gets for Immortals.
Well, you can see Flame still keeping it up. P1 trying to find a pick on the left side near Baron, but Ziggs getting well and truly 1v1 now by Flame. He is not tanky enough for this Jason. Flame's starting to do big damage.
And that's without a Mountain Drake. That's just Jace at this point in the game. Here comes the Redemption. They're going for the turret rush.
Yeah, Dardoch's in there, but he's actually going to go for it.
Oh, Dardoch, what are you doing?
That's a little too much. I think he's bitten off a little too much there as Anori gets himself played back into the box. They will turn it around as Ole gets himself a kill. Chain of Corruption does hit Dardoch. And they're going to continue to try and fight it out. Ole look for the flash hook, doesn't get it.
The split push is starting to work heavily for Immortals right now. They're kind of pulling this game back, and that turret is a few shots away. Elder Drake up now, Baron up now. There's no Inori for 40 seconds. Can Immortals pull something off here? I like the fact they still have teleport. They're just going to keep the split push going. Never get caught in a full 5v5 fight. If they can keep this up, they got a chance to win.
Well, they're going straight for Baron, but P1 might cut. Oh, Ryu! Absolutely massive ulti, finds 2 with a stun. Ole getting low. Pobelta's trapped in the miasma. Arrow takes him down. There's a double for him, and Ryu just turns it back again.
Massive play by Ryu, completely turning the tides of this game. He beat them to that spot, and Immortals, you could tell, had no idea he was there.
Zig is just trying to fight Flame, but Flame's might be more interested in the objective. In the meantime, P1 have to rush down the Baron and get back to save their base. Ryu and Arrow, they'll take that down, but now Inori's going to join in onto Flame, and Flame, have you gone too far this time? He's going to try and knock them away. Zig going to miss himself a flash on, but Flame's going to go down here. Just needs a little bit more. QSS is not enough, and Inori takes him down.
Oh boy, and this could actually just move right into an Elder Drake as well because of 3 deaths. So we're going to see them taking that. Watching this right now.
Surprise!
Alt flash, I believe, into a Varus piercing arrow as well. So no real time to react for them. But I mean, take the slightly safer route around or get a blue trinket in there. They only have 1 blue trinket. The trinket choices on Immortals are a little bit suspect right here with so many yellow trinkets still this late into the game and not very much sweep or scrying. But this is the power play for Phoenix One. 5v4 for 25 seconds. Baron and Elder.
No!
Immortals can't get caught like that.
Oh no, that's 2. Cody Sun forced to burn the flash. Ryu dodges another arrow. Pobelta takes a bit of poke from the Varus. And all of a sudden, things are looking real troublesome.
Yeah, and quite honestly, if you're Immortals, you might just give up this inhibitor, because if you lose a team fight here, the game is over, but it's unlikely they can push.
Dardoch
goes in.
Big play, finds one, but he doesn't kick Ryu far enough back into the team. That's all his cooldowns burnt now.
He's not one to wait around. He's trying to go for it, but Baron Elder Drake right now for Phoenix One is so incredibly powerful.
Ryu is getting poked down, but the healing's kind of there for P1. They're going to take this mid inhibitor. They might rejoin Zig in that bottom half, although they've got a big wave top to deal with as well. Looks like they're going to take a more conservative play, not willing to force themselves straight down the middle of the map and look to end the game then. Things are going to stay in balance for a little while longer, but P1, we talked about that team fight being good when we looked at Champ Select. Now at this point, they're so powerful.
And they still have a minute and a half at least on both of these buffs, so the timer is tricky. Like that's why Dardoch wanted to go and fight, because he's thinking ahead in this game, and he's thinking if we go down 2 inhibitors, we're not going to be able to split push anymore. So they want to be able to fight here, but they quite honestly can't unless they get in a ridiculously good pick.
Here looks like a good position for P1. Dardoch again finds Ryu. Look for the pick, but the Seraphs is there. Flame dives in on the backline to try and go for it, but P1 just too strong. The front line holds, and P1 break another inhib.
And that is exactly what Phoenix One did, and they nearly get the ridiculously good pick, but the Ash Arrow isn't able to combo with what Dardoch was trying to set up. He's full build on Lee Sin, not getting any stronger, and now they're full-time base defenders because those 2 inhibitors aren't coming back anytime soon.
Yep, Super Minion's going to do battle in the bottom lane. Don't forget P1 managed that push with Supers pushing down the lane, so you can see just how strong they are as Ryu, well and truly done with his item build, pops himself over and looking to try and get a pick, or maybe just a blue buff this time around.
I wanted to get rid of that scimitar, but that's not what's going to happen right here. So, watching this fight, Dardoch kicks Ryu, and Ash Arrow goes whoop right through everybody. Ryu pops his shields, able to withstand that, and then when you have the 3 elemental drakes and the Baron, you're just going to power through in these team fights. Interesting that I do want to point out is the Zeke's Harbinger onto Adrian. Arrow has a critless build right now, but with the Harbinger, it's allowing him to access that multiplier, which he's completely foregone with his build. So a lot of times in the current AD carry meta where most builds have 70% crit, the Zeke's Harbinger you don't see, but when you actually are just adding crit instead of going over 100%, it can be much more effective.
It's also explained why Ryu's held onto his scimitar, because he still needs that effect with no Mikkels just yet. For Adrian, we'll have a slot for it. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what that Forbidden Idol's turning into. And Zig and Flame continue their saga. Flame's like, yep, still stronger than you. Zig's like, I know.
Yeah, Flame built an Infinity Edge, so he's really trying to hard carry this one. Just that little 1 crit item usually needs to be comboed with another crit item, so maybe he'll get rid of his Edge or Knight or something for more crit later, but we'll see right now. He's just trying to maximize his damage as much as possible while shoving out the Super Minion wave, but they need him for base defense right now.
Yeah, you can see P1 pushing in. Buffs have dropped off, so Siege is going to be a little harder, but all they really have to do is wait. Zeke's got TP and Ultimate ready to join the team at a moment's notice. Ryu slithers away from that Q from Dardoch. Probably a smart move, given how trigger-happy he's been. I mean, Immortals, they've got the items. Pobelta actually just finishes his Lich Bane, so they really, again, just need 1 pick to maybe turn the game around, but P1, not a team that's looking to slip up this late into the game.
Exactly, and it is becoming a little bit less and less about the items as more people hit totally maxed, and even though we've complimented the tank line of Phoenix One so much, when you're getting a couple of 6-item marksman types as well as a 6-item Victor, the tank line actually doesn't scale as much with defense as you can scale with offense this late into the game. So it does start swinging back a little bit with Immortals as long as they don't get picked off by the monster that is Ryu's Cassiopeia.
P1 just have to play a little more carefully. Can't just run all the way through the enemy team.
Right. They have to be a little measured in their responses. They have to get either that awesome level of Ryu Cassiopeia ultimate or Arrow's got to land some type of CC because these fights are getting more and more explosive as the game gets later.
Map's getting real small, looking for Immortals as well. That inhibitor's about to be back in, so P1 is happy to sit here and try and force a fight. Flame again, back in onto Inori. You can see what you were talking about. The tank line is getting shredded by the big damage of the carries.
And he's, unless he sold his Tiamat, as tanky as he can get. So here we go.
Dardoch. Caught between a lot of people.
Flame.
Inori gets a knock up on the Flame. There's a tidal wave in to follow, but Inori goes down. GA pop, Chain of Corruption though. Blocks down a couple on the other end. Zig still taking damage as Inori has to get himself out. Pobelta doesn't quite have enough. But Ryu looks for the play. Ole flashes out of it though.
Really aggressive fight right there. And we said the fights are getting more explosive. We lied, no one died. Clearly, they're just very tense in these moments. And if any of those CCs would have landed more substantially, it could have even ended the game with where Phoenix 1 had for the location of that fight.
Instead, Immortals will go back to clearing out these waves. These inhibitors are respawning soon, so Super Minions will stop their assault in just a moment. But again, Elder Dragon a little further away, but Baron is the big objective now, 40 seconds away. P1 might not need it to win the game, but if they can force Immortals to come there and force that big team fight, that's even better news, because they're going to win.
Yeah. The nice thing for Immortals, though, is that their inhibitors respawning is going to mostly sync with the respawn of Baron, so they might actually have a realistic chance of either defending this or setting up an actual split push threat from Flame down to that side lane now that he's completely maxed on items. And I mean, we were talking before this, even though Phoenix 1 has looked so much better in the first 2 weeks than Immortals, it's still so early, and it is just one match that separates these guys in the standings. So first game of the best of 2 series looks super competitive.
Yeah, almost 50 minutes into this one. I mean, given how the mid-game looks for P1, you could be excused for thinking the game was maybe 10 minutes more. I mean, Immortals also looked like the game was going to end quickly after Dardoch, who's still deathless in the game, was off to a rollicking good start. But as a result, it's actually been a very tight one. Immortals know that a misstep's going to cost them. P1 know their tanks just feeling a little squishier than they were about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, and because of the Cassiopeia being so strong right now, it almost feels like Immortals doesn't want to even have Flame, not with the team right away, just with how quickly Phoenix 1 has initiated on them in the past. The initiation from Phoenix 1 is a little less right now because there's no flash on Inori, and that's been their primary way of initiating.
Oh,
but they're 2-9 the Baron.
He got caught, the gravity field's there as well. He's going to flash himself out to safety. But TPs are coming in. There's Flame actually looking for the flank.
He wants to stop the Baron.
Dardoch looking to go in. He's trying to steal it. No, doesn't get it. Baron goes to P1. Now Dardoch is going to fall down. GA's going to pop, so Dardoch lives for a little while longer, but Flame's going to try and get in there. Pogato with a big ult. He might turn around, but Ryu shuts one down, and he's still cutting back into the Baron pit. Immortals have to be careful. Flame flashes out of the way, and Sid gets hooked again by Olay. Baron, Phoenix 1, and only one casualty apiece.
And no one wants to get too close to Ryu because they're worried he's going to blow him up, and that was huge. I saw that Baron at 11 health pastry time. That was as close as we've seen to a steal when that shock blast came in, and the Nori might have smote a little early, but now they have the Baron. It is a 4v4 support trade for a jungler. The fight continues.
Ooh, Arrow, nice edge of night. Gets poked by Flame. That's not as nice. Olay managing to take that off so the damage can come in. Immortals, I think, want to hold here if they can. Arrow lands in onto Zig. Hook again from Olay, comboed in. Ryu chucked out by Pobelta. The hit goes down with Pobelta. Looks to make the play. Takes down Ryu, and Immortals gonna turn it all around again.
2 cycles of Q auto attack by an endgame victor eliminates Ryu, and now Immortals trying to go onto the offensive. This is tense.
Arrow playing with fire, though, got chunked out by Flame Shock Blast and managed to kite just far enough away to not get picked off here. Immortals gonna have Ryu dead for 50 seconds.
Yeah, that's huge because he is the one really keeping Immortals at bay right here. Arrow's the full poke build, so if he's not landing those piercing arrows, there's not much keeping Immortals from trying to fly into them with all their damage. Note Inori is actually behind Immortals right now, though, so he's trying to think up something, but it's tough to go in without Ryu.
Yeah, they really need the big damage dealer. Pobelta.
That's the poke, though.
Yeah, it's part of the reason the build
keeps it at bay.
And Pobelta's like, yep, not taking any of that. Going to delay the push here from Immortals. In fact, they're going to back off, reset the map, and we might actually have a second Elder Dragon be the deciding factor in the game. It's up in less than a minute.
Yeah, this one is going the distance because even based on the way the last Elder Drake happened, you're not sure if the second one's going to end the game, especially if Immortals was able to secure it with some split push threat, but Olay is in a bad spot.
Looks to be caught here. Courage of the closest.
How did that happen?
He's baiting him away, but he wanted to ward, I guess, and now he's going to pay for it. No, not yet. Fox is going to save him for a little while longer, and that flay does disengage, but he had to burn almost everything to get away there.
But because of the lack of extra vision by Phoenix 1, they actually decide to not chase the kill through. He was dead if they continued to chase, but it hurts to be down the Thresh Flash and Ultimate, and he should not have been there in the first place, but he did salvage it. Now he's got a GA for this Elder Drake fight in 15 seconds, if he can make it in time.
We're officially at the longest game of this season.
Let's go.
P1 looking to set up for this next Elder Dragon. 5 seconds left, everything looking prepped.
Mikhail's has been completed by Adrian, so watch out for that in this fight. The Ash Arrow won't have as big of an impact. Not that it has had a huge impact in these fights. Here they go.
Well, starting a Dragon, RP1. Immortals, though, have plenty of poke to use with the Jace, so is going to be a little tricky. And Nori also looking for a flank. Tunnels back in over.
They're actually running up mid with this one. I don't know about this because it's a 3 elemental Drake. They could just chase from the back, but they're choosing to recall, so it is going to be an inhibitor and maybe not even a fight.
Yeah, and Nori actually trying to cut some people off. Arrow lands, hits Zig. Tidal Wave going to disengage, but Zig might get blown up here despite attacking his Ryu again with a big play. Deletes Cody's son. Flame goes down as well. This Cassio, just too good. Arrow going to keep poking them down. Ryu looking to take yet another life. Ole caught. That's the flash he lost earlier. Woo. His GA is going to go down, and P1, 2 kills already, looking to make it 3 as Ole falls as well. He's going to shield himself up, but Arrow now unstoppable. And P1 going to try and close it out.
Yeah, some really bold shot calling there by Immortals backfires in a big way as they give up the Elder Drake just to clear an inhibitor and then try and catch Phoenix 1 in between recalls from the base and running up from the Elder Drake, but they get their initiation onto a tank and just get steamrolled in the eventual team fight. 30 seconds still left on these team fights. I don't see why they don't just walk up mid and try and end this one.
You're going to have to wait for the minions by the looks of things. The Immortals are here to defend somewhat. Pobelta going to get as much wave clear done as he can. Bottom inhibitor falls down, and here's the assault from P1. Tidal Wave doesn't quite clip Pobelta, but P1 are going to push it in. Can they save it? As Nori locked him down. Ryu again combos one in. Dada gets out from under another Cassio ultimate, but that's going to be it. Torrents will fall down, and Phoenix 1 win the longest game of 2017 Spring.
104,000 gold by the end of it. Nori is wondering how that one nearly got away from him. But in the end, they are victorious, and they're 1 game away from closing the series.
And the nice thing there is we expected this week to, kind of see teams had time to develop, had time to practice and build some synergy. Everyone's going to have issues at the start of the season, or almost everyone. Cloud9 excluded, I suppose, given their recent performance. And like you said, that was the longest game we've had, looking very competitive despite maybe the early impressions from the first 2 weeks. And this is going to be one hell of a series if the games continue like that, because teams are powering up and you can see it.
Exactly. Dardoch did look a little bit like his old self at the very start of that game. Beautiful beginning to the game. But then there was that 30-minute period where Immortals just was unable to execute any plays. And this game, in a sense, had a little bit of everything. So definitely super entertaining. It hurts to lose that one. Based on the looks of Phoenix 1, it hurt to win that one as well because they thought they should have closed out more succinctly, which they did make some mistakes down the stretch, but ultimately still the win.
Yeah, you can see the game plan with Flame. It was there. Immortals kind of found their window to get in, but well handled, I will say, by P1, because it's not easy when your top lane's down 150 CS.
Exactly. They first picked the Jace. Very obviously wanted to go for that strategy, and it didn't look like it was going to work for a while. Then it looked like it was going to work, but in the end, they got caught in too many teams.
Well, full of drama and a whole lot of fun, but for a closer look at that game, we are going to send it back to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Pace, for your time. And let's talk about this game. Much closer than I think many would have expected. I came in thinking Phoenix 1, this should be an easy 2-0. 55-minute game 1, Immortals gave him hell.
Yeah, Immortals had the lead for most of that game, and then Phoenix 1 were able to kind of pull it out immediately, like near that point where Ryu was just making plays, and that was really what got him back in it.
Yeah, Phoenix 1, Ryu can rise from the ashes in this one. I feel like he hard carried the game overall.
It was his birthday last week. He got a cat, so he's really happy.
Yeah, apparently playing like it. You can never tell from his face. It's always, but he's playing really well. I'd like to pull up team comp because I thought that was kind of interesting. We got to see that first pick Jace came through, and we thought, okay, is it going to bring a bit more emphasis on this champion? But Immortals saying, Flame. Please do flame things.
Yeah, and he did flame things, right? He got 100 CS up over his lane.
Flame prize in like 25 minutes.
Exactly. They were able to just actually win top lane off of that pick by itself, and they were able to win the opposite side of the map as well by some clever punishes as well that they had set up. But the champions wasn't honestly too interesting. It's like the Malzahar's like really the only thing you're like, where's Malzahar? Prioritize Thresh a little bit higher to try and make plays with Ole. The Ignite being taken is kind of indicative of they want to try and win the lane, especially against the Nami.
Yeah, so let's actually go into the first replay, which is the level 1, the invade that P1 put in. And honestly, it's played so well, right? The volley lets them know they're there. And the way Immortals plays it out is really well. They cut them off the lane. Zyrene, walk me through sort of the decisions that are made here that gives them the lane lead here for Immortals. This
just seems like a situation where IMT, they would win this every single time and get this trade off of it because you have to walk through here to get back to lane. The Rek'Sai has to escort, and the Rek'Sai actually doesn't follow through the bottom side of the map.
And here they cut them off.
And that's where they cut them off as well, because they have to just get into lane. They had already gotten Arrow down to half HP, and this causes P1 to have to walk all the way around, lose level 2 power spike. They actually try to keep forcing their way back into that lane, and eventually just have to give up and walk all the way around. And that's huge because I was talking about how the jungle leash is a little bit later. Like, doesn't matter if the jungle leash is later. That would have happened
7.1, 624, any of those. Yeah, I think so I agree, like, if Immortals plays it correctly every time, I think that Invade might always fail, like, in that same fashion where you cut him off the lane. But also, Adrian should have been tanking. Like, supports are tankier at level 1.
More potions.
Right? You got more potions. And, like, Nami's, like, the best level 1 team fighter of, like, all supports with, like, the double bounce heal. Like, it's pretty hard to outdo the, like, 130 HP swing of a Nami W, right? It's pretty big, and so...
I won't fight you on that, but Braum's on my mind.
Braum is really... That's fair. You know what? Braum might be better. I take it back, but I think Nami should outfight a Thresh in the general sense, but they made Arrow tank the hit, so I think some misplays happened. Either way, I want to kind of put out the thought that the Immortals bot lane is playing better than expectations. I feel like you come and you power rank the bot lanes and you're like, yeah, Cody, Sun, and Ole, that's cute.
So if expectations are down here,
I mean,
and they're playing the game with a mouse and keyboard, they'll at least deliver a little bit compared to the expectations.
Sure, but I mean, literally, like, these are guys you power rank at 9 or 10, right? Almost everyone's going to power rank them as 9 or 10 in the bot lane. And I've seen him beat TSM in the bot lane. I see him win this bot lane. Like, they're winning a lot of their lanes, and that's better than you'd give a 10th place bot lane in a lot of cases. So I'm not saying they're literally double lift and, you know, Bjergsen in bot lane form, but they're playing well, better than people thought, and I want to give them some credit, because Immortals, I think, as a story, are playing overall better.
I think their laning phase is okay. I think that they got the right punish there, and that's good, because if you let that go by, then you just gave them a free bottom side of the map. Now they got to win both sides of the map and open up the jungle for Dardoch, who had a good game. My criticism would be Cody Sun still caught too much during the late game, but there's a lot of focus on him. And that's the thing, when you're an 80 carry coming into competitive play, people are gunning for you with everything they have. The Rek'Sai will flank with a Shen ultimate on him. Like, they will try to kill you as the highest priority target and the squishiest target on the map.
Totally fair. Let's move on to other parts of the game. One thing I really love to see was the 22-minute, the very early Phoenix 1 Baron take. I thought they played it so well. It starts with the early pick when they end up picking off Dardoch, and we can sort of watch this play out. Slow, the Lantern, everything else coming in.
Yeah, they get Cody Sun off of this. Everybody's gunning for him. Exactly what I was talking about. They kill Cody, and I don't know what Flame's doing. Flame's on the opposite side of the map with teleport down. It's like, okay, now he can't get there, right? Just bad location to actually try and teleport to, so now they get the Baron.
Yeah, so okay, 5-man Baron take, and the way they actually play it out mechanically is really good. They have 2 tanks, so Inori can stay tanking, and Zig can peel off, and the call is DPS Baron and zone out the Lee Sin. So here comes Zig forward, the Miasma, zoning him out. There's the taunt, finish Baron, he's taunted, he can't get out there, and he doesn't burn the crowd control until Baron's at 3K, and say, he's not in smite range, taunt's gonna last long enough, finish it, I'll just tank for a while. The mechanical play, the coordination there, very solid by P1.
Yeah, I would definitely say that's by the book, what you want to see. Don't risk anybody stealing the Baron away. Like, that's what frustrates me the most when watching professional play. It's like, they have an Alistar, and he never headbutted him out of the pit. He never even, like, zoned him or anything, but that was proper zoning as a team, not putting the onus on one person.
Yeah, and it's really worth pointing out that, okay, if Dardoch wants to steal and they're playing that way, he's got to jump in, like, at 3K. Where you just DP, like, he's not going to smite steal at 3K, just kill the Lee Sin, then turn. Does he wait until it's at 2,500 or something? Well, it's too late. Shen's going to taunt him, and there's no chance in. So the timing at which you peel off the Lee Sin, I thought was done very well. So I just wanted to give P1 really big props for, on the map, it's 5v4, and they got a clean Baron.
Yeah, I got to give props as well to the mid laner. He's doing a lot of damage.
So good.
Doing a lot of damage to that Baron, but doing a lot of damage in this game. Like, they are actually losing their side lanes. Ryu is pretty much the sole hope here of Phoenix 1, with Dardoch backing him up. There was a big difference here when Dardoch started ganking early, because Dardoch got the kills. Inori didn't pick up the kills when he started going for those games. 2 of them went over very early on to Ryu, who started making great use of them, and he's going to get player of the game, because honestly, Phoenix 1, there was a point where they were almost going to get Baron stolen right here, taken away after a misplay. Perfect play there, the double stun, the pickup of Cody, and the damage onto Dardoch and Ole, and then they just get another. It's just, that was disgusting. That was actually disgusting. And Ryu is playing so well.
Yeah, absolutely agree. This is a game they could only win by getting into team fights and having Ryu carry them, and Ryu did just that. They're slowly bleeding out their top lane split push. They weren't doing all that well in the bot lane matchup overall. Dardoch is individually highest gold in the game for a certain part of it, so, you know, he can fight Inori. But Ryu, just the brick, the rock, always able to win the team fights.
It was a necessity as well.
It was.
They absolutely had to have him go off like that, because Flame was going to split push to all hell. The bottom lane was just losing slowly. And Ryu, he's actually showing a decent amount of consistency. Like week 1, I was a little bit skeptical because it seemed like H2K Ryu, where he was getting caught out at Worlds and like had to make a play. You think back to the H2K semifinals, where Jankos is having one of the best jungle performances on Olaf, and then Ryu is just, I gotta make a play. It's like, no, just let yourself get carried.
You're 0-3, chill.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
Make it 1v5, not 1v9. Just don't feed their pockets.
It's good to see that he's actually playing up to a very high level, and that makes me excited for next game, as well as their matchup on Sunday, too, against TSM.
Absolutely agree. Yeah, Phoenix 1 still looking very sharp. Immortals maybe better than expected, but still more games to play. Best of 3 still underway. We're going to step away for a short break. When we come back, we're going to see if Immortals can bring it back, and we're going to game 3. Don't touch that browser.
Their face when they get 2-0'd. Wait, that's...
the fuck just first let's 2-0 them, you know? Then you can see their faces.
Okay.
B2 Dardoch does find Zig there, now they're going to kick him, gets him away, looks to chase him down. Slow's going to land through his flames, taking a bit of damage, but Dardoch does take down Zig. No, Nori, 1v2 trying to challenge him, does take down Flame, but Dardoch claims another.
Look to Shannon. We want dash, go dash. Shut dash. Back up. Jason flash. Just Victor. Victor spare check. Help me block.
Nice.
Ash, nothing.
Alright, Taunton 5.
Here's it all, he died.
Taunton 3, 2.
Keep going.
Jace, no flash.
Jace.
Nice.
Finish. I'll TP back.
Going straight for Baron, but P1 might cut. Oh, Ryu! Absolutely massive ulti finds 2 with a stun. Ole getting Los Pobeltas trapped in a miasma arrow, takes him down. There's a double for him, and Ryu just turns it back again. And Phoenix 1 win the longest game of 2017 Spring.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. The teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between Phoenix 1 and Immortals. Very fun game there, Jet, that we got to see. Can't wait to see if the series can go the distance. But long story short, if you did miss it, Ryu carried.
Yes, he was definitely our player of the game. Not only did he kind of be the only winning lane for them early on in the game, he had some really clutch plays late in the team game. Actually getting picks as Cassiopeia, which is weird because he's kind of the backline team fighter. Ryu did a lot of work that game.
He did. Lots of strong flashes. Kept them in the game the whole time. Immortals did do a good job trying to equalize things and getting a lead, but I think I'd like to see them hold on to their leads a little bit more because that mid-game really stagnated for them.
Yeah, Dardoch started that game 3-0, got 4-0-1 pretty early on, and then, like you said, completely stagnated. So a lot of that was Phoenix 1 picking other people on Immortals, and then Dardoch didn't have anyone to go and make plays for. But he either needs to be more creative in actually getting kills and making the advantages mean something, because Flame had that 150 CS advantage by the end of the game, but never necessarily got a solo kill. Dardoch didn't come over as much to make sure they were finishing the kills on them, and ultimately it left too long to be steamrolled by Phoenix 1's team fighting.
It did. Endgame certainly did favor them there, and Champs was kind of a big deal there. I can't help but think that P1 picked themselves the easy comp and Immortals really picked themselves a tricky comp. Now, granted, the fact that the game was so close is impressive on the Immortals side because we knew it was going to be difficult to execute, but you can't help but think that maybe make things a little easier for themselves here in Game 2.
For sure. The Lee Sin early for Dardoch helped for sure, but then where was the rest of the cohesion, right? If they would have had a 4-0 Lee Sin at the start of the game, and then they just have the straightforward team fighting composition, you're like, all right, they got this. But they did have that difficult complexity in their composition and couldn't quite close it out.
And the other side is also that Flame does look a lot better on the carry-style champions, and Jay should be a big pick on this patch, so it's going to be a little tough as Immortals figure out their identity, but we'll see what happens here in this Champ Select. Rise banned away from Phoenix 1, there's Lee Sin to follow, and Immortals banning away LeBlanc, expecting Camille and Rengar to come through pretty shortly as well.
Yep, we're going to be talking about it all week as well, the fact that we are on patch 7.2, so Courage of the Colossus nerfs. The Maokai Nautilus isn't quite as dominating. Varus much higher priority because of the lethality, as if being the #1 pick 80 carry in week 1 wasn't already high priority. I'd say it's a little higher now.
Well, Graves the last ban there from Phoenix 1, so 2 jungle bans really joining in with that Rise. Immortals thinking about this last ban. Again, we expect Camille, but taking their time, maybe discussing the rest of the draft, or perhaps they have something cheeky prepared, but only one team is daring enough to do that, and it didn't work out too well for FlyQuest last week.
Absolutely, and I think the Graves ban is actually super interesting, only because we were talking about Graves jungle making a resurgence with the lethality changes in this patch, and it's something Dardoch has been really good on, but with Kha'Zix falling through the draft, now Dardoch basically plays Lee Sin into it, which is expected, but I think the Graves has more burst potential and can actually be a good matchup in a Kha'Zix, making sure they get rid of that.
A lot of junglers banned away here. Phoenix 1 prioritizing that. Flame will go straight back to Jace though, which I think does make sense. It's just how Immortals sculpt the rest of this team comp around it, and they can wait on the Rek'Sai if that's what they want, but Immortals, if they want it, are going to have to pick it in these first 3.
Yeah, and it's a little trickier, honestly, to play the Jace into a jungler with as much burst as Kha'Zix, because if it is tank and Kha'Zix in the top lane against the Jace, it's almost a super easy kill, whereas with Rek'Sai it took a lot longer, and theoretically Flame could have scaled to a point where that can't be a fight. So Immortals locking down their solo lanes really early, not giving them any room to counterpick as a red side team. Pretty bold choice.
It is, but they're just taking super strong picks here. I mean, lots of mid laners open. Probelta certainly felt the pinch in the last game, so he'll take Syndra. There's Corki for Ryu. So Phoenix want to smartly trading strong picks here, and I almost feel like they're playing on Flame's tendency here, giving him over the Jace, and I think Probelta just feels scared because he got so many mid laners taken away in game 1.
Yeah, and it secures him a champion he's definitely good at. And the high priority on Varus gets secured as well. This will put Immortals into an interesting spot for sure, because there's a lot of picks that are still available. In the theory of this draft, they still technically have the next 2 picks. There's just a big ban phase in between, but Zyra is a champion that's still available somehow. Also, you want to be able to match AD or jungle, because that leaves so many ban options for Phoenix 1.
And looks like Immortals...
Would they Elise?
No, they'll Olaf instead. I mean, Dardoch, I think, knew we wanted to take a jungler. I do like Olaf a little bit more. It's not Rek'Sai, but it is tankier and kind of supports Flame wanting to play a carry in top lane.
Yeah, for sure. Olaf is something that we thought maybe we'd see a little bit more of early on in this split, but We have not, due to the prevalence of the Kazakhstan Lee Sin. Still can be a very strong pick and run straight through you. With Courage the Colossus being down as well, you might want to favor him over something like Rek'Sai. Dardoch wants to switch things up a bit.
See what's happening in ban phase 2 though, as Poppy banned away from Immortals is going to start to target down that top lane. We saw this in the last one, trying to give Zig a rough tank matchup. Poppy is one of the champions that absorbs best in these sorts of 1v1s, so
Yeah.
we saw Zig have trouble on Shen. Immortals kind of sticking to the plan from game 1.
Yeah, you wonder if they're going to end up banning the Shen as well, just to put Zig onto a worse duelist when they go up there. The AD ban's coming through for Phoenix 1. You would almost expect it to be followed by Jhin for sure, to push Cody Sun onto a non-CC marksman.
Could be tricky. Immortals, 15 seconds for their final ban of this draft. They will get first pick out of this phase as well, so be curious to see where they go for now. Can't imagine they aren't going to keep banning top lanes, but they actually ban a support here to take away Adrian's Karma.
Yeah, that's interesting, unless they think the Karma's a really good pick into the support they want, but Karma's also a great pick with Olaf jungle, so one of those bans that can be seen either way. Zyra here would make sense unless they're afraid of Adrian's MF or they think he has a counter pick lined up. All right, they're going way different.
Yeah, they are. That's a
Ziggs
Ziggs,
bot.
actually. So Cody Sun going to play that in the bot lane. I haven't seen this yet in NA, I believe.
No, it was seen over in Korea for sure. We got to see SKT pulling out the bot lane Ziggs. Unless this is Ziggs support, it would still technically be bot lane Ziggs, but
Yeah.
it's going to be a high farm Ziggs, and they have the physical damage locked in because of the Jace, so compositionally it makes sense. But still, really surprised on the lack of priority on Zyra for sure, and we'll see if Phoenix 1 ends up going with that here.
I mean, Maokai for Zig is relatively straightforward, but I think Adrian is licking his lips at the Zyra pick. It just seems so good with only Karma as the ban, which Immortals also could have used to maybe take away a different support. Adrian, though, does fall back to the Nami. Seems to be a preference for himself. Maybe it's a laning thing, maybe it's a playstyle thing. We'll have to see, but Immortals get a pick. Looks like their support here. We'll see what Ole goes for. His Thresh in the last game did do a lot of work for his team as well, so he might want another pick support.
He's been really successful on champions with a lot of skill shots that lead to kills. Morgana, Thresh, potentially Bard. And this also just kind of tells me that neither of these guys like Zyra, because I don't feel like anything super substantial changed that pushes Zyra out of the meta in any way. So let that be known, LCS. These guys don't necessarily like Zyra that much as it falls completely through the draft.
Yeah, that is the bud for Ole as well. So Phoenix 1, I think very good drafting for them. Put together power picks in almost every single lane, maybe support not included, but Immortals have a very exciting draft, so we're going to start there.
Yeah, I mean, one synergy you could think of is Bard ult and a Ziggs ult. Timing it just as the Bard ult expires could be a good way of getting people to stay in that. Lots of poke, another pick composition, but theoretically, Immortals want 3 shoving lanes. They can get a top lane, Cinder can have priority, and Ziggs can definitely shove in at a very high level. Could have been higher if they would have picked support with a little bit more shoving power, but that's what I expect from Immortals. And Phoenix 1, once again, they got that big tank, mix of damage, good poke, good team fighting.
Plan's pretty much the same for both teams, it looks like. So Immortals, are they going to run into the same problems? Does the Ziggs change anything really in that bot lane? Can it give them the power to get an even bigger early game lead? We're going to have to find out. Coaches will shake hands. See an eyebrow raised there from Hermes, like, yep. Didn't expect that Karma ban, did you? He's like, no.
Yeah.
We wanted it Nami anyway.
By the way, that was strange. I agree, that was strange. Let's walk off stage now.
Well, always fun to see after such an exciting game number 1 where we go with similar looking comps, but the first Ziggs bot in the NALCS should be fun. First bot as well, so a brand new bottom lane in NALCS.
Yeah, pretty
least this
exciting. And I also kind of want to just reiterate to people, we have been fairly critical of Hermes' drafts on Immortals, but you also have to keep in mind the constraints a coach is potentially working with. Flame has looked bad on the meta tanks like Maokai and Nautilus, so they're putting him on carries because that's more of the type of player he is. But that has far-reaching implications to the rest of your draft phase. And then you take a support like Ole, who's had the most success on this skill shot-based characters, not necessarily on the Zyra and the Malzahar. So it's not, it may or may not be that Hermes doesn't like those champions, but his team might not be able to play them, so you have to find creative solutions. And this is the creative solution it looks like they've tried to think of.
I'm certainly going to agree with the creative part of that. As Immortals, we'll move in and try and get some vision down. We did see an invade last game, so we'll see if similar vision's put down here. Cody Sun already taking poke. Arrow, that was slick. Dodges out from under that Q. So already off to a good start here. You can see he's played against it before. That's not as nice. Good cue there from Ole. 1 for 1 so far.
Yeah. Although the trade is equal on both sides, because, a little less than equal. Level 1 Zig's Q, not a huge amount of damage. And another early invade by Dardoch.
Yep, he's going to keep throwing some axes. Going to annoy Zig.
But also run himself a little low on mana.
Yeah. Looks like he's going to take the blue buff, so maybe that was the plan all along. Zig is going to spot this out, but we can see Inori is on that red buff, so we might have yet another vertical jungle, and it does feel like Dardoch is at least covering for the top half of the map with a lot of these paths, which makes sense given that Flame does want an isolated lane for himself.
Also notice the fervor on the Olaf. Still Courage of the Colossus for Zig though, so once again that's substantially nerfed in 1v1 situations in lane on this patch. Look for Flame to really try and take an advantage. Also note how Inori's starting with the pull from his bot side because he wants to be able to rush over to the other blue buff that Dardoch will not be able to make it to.
Yep, you can see Dardoch got a bit of help from Flame on the other side, so once again we'll have some vertical jungling instead, and Ryu shooting Pobelter early on, as this might be the fun lane to watch. Arrow taking early damage from Ole and his Thunderlords, and Zig's pretty curious bot laner here, but can do a lot of shoving and get some good damage down. When you set up for nice CC trades, Zig shines.
Yeah, and the shove is actually pretty remarkable. Level 3, 2 Qs kill the back wave. Level 9, 1 Q kills the back wave as a Zig, so always trying to kill that turret. However, the Varus can match that shove pretty well, especially if he goes tier build.
Ole just shutting out the blast cone option.
Ooh, now you have to walk through the pathway. Doesn't really kill any time for Inori.
I like it. Bit of fun. Arrow level 2 already though, chunking down Cody's son. Does have his summoner heal and his flash, so should be safe for now. Now hits level 2. Oh, they're gonna have to put those caretaker shrines into overtime.
Yeah.
It's
And there could also be a laning reason that Adrian wants the Nami as well. It's just because the sustain for any of the Zig's poke is there.
Dardoch chasing Inori out of his jungle, pops the ghost. That's going to immediately prompt him to leave. Slow lands in though, Dardoch still chasing. Another Q lands in. Inori does have his flash, but when is he going to use it? There it is, very nicely done. Gets up from under Ole's Q as well.
Yeah, smart from Dardoch seeing the level 2 Inori saying he does not have leap yet. I'm going to Ghost right now. He knows Ghost is a lower cooldown than the flash. Getting that summoner spell trade early is very beneficial.
Arrow level 3, though. Ole having to leave the lane means Cody's son has to play back towards that turret, and here's Flame. Oh, good dodge from Zig, but Flame still effortlessly winning the end of that trade, although Sapling actually evens it back out for Zig.
Yeah, ended up taking a little bit of damage as well. Has the triple health potion longsword start that we're seeing popularized by the bot lane carries recently because they want to rush to their lethality items. No difference for Flame. Going to make him vulnerable to ganks, but since he just seen Inori down bot very low, felt safe to go for a very aggressive trade.
Seems a little better for Pobelter. This minion wave will give Ryu back the kind of CS neutralization, but Pobelter getting damage onto the turret. Ryu forced back early. Syndra really just doing what she's intended to do in the lane, and you can see the difference it's making, giving Pobelter a high priority mid laner already 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, so Immortals wanted to have 3 lanes that can shove in. It looks like they have 2 lanes that can shove in as of now. Cody's son took a lot of poke from Arrow early on, and Adrian is kind of the X factor, being able to out-sustain in this poke matchup, so it's looking like a strong Nami pick early on at least.
Inori and Dardoch gonna butt heads again. Inori gonna spot him.
Hello.
Bottle Crab's got a smite.
Yep, he's got
Walks
it.
over and gets it, says thanks for the leash, and leaps out of that axe.
Easy steal there for Inori. Fights continue. No mana on Ziggs.
Exhaust down though. Ole trying to all in onto Arrow, but the heal's gonna be popped. Exhaust now lands on the Cody's son. Ole backs off from the fray, little low on health and mana. P1 again with that sustain lead, continuing to press their advantage here.
Yeah, and we should talk a little bit more about bot lane Ziggs, since this is something people thought was going to be a little bit more prevalent, especially when they saw it just at the start and then wasn't seen very much. So much of his ability here is partly due to just random bits of his kit, not necessarily because he's amazing bot lane, but he's got 575 range, which outranges a lot of marksmen. Unfortunately, not Varus, who also has 575 range, so that's not advantage in this matchup. Also, the massive wave clear outshoves most other AD carries. not Varus again. So it's like he's going to mainly be used just as a differentiation of damage, and if they want quick burst on turrets, because otherwise you would have wanted something like the Ashe or the Jhin, but that was just simply banned out. So I actually feel like this is an answer to try and get those same shoving tendencies you get out of a physical damage caster, which is what Jhin is, and it's just a magic damage caster now in Ziggs.
Yeah, important to remember that you're right. Cody Sun did kind of have picks fall down the draft with P1 banning him out in phase 2. Things not looking too hot right now, but Arrow and Adrian looking good on the other side. 10 CS ahead. Cody Sun should be able to play catch up as Zig doing the same here in this lane. Flame going to teleport and join him in. But 10 CS and counting now for Flame. He does have the early Warhammer and that longsword, and you can see just why the matchup doesn't look too fun for Zig.
Yeah, and I wonder if Flame is going to freeze this wave and try and deny some CS from Zig, because they both had just teleported back into lane, so getting the substantial amount of poke down can really have some long-reaching effects.
Well, Dardoch again, blast cones over, finds Inori. Oh! That one went to Dardoch, and he's caught. No stun's gonna land, but Ola's gonna chase him down. Adrian here, fends him off with the bubble. Pogota gonna join in there as well. There's the stun in him. First blood to Immortals mid laner.
Super greedy invade by Inori right there, trying to maximize his isolation as far as jungle clearing goes, especially this patch on Kha'Zix. Some of the jungle camps hit a lot harder. Gromp hits harder, Krugs hit harder. So he's really just trying to make sure he can clear the individual camps fast, and has no flash on this invade as well, not to mention his mid lane was not able to roam first, so not much the rest of Phoenix One can do as Inori gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Yep. Pays for it as well. Has a nice kill for Pobelta. Should help him out in the lane. It's already looking pretty comfy. Actually, first item buy is done for those mid laners, but we'll hold on to that as Dardoch back down to the bottom side, looking for Adrian as his kill. There's the flash out from Nami. Exhaust is ready, but Dardoch is going to force them back. Arrow slowed up as Cody Sun almost gets himself sniped. Arrow, not quite enough mana for another Q, I don't think, as Pobelta's going to join the fray as well.
Arrow's skill shot accuracy really high, and that's what's really pushing this lane in his favor. Cody Sun's been hit by too many of those, and they just don't have the same level of sustain to be able to keep himself alive.
Inori looking for a buff, does not find it, continuing his aggressive invade tendencies despite the fact that he just got himself killed. But Dardoch kind of doing some nice work around the jungle. It's actually 2 levels ahead of Inori right now, which is a massive lead in experience, and Ole even warding up his camps. Dardoch, it feels like he's got an immeasurable amount of control at this point. Now going to donate blue buff over as well. And you can see reflected in a slight gold difference, but Inori is real far behind.
He really is, and that happens when he has 2 somewhat failed invades into the enemy Gromp early on in the game. And even speaking to the wider story of the series, Dardoch was winning pretty heavily in game 1 as well. This game in particular, though, even though Inori had first choice of jungler with the Kha'Zix, the lanes are just heavily shoving in the favor of Immortals in the mid and the top lane, although Ryu doing a very good job staying even with the Hex Drinker on Corki, and actually shoving in as well, so it could just be Flame.
I mean, certainly Flame.
Long story short, Dardoch's doing well, but Flame is always winning his lane.
Yeah, Flame, I mean, they gave him the first pick Jace 2 games in a row. Looking to succeed here versus the tank matchup and continuing to do work here. Zig is keeping up a little better, I think, but Flame is going to be as oppressive as he can in that 1v1. Immortals up, not quite 1,000 gold just yet, so off to a decent early start, but it's not the same speed that Immortals had in the first one. Maybe looking to play a bit calmer this game, slow things down a bit. In Phoenix One, we saw they were comfortable in that sort of game. They've got a similar looking comp to try and run here as Ryu just ducks his way out from under the stun, but Pobelta really shoving things in. Ryu is keeping up. Blue buff's going to help here as well, but Ole's looking to move around. Immortals, again, playing it a little softer than game number 1, but certainly feeling like they're kind of comfy early on in the game.
Yeah, and it is really important that Pobelta is doing well. He was a big weak point in the last game, I believe, starting at 0-4 at one point on Victor, and it really allowed Ryu to take off. Here on the Corki, the ideal build for Corki is just to rush to a Trinity Force, but he just cannot do that against Syndra, so his natural power spikes of getting the Trinity Force are naturally delayed. So that helps Immortals once again in trying to set up plays. And you're hoping for Immortals that if they can just get off the successful ganks to then just transition them into the objectives, because they want to have multiple shoving lanes. Dardoch gets a play, and then they run train.
Well, you can see Mountain back up as well. 10 minutes in, could be some sort of contest for the objective. Ole poking around, consistently leaving the lane and trying to find some poke here as Cody Sun just shoves the wave back as best he can. 20 CS down right now as Inori lies in wait for a potential kill, but has a control ward going to spot them out. Inori going to get hit by the skill shot. They'll clear out the ward and perhaps revisit in another time. Just meanwhile, Ryu just casually tanking 2 turret hits and burning the package. That's fine. That's totally fine.
Yeah, definitely. Good wave clear there as well.
That's what it was for.
Yeah. Push up and get the wave clear. Looks like they want to go for play.
Found Adrian, there's Dardock down as well. Ulti not quite there, lands actually in onto Dardock, but Adrian's gonna get blown up here. The kill over to Dardock as Pobelta solo killed in that mid lane.
And he lost both summoner spells. What happened with Pobelter there? Doesn't even get Ryu's Hex Drinker. Nori wanted to come in for the assist, but was not able to get there. So Immortals bot lane actually works, but it's Pobelter. We're gonna have to get a replay on that kill.
And we talked about how much better it was looking for Pobelter, and all of a sudden it goes wrong. Isolated Death looking a little high there for poor old Pobelter. He's winning in that statistic, which unfortunately is not a good column to be winning in.
This also stops them from being able to get Baron, so he just gets the stun and goes for an all-in, but the exhaust hits right as he's ulting. Ryu also had the backup of the Hex Drinker, so just misjudging his damage pretty substantially there, and also had used all of his peel by stunning Ryu in the first place. Over-aggression from Pobelter and just misplayed.
Really nice stuff there, and Ryu goes back at Sork Shoes after getting his kill, so really maximizing the early damage, looking to maybe get an even bigger lane advantage 1v1. Inori though, clearing out the Grump safely this time. He's on his own side of the map, so things looking a little better. Zig does return with the Balmy Cinder and the Ninja Tower. Actually seems quite a bit better as far as CS differential goes. So Flame, yes, he's still winning and pretty heavily at that, but he doesn't seem to be growing the same immensely that he was before. And I think a lot of it is to do with Dardock just not getting off to the same start. Immortals can't be as aggressive and rush down these turrets. And if the game is at more of a medium pace, I think Phoenix One feel a bit better, at least early on.
Yeah, and they want to be able to hit the power spikes on their Corki and their Varus to be able to come right back at Immortals. And I do want to talk about the Ziggs just a little bit more in this game, just because the reason that people were picking Ziggs earlier, I felt like, was to hit earlier power spikes, which would be the Morellonomicon first, because at the time, everyone was going Essence Reaver ADs into a crit item, into a Infinity Edge, and they weren't turning on power-wise until like 8 or 10,000 gold. But teams have already solved that problem. That's why you're seeing the lethality builds out of the Varus and the Jhin, because those have very early power spikes, and they're able to have impact when the game matters. So Ziggs actually doesn't give you any of those unique advantages other than the fact that he does magic damage. So it's actually not a great pick right now, in my opinion, in pro play, especially against Varus. If you're against an Infinity Edge slow scaling carry that can't shove lane early, then it's good. But here I feel like Cody Sun was really forced into the pick because of the bans.
And yeah, the ban's definitely not helping him. Maybe Cody Sun just didn't feel comfortable after those 3 champions were banned away. It's hard to say exactly why they fell to this pick, but it does seem to be a bit of a struggle as Arrow is ahead 20 CS. Cody Sun does have the Morellonomicon finish now, so his power will increase pretty nicely with that first pickup, but P1 seem to have control of bottom lane. Mid lane, certainly back in the hands of Ryu, or at least even between the two. And top lane going much better than it was for the last game. I mean, the comps are similar, the pace feels similar, but just that touch slower for P1, who are comfortable to carry it into the mid game. I mean, the gold is not showing much.
Oh dear, no bard to help him.
Cody Sun caught out, that's an easy kill. Very nice brush snipe as Ole looking to try and land something up on a Ryu. Oh, he cuts back around the tower, but the Syndra ulti going to try and move in for a Dardock, just dives in. There's the stun, and there's going to be a kill. Nori, though, going to take Ole out for the trade. Not quite there in time to save Mizig. He's joined in as well with the teleport, but I think Pobelter and Dardock have gotten themselves out.
Yeah, it's going to be a little interesting, but they don't want to tango with a 3v2. Considering the investment that Immortals had on that play, to still trade a 1-for-1 isn't that good, and Cody Sun was all alone in that bottom lane, died because he pushed up too far, but that's going to be first turret.
And that's nice. Arrow and Adrian getting themselves that gold pretty much solo in the 2v2. In fact, I think the only visit to this lane was Dardock for Immortals getting that early kill. I mean, Flame and Dardock will trade for the top turret now. Anori will take the blue for a bit of extra advantage on the play. But again, Immortals, they took the top out of first last time, managed to get Flame a nice long lane to try and freeze in. But that's P1 have the kind of initiative this time around and might even take the Drake as well.
Now they have the Scuttle, they recognize Dardock was just missing, but they don't want to risk anything early. And we're going to see this one more time. Cody just thought they were back because they've been very patient in that rush. Hadn't showed for an entire creep wave. Watching this fight in the mid lane as well, they know there's no summoners on Ryu, so Dardoch just kind of has to walk in him because Ole had the turret aggro. The approach by Inori was very well timed, waiting until Immortals chased through the turret to be able to come in for that extra.
The package again for Ryu. Didn't get too much use out of it before, but might get much
Right
better
into
this
the
time.
enemy jungle with it.
Dardoch looks for the red buff, doesn't get it. Good smite actually from Dardoch, secures it. Pobelta roaming up, that means Ryu has to leave. But good pressure applied, he was looking for top lane, Flame smartly backed off. But Ryu starting to leave this lane's bad news for Immortals. It's bad too. Pobelta gonna get chunked, wave is gonna hit him, there's the ball follow up and Ryu with a snipe.
And the support gank comes in huge for Adrian.
Now Ole all out on his own, isolated indeed versus the Kha'Zix. Inori gonna get some vision and realize he doesn't want to chase into unknown territory, but pings out into the mountain. Drake P1 have mid to potentially shove down as well.
Just transitioning the Varus around the map as well and trying to take that bot lane strength elsewhere, just pushing back. Dardoch would have to go all in if he wants to stop this. They're just trying to wave clear.
Zigzalt is nice from Cody's son. Gets some mini wave out from under the turret, but P1 have two good choices to make here. So with mid being the initial objective, have to back away, but happy to get the Drake here instead. P1 know they force only good choices out of themselves there, and Immortals decide to protect the only thing they could, which was the turret. Dardoch.
They might want to go for this, surprisingly. They stall the Drake.
Inori's got smite, Dardoch does not. That's going to be the Drake over. Leaps out to safety as well. Nice attempt from Ole, but very clean and calm from P1.
Yeah, and that's a little bit more of the scatter the Immortals we saw in week 1, where they're kind of going for a play that has a low percentage chance of working. Dardoch didn't even have smite available when they went to stall the Drake with the Bard ultimate, so knowing that Inori would be able to hop away, that play's just not going to work. Now they try and pressure the bottom lane, but Phoenix 1 has everyone there to defend.
Yep, healing act from Adrian actually proving to be quite nice once more, as Flame did TP for that play, I believe, as well. So looking a little tricky. This cooldowns will now be desynced. Pobelta shoving in where he can, building in towards what looks like a Luden's Echo second, but Ryu's ready with the Trinity Force, and this is where things get real fun for Corki.
It really does. Corki has the strongest point in the game around the 20 to 30 minute mark, and then he actually does fall off a little bit when he approaches 6 items, just because of how quirky the heavily magic damage attack scaling thing is that is his kit. Thinking about the rest of this game, though, is it is fairly similar to what happened in Game 1, where Flame has a decent-sized edge in his top lane, and the question will be whether he can create split-push opportunities, and then whether or not Immortals can get picks, because Phoenix 1 probably stronger in team fights, and also winning in a couple of different lanes.
This is kind of a good start. Ole, no Bard ulti, but tried to make something happen there towards the bottom half of the map. Good ward coverage from P1, though, will prevent that from going too wrong. Pobelta going to try and challenge Ryu. He's just going to push the wave in and back away from it. Good wave clear there from Pobelta. Both these mid laners should be very good at shoving waves back and forth. But Ryu, we've seen him roam a little bit more. Flame, I think, feels not nearly as safe as he was, given that the game hasn't quite opened up as much for him. And Flame is, I think, the key person that needs to get going and get the split push started. So the fact that he's had not as good a start and the CSC is even significantly different means that Ryu's getting all in the mid lane. Zigdo going to protect him. Dado looking to dive in, but Inori's here. They might turn it around. The last axe is not enough. And Zig is just tanking everything.
But Immortal still has everyone here, so they're going to try and get some turret damage down and end up backing away just in respect of the rest of the team. So it looked like that could have been a big play for Immortals, but they get nothing out of it.
And again, the side lanes aren't going as well as they were in Game 1, so instead they group together and try and make a play for the turret in mid. P1, though, defend pretty well off the attempts. And now going to get some counter shoving back. But Ryu's back to a side lane. Looking to make his way down towards the bottom lane and collect farm there. And Arrow, happy to see drop. Cody's-san knows he does not want to get sniped.
Yeah, just Ghostblade for the positioning on that snipe, and I agree with you about Ryu being bot lane. This is a more natural position from a champion select perspective to have in a side lane. Corki, especially once you can get the package, unlocks a large amount of map mobility that Cassiopeia just doesn't have. He pulled it off last game, though, going with it this game.
And it does feel like P1 kind of know they want to take this mid out of turret if possible. Adrian chased down by Dardoch, though. Kuchi supports do not favor well. Arrow stunned as well, actually, by Ole, but no follow-up there as the TP is going to come in from P1, and Nori going to look to make it happen again. Now the snipes move in. Spikes are good, but a good exhaust. It's going to be the snipe. Cody's son able to collect one, but Immortals' health looking a little low.
Yeah, and a nice counter there by Immortals. Was surprised to see Phoenix 1's teleport from Zig when Ryu was still in Rivers. So even after the teleport, they were still going to be down a man. And Inori jumps in a little bit too far, but now the poke begins.
Yeah, Dardoch chunked in this turret was already pretty low. They'll commit a little bit more, and they will take the turret P1. They lose Inori, but make a very fair trade for themselves.
Yeah, Inori pays for his overaggression, but the theory of the play could work if they were just a little bit more patient. Now Ryu's hoping to catch out Cody's son.
He's got him.
Thumbs.
Ryu going in for it. Exhaust is down. Ulti out from Cody's son, and a good satchel might keep him safe. Stun goes wide from Ole, and Ryu, good little play, but Cody's son gets himself out.
Yeah, burn a couple summer spells, so not bad. Overall, map pressure stays slightly in the favor of Phoenix 1.
These two have been up to no good all game long.
They're going to go for... Dardoch has ultimate.
Yeah, they're going in. Adrian's like, no, and now Dardoch's like, yeah, that doesn't work on me. I'm Olaf. Ryu's still here, though. Ole actually going to get all in. They might trade back for support.
Oh,
Ryu
here we
goes
go.
down. Does take Ole with him, but Pobelta's in. Ultimate out. Is that Minori going to join the fray? Pops Pobelta.
Those are the ones that hurt when the fight gets decided by missed skill shots. Right there. Looked like to me Pobelta missed pretty much everything, and Ryu gets out alive. When I felt like Immortals had the advantage coming into that fight as well, so very tight margins right here.
Looks like all a ruse, perhaps. So we'll watch this one again. Dardoch and Ole setting it up.
Yeah, so you can see they hop over with the Blast Cone. Adrian can't bubble because he's Olaf. Pops the ultimate. Exhaust comes down, though, because they have double exhaust on the team, and it's smart of Ryu to go straight for Ole and Dardoch here. But here is where they should kill Ryu, but you miss the first Q. He ults straight, and then he does get the stun and an extra Q, so I was incorrect of saying he missed everything. But that first Q, as well as getting multiple orbs on the ground before he presses his ultimate for that little bit of extra damage. The Hex Drinker and now Maw coming in huge.
Just didn't have enough. You can see how much damage Ryu was able to dish out in that last exchange. And P1 starting to take pretty firm control of this game, 22.5 minutes in. Big objective starting to come back up as Cloud Drake is going to be on the menu in 10 seconds, and Baron is alive and well. P1 continuing their rotation play, looking to take out topside this time, and in fact Ryu able to do that on his own.
Yeah, and a fight coming in right here.
Ooh, good stun again. Flame not quite tagged, but Ryu wants it. Not going to leap too far forward. Phoenix 1 just kind of tightening the noose, looking to incrementally gain that advantage, kind of play Immortals around the map. Because Immortals, when they don't have the sideline pressure, when they can't find clean picks without the vision, their comp just does not look as good.
Exactly, and Syndra, when you are not pretty far ahead, does struggle a fair bit. So he's got to worry about Zig getting on top of him, because if he gets CC'd by anything, essentially the poke from the Corki and the Varus takes him clean off the map. And the same could actually be true of the Ziggs, even though Cody's son has a little bit more mobility. It's going to be a tough game for Immortals because they have these ranged poke champions without great ways of keeping people off of them. So Phoenix 1 might just look to steamroll in for fights.
Here's another pick. In fact, Pobelta is far too far forward.
Oh, but can he just walk away?
Again. Ole's like, all right, I got you, don't worry. And now Immortals might even go for a play in the Drake pit.
Well, they got to be careful because it's setting up a 5v5. They're really hoping to get a pick on a squishy.
That's not a squishy. That might be, though. Ryu
still took half his health.
Satchel Tide is there. Stuns him against the wall. Great double stun, actually, from Bard and Flame. Snipes one off as Zig goes down. P1 going to be playing 4v5.
Yeah, so that's an example of the amount of burst damage they can throw out. Zig, not yet at that super tank status, was unable to ever get a Courage proc. Now they go for Ryu.
Cute little play. Ryu takes damage from Dardoch now as he's going to run towards him. Zig's ult did get some burst down, but Ole caught him by the chance of corruption. Teammates are there, though, so he'll be safe, and Immortals are still pushing mid.
Yeah, Dardoch gets trolled by the Baby Magical Journey there, but yep, they have the Ziggs as well. He might want to try and get that turn and execute range. Can't quite do it, and now they have to be a little fearful of the counter attack.
Oh, Ole going to go down to Ryu again. He's had Bud for breakfast today. Ryu 4 kills still in this one. We're going to carry once again.
Yeah, and there isn't someone who can easily tank through that damage. I also have to point out the double exhaust from the Phoenix 1 team on Ryu and Adrian is really haltering Dardoch's ability to just fly in as the Olaf. As soon as he goes in, he gets exhausted, can no longer threaten, has to kind of run straight back out.
Well, Cloud Drake, as a result of the exchange in play, will give Phoenix 1 their second Drake of the game to accompany their Mountain. Again, it's been a slower paced game than the first one here, but Phoenix 1 have felt in control. They're 1,000 gold ahead right now, which is good, but not a monumental lead by any means. But again, it just feels like they've got a little bit more as far as the overall game control goes. And I think Immortals, if they're going to get something going, it has to kind of start now. They've got 5 to 10 minutes maybe to really open up a big advantage. You can see their items are starting to come out. Flame maybe can find space in the side lane to get some work done, but something has to happen soon.
Feels like it, especially if they're able to stack up some magic-resistant important positions in with Edge of Night, Mon Malmortius, and Mercurial Scimitar. Even if Phoenix 1 wants to continue to build damage, they can also work it in with the magic resistance. So at that point, it would literally just be the Jace poke that they would need to have any type of armor for. But they still got that Jace, or the Ziggs turret execute.
And you can see how much work they can get done with the Ziggs. That's one of the features of Satchel Charge that was changed quite a while ago now. Immortals, if they can get damage on these turrets, will take them freely. And this is actually really nice. Flame are going to take that as well. Arrow going to get jumped on by Dardoch, but Dardoch's going to get jumped on by Phoenix 1. Can't be disabled for a little while longer, so not going to eat that bubble. Good stun from Ole.
Guy, though.
Satchel Charge lands in, so he's going to get bopped away, but he's going to chase him down the magical journey. Ole going to miss that cue. And both teams escape with no casualties.
Yeah, and both teleports expended as well. Flame canceled his and wants to keep shoving that bottom lane, but they have to respect the Baron. Kha'Zix's Baron with Mountain Drake is really fast, so Immortals playing a dangerous game right here, not face checking.
No blue trinkets up right now. They have 2, but they're both on cooldown, so Phoenix 1.
They have no options other than face check or give up the Baron, except for that Bard ultimate.
Nice ult there from Ole, but P1 can pull away pretty safely. Zig in the front side. Gonna tank up the majority of that damage, and Flame is still pushing, but P1 is gonna force this fight.
Yeah, the longer they're on Baron without killing it, though, the more poke they will take from the Baron. So Immortals hoping to find their way into this fight. Will Phoenix 1 peel for it?
Oh, Ryu actually getting chased in by Flame. P1, that's looking a little scattered. In fact, the Nori's forced to leap out of the way. Redemption gonna heal them up very nicely.
Redemption's still good.
Yeah, turns out. And that's going to force them off the Baron, in fact. But that's actually great news for Immortals because they can continue pushing through. Cody's son not going to join Flame, but Flame's not having any of this. And now he's going to leave. All right.
Yeah, has to be fearful of the home-guarded recalls that come through from Phoenix 1. But still a promising stop to that Baron force since they did not have good vision in the area. And Flame was starting from the bottom side of the map to stop that with no casualties. And even arguably pull an advantage out of it. It's good for Immortals.
Well, P1 might be looking for a pick on Cody's son here.
Oh,
Dardoch
again
in the area as well. They're going from again. They're to stun up. Cody's son going to get isolated and torn apart by the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, and they somehow just slipped through all the wards.
Hi, Ryu. Dardoch pops his ulti. Good use of the package F from Ryu to poke them down. P1 on the siege or potentially the Baron play.
Yeah, because Cody's son being down and having no Ziggs ult even when he revives will make it a little bit easier. But we're still pretty early on into the game, so Phoenix 1 still maybe thinking about the pick. Everyone's in the Baron pit. Jace Q is down as well.
Dardoch is low and went.
They also don't have a Bard ult for another few seconds.
Yeah, this is going to be tight. Ole needs to go back in for it, but Baron looks to already be down. Decisive play. Oh, that looked close. Ryu secures it for his team, though. It's going to be all right.
Yeah, realistically, that was an uncontested Baron, but Ole tried anyway. Trying to go for the highlight play, couldn't quite get it. Overall, it was pretty much just the pick onto Cody's son that set all of that up. And then, because they weren't able to land any substantial poke before Phoenix 1 jumped in that pit, it was just all too easy for Phoenix 1.
Looking clean still, Phoenix 1. Still only up 1,000 gold, but looking to do, again, real damage with the Baron buff. Got a good amount done with the early Baron in game number 1, but this feels like an even better position with 7 turrets already traded between the two teams. The damage that Phoenix 1 does to the next turrets are going to knock down tier 2 turrets, maybe inhibitor turrets, maybe really open up the map and start to put P1 in a game-winning position rather than the advantage they just have now. But Immortals, they fought out of it last game. We'll see if they can do it again here.
Yeah, and so much of it has to do with the poke that can or cannot land from Phoenix 1. Arrow and Ryu do so much long-range poke. It's one of the reasons you see Varus paired with Corki so often, is not only are they 2 strong poke champions, they also do different damage types, so it's very hard to prevent yourself from getting poked down when you don't have sustain.
And they've got the 3 damage items on both of their different marksmen here, so it's looking good as Cody's son gonna eat that first bit of poke. Pobelta trying to clean the minions out, but Baron is a little too tough. Zig's going to tank up the turret for a little while, and Ryu's going to shoot that first one down. Level 17 Corki. This good poke there from Pobelta is going to force the tidal wave out of Adrian.
And you also think about the way Immortals is going to try and engage. They don't have a dedicated initiator. They need to catch someone with Pobelter scattered the weak, or maybe teleport in behind with the Jace, who's not that great of a flanker. So these sieges are relatively safe with Phoenix when they have a disengaged champion in Nami, and Immortals doesn't have a hard engaged champion to kind of counter that.
No, they don't, as Ole actually burns the Redemption just to heal the team up before the next siege wave. Adrian, of course, has his healing as well. P1 going to look to siege up another tier 2 turret. Ryu, every shot really counts on the turret right now. He's going to tank tower aggro. That's a little ugly, but they should be able to take this one down. Just needs a few more shots. Ole going to try and make it happen. Baron Canyon is the only one left in stasis, and turret's going to fall.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it for Immortals as far as their initiation. They have to hope they land a good Bard ultimate. And if they don't, they have absolutely no follow-up. So like you mentioned, with the Baron buff, Phoenix One able to take down multiple turrets. Also just take that into another Mountain Drake, which will enhance their next Baron play. Things turning in Phoenix One's favor pretty heavily.
Advantage seems to be building as Mountain number 2 is now secured. Elder Dragon's going to be next on the table with P1. I think looking to speed up the pace of the game just a little bit more. It feels like the plan that looked so good and dragged the game on for so long for Immortals in the first one, just not there this time around. Flame has been really kept down, and yes, he still has a significant CS lead here. He's still a good Jace, but it's just not the same map influence he had in the first one.
Yeah, I completely agree. They haven't needed to dedicate anything to stopping Flame, I think is the biggest difference. And you haven't seen Flame taking down many turrets based off his map pressure. No objectives have been gained via the split push, so it is just that 70 CS advantage. And then you look at the trouble of sustained damage, because that's ultimately what takes down tanks in the late game. And with the Ziggs and Syndra and the Jace, it's almost all front-loaded burst. So if they go through that one cycle and don't get a kill onto Zig, they're just going to be victim to Kha'Zix and the onslaught of damage that Phoenix One can throw back at them.
And Phoenix One have pretty insane amounts of damage on this team comp. Double Marksman tends to do that for you as they're off onto another siege. Baron buff has dropped here, but Minion's going to stay alive for long enough. Ryu going to take the turret. He's not too miffed as the heal comes back then onto Adrian. And once again, Ryu just casually dodging skill shots as Phoenix One going to look to really crack things open here in the top lane.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult to do without Baron, so I think the main goal of this one is to just get a semblance of control over this jungle for when they want to peel back for Baron. But who knows? The initiation is so low on Immortals that they might just try and poke down without the Baron buff.
Yep, and if they can get some poking of the squishies, Pobelter actually already sitting real low. Ole
get the flash.
Gonna force that out from Arrow, but P1 still happy with the siege. Pobelter has to run all the way back to base, so P1 have about 20 seconds to try and lay in a bit more.
And you may think that was a little preemptive for the flash on Arrow, but Phoenix One understands that the only good initiation is that Bard ultimate, so do everything you can to not get caught into it, and then just keep sieging as usual.
Ghost Blade, I hear one. I think it's Arrow. He's looking to move in. Thought it was Flame for a second, but Dardock can no longer be disabled. Pops his ultimate versus Adrian's tidal wave. Flame with a good bit of poke in. Arrow looks for an exchange, but does not find it with the piercing arrow. And Phoenix One, happy to keep the siege going. There's really nothing else they need to do right now.
Yeah, pretty much. There's no Flame in a side lane trying to accelerate the choices from Phoenix One. Phoenix One is able to take full control of the jungle, spread control wards, make sure they walk through. Hopefully they can catch that control ward on their way out, because that's a little bit of safety for Immortals knowing about the next Baron, which will be up in a minute 45.
Another greedy looking play from Inori. Doesn't get him killed this time, but managed to leap away as the level 16 Kha'Zix, so all evolutions now put into the QW. And E looks like a big wave bottom lane was the concern there for Phoenix One, but Baron's now up in a minute 30, so they'll happily take care of that before they make their play onto this second Baron buff. But Ryu just collecting a monstrous amount of CS this time around. Max level with the package. He's ready to fight.
Yeah, package will be up for another 30 seconds or so, so unlikely they can use it around an objective, but it's nice to have that as security as he makes sure they get that bottom lane shoved up. So really Phoenix One just thinking a couple of minutes ahead, trying to get all the waves in the right position before they go for a Baron, where I feel like they're hoping to just start a team fight with Zig in the front and pile in after.
Yeah, I've been overall very impressed with the planning and general map movement from Phoenix One. It looks very clean, very cohesive, which is impressive for a new mixed language team. Whoever's calling the shots on this team, whatever's happening in the infrastructure department, it looks good in game, it looks good in the draft, and just looks very clean for a team that we thought might take a little longer to start to gel.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix One put a lot of time in the offseason trying to get the right players signed. Their staff is bigger than ever. They're trying to really build on the little bits of success they found at the end of last split. And even last week, their games were much more measured than you would expect from Phoenix One. Some of the story about how Phoenix One was winning last week is like, oh, they just cheesed them and they'd randomly have these chaotic games. No, they're trying to be a very measured team in a lot of these games, and Baron's up. They're going to try and do a nice little Baron push-pull and get the fight they want.
Well, Immortals are, I think, trying to run it down mid and get pressure going there, but Ryu more than happy to try and get a kill. Dardoch forced to ult again, though.
And Ghost.
Tidal Wave's going to chase down, doesn't hit anyone, but it's going to zone the rest of Immortals away, and Ryu is still shoving poke towards the squishies. Going to cut off this lane and make sure it pushes in their favor.
And that is just a death sentence for Dardoch, not having Ultimate or Ghost on the Olaf. He is pretty much unable to participate in a 5v5 team fight without those abilities. So Phoenix One just start right up, and if they're tanking properly, if Zig would get in the pit and tank that Baron for him, they'd be able to peel for a fight much more easily, but they're just going to burst it down.
Adrian's got a lot of healing, and they've got plenty of damage, so P1 is happy to take it without their tank. Baron up again, gold lead starting to grow towards the out-of-control side of the spectrum, and Ryu's now finished his 4th item as rapid-fire cannon is done. You mentioned Corgi dropping up a bit towards the late stages of the game. This is not one of those times.
This is like the peak. He hits these items, and he's still incredibly powerful, but it's just the multiplication isn't the same as like an old school Infinity Edge type marksman, which in this game, they do not exist. So essentially, Ryu is really strong and the strongest person in the game at the moment.
P1 will see if they can leverage all that strength, try and knock down some inhibitor turrets in Immortals base. This Baron push will be tricky to defend, but Immortals are going to try something here. Haven't been really able to find a foothold, it feels like. The picks that they were finding in the first game, P1 have cleaned up a lot as far as sticking together, doing the appropriate management of these waves and having proper vision. I mean, Elder Dragon's up, Immortals might try and rush for it, but P1 are pressuring hard in mid lane right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and they have the advantage to do so. We mentioned Immortals does not have great initiation tools, and they don't have great tanks, so they can get bursted down by Ryu if they walk into these fights. They have to try at some point, though, to get the fight.
And they just cut them off here. That turret's going to melt. Edge of Knife from Arrow is going to keep him alive from Pobelter, and this inhibitor should fall pretty quickly. Immortals not going to look to defend this one, I don't think. And P1 able to take it down. Zig gets stunned, but that's not the target they want, and immediate pings top lane for Phoenix One.
Yeah, and I mean, Phoenix One is showing that they understand how these team compositions interact. Go all the way back to the draft phase, and Immortals did pick champions that they wanted to shove in every lane and kind of snowball the games, because if they don't have that, Phoenix One just has so many more poke tools and initiation tools. So Immortals loses the poke game, the sustain game, the team fight game, and the initiation game because they pick laning.
Well, maybe the whole game as well. Oh, his Bardol is going to go wide, and that's just going to keep the siege going for Phoenix One. Zig tanking everything he can. Arrow almost takes out the Bard. We're not able to get that snipe down. That's going to force them back. The health bar's blinking a little lower, and Phoenix One are closing in for the kill.
They really are. Second and hip down. Immortals would have to go all out, but they've already expended Bard ultimate to little effectiveness. Phoenix One could even just walk for the 3rd inhibitor and dare Immortals to fight them because they don't have a clean way of initiating.
Just feels too easy. Phoenix One have the next wave prepped up as well. It's just all so clean today. And this turret's going to melt. The Cody-san ulti isn't going to clean things out, and Zig is going to get aggressive onto Dardoch. Tidal Wave's in. Anori, we're going to try and get a poke down as Cody-san actually got killed by the Kha'Zigs. Healing's going to come through, Inhibitor's going to fall down, and it's just disaster for Immortals.
Yeah, Zig standing in front. Ryu nearly gets bursted down, but he's fine. He'll be sustaining up, and Phoenix One is trying to walk this one in.
Zig unkillable, huge bubble for Adrian after Arrow's ultimate, and now Anori goes in for the kill, leaps forward, gets exhausted, and shut down by Flame. So it's going to look a little awkward on camera, but Phoenix One looking to still win this one.
Yeah, it's Dardoch and Flame. Flame does do a bunch of damage, so 3 inhibitors down, they might have to wait.
Ryu went back, so can't quite end it, but Zig looking kind of unkillable. As
He's got a package. He might be trying to fly in.
Oh, he takes him down. There's Ryu straight to the back towards Dardoch. No, he wants Flame instead. Gonna look for the big 1v1. And Jace looking to win it. Flame with the outplay shuts it all down. And now Dardoch gonna chase towards Adrian. Throws an axe up mid-suspension. That's kind of cute. But Adrian is he's having some trouble. That axe goes a little short.
Oh my.
Knock-up's good. Arrow gonna keep firing it in. And now P1 are kind of trapped. Blastcone's gonna get Arrow to safety, maybe.
Things just got a little peculiar. I feel like the game is still pretty much in the hands of Phoenix One, but Flame trying to single-handedly keep him in this as he had a super solid 1v1 outplay on Ryu right there. But 3 inhibitors down with Nexus turrets down. We're going to watch the beginnings of this fight once again. Cody-san ults, but Nori just eats him on isolated Kha'Zigs, and he has no health or armor items of any kind on the Zig, so that'll happen. And then they just continue that fight, but this is the carnage that was left.
Yep, Ole, Journey's back through his very exposed Nexus. Elder Dragon, oh, that's awkward. Adrian missed the angle on the blast cone. Doesn't matter though, I don't think they're going for the Dragon, maybe waiting for the rest of the team. But they can also just go for the throat here. And Nori gets some vision down. They can see all of Immortals hanging out in their base, trying to clean out the wave of minions.
And this is another thing where it sucks to not have a normal marksman, because that's where they excel in killing the super minions. There's like 10,000 health in each minion wave in each lane, because multiple super minions are spawning in each lane once you have 3 inhibitors down. So it just takes a really long time for Immortals to clear it. Phoenix One's gonna walk up and kill the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan at this stage. No Baron buff's gonna make it a little less free for Phoenix.
Yeah, they're gonna try and fight him.
I mean, they have
I think.
Good little trap, but Immortals have no choices left, really. And Zig just doesn't care. Maybe he cares a little more now. Oh, Ole finds through. That's good. Arrow's actually one of the targets. Good flash out from Arrow. Adrian gonna get stunned up. He's gonna try and run away from it. Dardoch goes all in for the kill in the back line. And Nori stunned in by Pobelta, but no one dead just yet. Dardoch almost going down.
Yeah, and a lot of Ziggs and Cinder damage did land, pushing Zig back. Zig could recall, heal up, and then teleport on a minion to get back in here at full health. I think that's what we're going to see.
There's literally nothing left but the Nexus for Immortals to fight for, but they are going to have to go in for it. P1 going to try and close it out. Arrow's taking poke on the other end, but Zig, he's just waiting for the minions. Ole gets chunked. He's almost dead. And Phoenix One just going to lurch forward and try and take this down. Immortals backed into a corner, trying to defend the Nexus, but it's already going down low. Phoenix One is going to leap forward. Flame's going to go down. The shutdown for Ryu. And there's the sweep for Phoenix One.
And it was definitely one of the longer sweeps we've seen, with over 90 minutes of game time in the 2-0. But at the end of the day, it is a 2-0, and Phoenix One moves to 4-1, which is a spectacular start to the split.
Yep, trying to break the three-way tie for second place that started at the top of the day. They will now tie for first, I believe. I guess game to play for Cloud9.
Yeah, as far as wins, they are tied, but win percentage, Cloud9 still undefeated. And you looked at Phoenix One's reaction there, definitely not excited. The Nori very hard on himself after that game, because after the first 20 minutes or so, it was clear that Dardoch did get the best of him in both of those games. And Phoenix One are not happy about being 4-1, which is just kind of a huge change in the expectations from last year, and shows you where this team wants to go.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that it's a long season, gonna move over to shake hands and exchange some hugs and smiles there with the enemy team. But today, Phoenix One start week 3 off with another solid-looking win, and it seems like, again, the work that they put in, the infrastructure they invested in, the coach that they now have that's leading them every champ select, they're just building a super solid foundation, because they know it's not about, coming out of the gate early and then faltering at the end. That's the old Immortal strategy. They want to make sure they surge into the playoffs and really challenge for the top spots.
For sure, that's what they want to do. One thing we didn't mention after or during this game at all is the fact that Adrian is a former Immortals player, and he was able to get the best of him here. Big smile on his face and a good hug for Pobelta at the end of that game. So it's got to feel pretty good for Adrian, even though he just picked Nami both games. Doesn't play the Zyra. So as far as the trend of when Adrian was on Immortals, why aren't you playing the meta supports? Feels like he's keeping that with him with no Zyra pick, but still a successful game.
Strong mages. I think we nerfed the redemption, nerf some of the healing items. He's like, nah, still good. We're going to take them all and try and get them happening there. Really funny stuff to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 4-1 on Phoenix One. This series was closer than we probably thought it was going to be, even though the end result is still the same.
Well, it certainly looks that. But for more on that Phoenix One win, let's check in with Azael and the Phoenix One mid laner. Oh, sorry. No interview just yet. I'm getting trolled.
Okay, well, we're going to continue talking about that. Phoenix One mid laner. Ryu had a very strong game on this one as well with, I wish we could check the damage dealt to champions in one of these games, but we have a small issue on this side of it. Overall, we're going to continue the conversation about the main 4-1.
Yeah, I think the other side for Immortals is things do look a little better. Same issues seem to be still cropping up, and they are building up together. But I do like to at least change game plans here. Get Flame on the Jace, get him to try and carry. Game 1 looked very close, and the 2-0 is a lot closer than the overall series looks if you just look at the scoreline. But Immortals still showing that even a change in game plan's not necessarily enough to take a win here.
Yeah, I agree as well. Like, Immortals does definitely have some growing to do, but they did grow from last week to this week. The trouble for them is whether or not they can play the same game as everyone else, or if they have to win differently, because Flame They tried, it looked like this week, to just go with whatever champions you're most comfortable on in the top lane and in the support position. We're just going to try and roll with those. And even with that, Pobelter was still able to get pushed in the mid lane, so they just can't seem to put it all together.
All right, well, we're going to try it one more time. For more on that Phoenix one in, we'll now check in with Azael and Phoenix One's mid laner.
Thanks, guys. Great cast on the day. I'm Azael here with Ryu, victorious mid laner, has been putting on quite a show for us. And I wanted to start off by asking you, you had played in Europe in the past for quite some time, and now you've come to North America. What do you feel about the differences between the European LCS and the North American LCS?
I think there is no big difference between NA and EU. I think pretty similar. Yeah.
All right, so pretty similar between the two leagues, but Phoenix One, you guys are off to a very strong start so far. You've been playing very well. A lot of people have you as one of the top teams in the league. What are your expectations for the team? You know, how far do you think you guys can go this year?
I just aiming for final with our team.
So trying to go for the finals this year, and you know, I want to know, you've been putting on really good performances. A lot of people are talking about you as one of the best mid laners in the league, along with the likes of Bjergsen and Jensen. How do you think you stack up against the competition here in North America?
I think so far I didn't play against good mid laner. I have to play against Bjergsen and Jensen, I think. Yeah.
How do you think you'll do against them when you do play?
I don't know. We'll see on Sunday.
Okay, I guess we'll find out on Sunday. Thanks, guys. That's it for us. We'll head it over to the analyst desk.
You lied to me. There's no desk. Azael, get it right. I've made that mistake myself. Don't worry about it. Cyrene, we're back here to talk about Phoenix One winning 2-0. What do you want to start with?
Ryu talking about playing against not great mid laners.
Shots fired, Pobelter. Bang, bang.
But actually, Ryu is like actually stomping mid lane. I was looking at an interesting statistic that was experience difference at 10 minutes. And he's like 400 experience up. He's #1 in the league over his opponents. Like, Ryu is crushing the lane. And that's super early on. So he's like actually just forcing people off of 2 waves plus.
Right, it's not like you can magically gain more XP. They're getting pushed out. He's getting more from kills and whatnot. So he's like really blasting. That's good to see. Ryu, I mean, super solid. Double player of the game, I think, completely deserved. Carried the team fights both cases.
Yeah, it makes me really hyped up for that matchup on Sunday. That I can't shut up about, but it's like
good.
Ryu playing against Bjergsen, that's going to be a really great one to see.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, TSM didn't go far enough at Worlds to see it at Worlds. So, you know, Ryu's got to bring it over to North America to play some NA mid laners because they just didn't show up at Worlds very clearly.
Trying to boost us.
I'm putting the shots fired in for the EU LCS on their behalf.
While shooting us in the foot, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, you know what? I just go for the easy jokes, even if it's at my own expense. I don't want to talk about Champ Select, though. I thought Immortals, so I'm going to take the other side of it in a little bit, but I thought Immortals made a really bad choice in Champ Select. First round, red side, Jace, okay, I get. Like, there's a good chance that Jace is the best top laner in the game right now. But why are you grabbing Syndra?
Yeah. I don't know. I actually dislike it. Exactly. You pick Varus in that slot instead, because if you pick Syndra there, the mid lane is not pinched in any way, shape, or form, right? And Syndra has enough counters that we've seen with Corki, Fizz, and even Echo being played into it. So I think this is just absolutely wrong, because when you pick the Syndra, and when we had seen what order it was picked in, you pick the Syndra and the Jace. Well, they're going to answer and take the Varus away.
Right.
But they already have their jungler, they have the Varus, and they have the Corki. So they've matched mid.
You let them counterpick mid lane.
Exactly.
Instead of last pick, like the Olaf was grabbed anyway.
Yeah.
Get your Syndra and then ban away things that are good against her if you want to go for that.
And I want to talk about that Olaf pickup because they're forced into that. Because the bans are Lee Sin, Graves, Rengar. And then you first pick Kha'Zix. You're pinched 4 champions already. They get Varus because you don't take it. Olaf is your third pick because you are either picking your AD carry in that third slot or you're taking your jungler.
Right.
If you take your AD carry there, they pinch jungle and they ban Rek'Sai, Olaf. You're now on your 7th jungler when you have to pick.
Yeah.
If you pick Olaf there, they ban Jhin, Ashe, and you're forced onto your 3rd non-lethality Edge of Night building meta champion for AD carry.
Yeah.
So you double pinch yourself by picking Syndra and Jace.
Yeah, you guarantee that you're going to get some role pretty screwed out here, based on the pools. If I want to try to play as though this is smart of them, if I'm going to take their side and pretend it was a good champ select, it's because they want to play Ziggs Varus. They said, okay, game 1 didn't quite work. You know what is working? Flame playing Jace. Great. Let's just play a wave clear team. Let's just play Syndra. Beautiful wave clear, lane priority. Ziggs should be shoving all the time. Wave priority and sick wave clear. Olaf, of all the junglers, actually has wave clear and is pretty good. Dardoch outplayed Inori, I would say, both jungles.
I agree.
level 6 to level 4 at one point in this game. So like, oh my god, Immortals saying, you know what, we'll bait it, we'll go for lane priority anywhere. Then why is there a Bard here?
Yep, no Zyra or Malzahar anywhere. It's like, Karma ban, there's no Zyra and Malzahar, which blew my mind. Because I think the Olaf here was, okay, you can't take Zyra now, or else I just have something that runs your Zyra down. So they went with something that has a little bit more Adrian style and healing, but they weren't going to take the Zyra or the Malzahar anyway. So they try to go for something, because this composition does not have engage, so they have to go with something like a Thresh, like a Bard, but I think Zyra has enough for this composition.
I mean, I don't think you need engage, right? If I'm going to look at this team comp, I see two issues. So one is you have no tank killing. Right? Notice that every time they're playing a lethality non-crit marksman, you're seeing Corki or you're seeing Cassiopeia, a champion that smashes team fights, and unsurprisingly, Ryu smashed team fights and got double player of the game. Ziggs Syndra, you've got to win by 25 minutes, or you have Edge of Night and a Mav Mortius. Mav Mortius and a Spirit Visage. Or, sorry, over here, right? Massive tank. Right, you got choose for Ma. Here's your Hex Drinker. Here's your Hex Drinker. Here's your Locket. Like, everyone's invincible to you 30 minutes into the game, and you're playing double AP.
Yeah.
When JC just split pusher. Just win the game in 20 minutes. Pick a Zyra. Win your lane. Actually have priority instead of losing lane when you have the chance to play Zig Zyra, right? And you can snowball, because Powelter had priority on mid, and Dardoch was 2 levels up.
Yep.
There's no excuse to not smash bot lane when that happens.
Yep. They had a winning top lane. They had a winning jungle.
Yeah.
And then in the mid lane, I mean, they kind of put themselves in a hole, because the Corki came out. You said Pobelter did have priority there, but they double pinched themselves by picking the Syndra, and it didn't do them any favors. And Ryu even came out on top, getting player of the game. Yep,
gonna circle back on that one. Ryu, double player of the game, I think completely deserved. Absolutely wonderful play from him. The Cassiopeia was great. The Corki, beautiful as well. And I gotta say, Phoenix won, deserving of the 2-0. I do think there was improvements from Immortals. This series, as the cast said, was closer than we thought it was gonna be coming into the day. But it's still now 4-1 versus 2-3.
Yeah, I think Dardoch is definitely he was inconsistent, like kind of high highs and low lows. I think this was actually a game where he had some relatively good play all throughout. I think he actually played a little bit better than Inori the entire series, if you give their performance. But I have to criticize Cody's son, because the play that got Phoenix 1 to the Baron, both games, the first time and got them the lead, was Cody's son getting caught.
Yeah.
Right.
And unlucky. Happens.
As an AD carry player, of course you're going to say it's unlucky.
Only unlucky. All right, that's going to do it for us here. We analyze the game. We'll get our next one up underway in a little bit. We got to take a quick break, but our second match of the day is coming up. It's Envy versus Liquid. It's going to be beautiful. Stay tuned. It's going to be great. And a short time ago, Azael caught up with Envy's bot laner to see how the team is feeling about the season so far.
Hey guys, Azael here with Apollo to talk a little bit about Envy in your season. We haven't heard a lot from you guys yet, and you know, not off to the best start, the start you guys were hoping for, but obviously you had some problems with Lyra's visa and practice issues and stuff. How do you think things are shaping up now that you've had a little bit of time with Lyra?
I mean, the visa issues is obviously kind of, it's difficult, but I don't really want to use that as an excuse. I think we should be performing better. I think we had winnable games even when we had our subs. So it's just been a little bit difficult. Communication issues are obviously one thing, but I think it's just going to take time to mesh well together, taking more time than the other teams at least.
So, if you don't want to place the blame on visas and things, where do you think that blame lies? Like, what is going wrong in these games that is keeping you from winning them?
It's mainly I think it's just mainly late game shot calling. We tend to make the wrong decisions. We can't close out the games even if we have the early lead. So I think it kind of just takes time and practice. We just need to be better at it.
Okay, so how about team environment? That's something that a lot of people like to talk about. When teams are doing well, everyone's kind of riding high. When teams are doing poorly, it can be a mixed bag. Some teams do tend to. How has Envy been? How are spirits?
Actually, it's pretty good. I mean, I've been on losing teams before, so I'm pretty used to it by now, but I think everyone's handling it pretty well. I know we're not, we haven't given up yet. Obviously it's in the beginning of the season. We know that we're going to lose a few games. I think we're doing pretty well.
Awesome. Well, you're playing TL today. How are you preparing for that game? Are you guys confident going into that match?
Yeah, it's one of those matches where, I mean, we're both kind of on the losing side of the standings, so it's gonna matter a lot right now, because we'll play Team Liquid today and then C9 this weekend as well. So I mean, it's one of those matches that really matter, and I think we should do well. I hope we do well.
All right, well, thank you very much, Apollo. Best of luck against TL and C9 this weekend. Stick with us, guys. More NALCS after this.
They have to practice even harder because they're scared.
Adrian here fends him off with the bubble poke. Get a gun in there as well. There's the stun in him. First blood. Ulti not quite there. Lands actually in onto Dardoch, but Adrian's going to get blown up here. The kill over to Dardoch as Pobelta solo killed in that mid lane. Going to try and move in for it. Dardoch just dives in. There's the stun, and that's going to be a kill. Nori, though, going to take Ole out for the trade.
Go slow, I'm coming. Olaf weak, I'm coming.
How to no flash? How to die?
Brain, I can kill Olaf.
I can go.
I can go Syndra.
Syndra check plate.
I can go on Syndra.
Syndra no flash,
Yeah,
Syndra no
Olaf.
flash.
No.
They're going from again. There's the stun up. Cody's stun going to get isolated and torn apart by the Kazakhs. Looking kind of unkillable. As
He's got a package. He might be trying to fly in.
Ole takes him down. There's Ryu straight to the back towards Dardoch. No, he wants Flame instead. Going to look for the big 1v1. And Jace looking to win it. Flame with the outplay shuts it all down. And there's the sweep for Phoenix 1.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and taking over the caster desk with me for our next series is Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley. How you doing, man?
Doing great. Happy to be here with MV Flowers himself.
Hey, it's time for another round of that Envy action as we're jumping into our second match of the day, where Team Envy is going to be facing off against Team Liquid. And in Week 1, we had expectations that Envy's diverse champion picks were going to help them in this new pick and ban phase, but that hasn't quite been the case. Going into this match, the team has finally had a week to prep with their united roster, so this should hopefully be a turning point for them.
Yeah, and they really do kind of need to improve in the draft, and that would be a good start for them. You know, we talked a lot about Seraph and Ninja, these incredible champion pools, and we haven't yet seen them be able to really get an advantage from that, where we have seen that from some other teams, and they just haven't gotten the picks that have kind of won them the games in pick and ban. Their plans and drafts have been a bit scattered. You know, you can see kind of where they're trying to go, but there are some things that are a little bit confusing, you know, such as the first ban Camille on blue side. That's something that you don't really see, and it can be hard to understand exactly where they're trying to go in their drafts.
But you know, Team Envy has not been the only team in this kind of a situation. Team Liquid have also had their own weaknesses in the drafting phase, with opposing teams pinching the jungle position, especially to gain themselves an upper hand. We saw this from TSM, and then P1 imitated it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Reignover's champion pool has shown to be a bit of a liability this season. It's kind of weird to be in this world where we're talking about, you know, league MVP as a liability for the team, but here we are. It was first exploited by TSM, and then Phoenix One saw that it worked so well, they did it as well. And I'm very interested to see if Envy is going to just replicate the exact same pick ban, because these have been giving teams Rengar first pick so that Reignover can have something he's comfortable on. And the onus is going to be on Liquid so that they can adapt this week, whether it's, you know, changing up their pick and bans or Reignover learning new champions. If Liquid wants to be a contender, they need to show that they can win cleanly against a team like Envy. I mean, they're the bottom of the standings, and Liquid had really high expectations coming into the season.
Well, let's go ahead and jump into the starting lineups today. On the blue side, it's Team Envy with Seraph in the top lane, Lyra in the jungle, Ninja at mid, Apollo bot lane, Haku on support, and of course, Coach Dylan Falco.
And on the red side, it's Team Liquid in the top lane, Lorlo. In the jungle, Reignover, mid lane, Golden Glue, bot lane, Piglet, support Matt, and Coach David Lim.
So we're talking a little bit about how Liquid really wants to win this game because it's essentially a proving point for them, right? They're saying, look, even though we've kind of had a bit of a rough start, we can still take down the teams that are also having a rough start. We can show that we are strong enough to do this, but at the same time, Envy really wants to convert that 0 on their win-loss record into a 1.
Yeah, and Paulo, talking to him earlier, he talked about how this is a very important match, because the fact of the matter is, if you can't beat teams that are struggling, how can you expect to beat the teams like C9 and like P1 that are really flourishing, right? You need to take your wins where you can get them, build upon that, grow confidence, you know, improve as a team, and hopefully get to that stage where you can take down the top teams and really compete.
And part of taking down those top teams and competing begins before you ever get on Summoner's Rift. The draft phase, we talked about how it was a little bit of a weakness for both of these teams, and we're jumping into it now here in week number 3 as Ryze, Kha'Zix, and Jace going to be banned away by Envy as Liquid responds with those typical red side bans of Camille and Rengar starting things off, and LeBlanc will round it out.
So already one of our questions has been answered. You know, Envy is not going to replicate the pick ban strategy, the triple ban junglers that we've seen a lot of teams doing, trying to target Reignover, has been working for people, but not willing to do it. One thing we do see here that is kind of a nod to 7-2 is the Kha'Zix ban. They're not willing to pick Kha'Zix first because they're prioritizing Varus so heavily, and thus they're going to have to ban it out because they don't want to give it over second rotation.
Varus, very, very strong right now. Those lethality changes definitely doing him some nice favors as well. No real surprise to see a power pick like that prioritized so heavily.
Exactly, and I mean, the thing with Jhin is, while he is very strong with lethality as well, his laning phase is weaker than both Varus and the Ashe, right? Ashe didn't really get helped by the lethality changes, so thus you kind of see Varus at the top of the table. That said, you can have a big contribution from the Jhin as he hits those power spikes, hitting the Ghost Blade and stuff. Your ultimate can become very, very powerful.
The response, along with that Jhin, also going to be the Olaf locked in on the side of Liquid as Envy decides their first 2 picks are actually going to be both of the guys positioned down there in the bottom lane, picking up the Zyra as well. A very powerful support, hasn't really changed in 7.2, still going to be super strong there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think it really is smart. You pair these two together, you're going to have such a strong pushing lane, poking lane, very, very good all-in as well. I mean, if you can catch someone in that chain of corruption, you can follow up very easily with the Zyra ultimate. It's good team fight, it's good poke, and just a very strong lane. And I think that Jhin is going to struggle into any sort of lane like this because he is going to get pushed in, and thus the lane advantage should go to Envy.
And the roles are going to be traded perfectly equally. 80 carries, supports, and jungles locked in on both of these sides. Rek'Sai for Envy, and it's going to be Karma locked in by Team Liquid as we move into the second ban phase and it's actually Gangplank banned away first by Liquid.
So Gangplank is definitely not something we have been seeing a lot of. It has shown up from time to time. In LCK, even Huni was playing a top lane. We've seen it played a little bit mid, a little bit top. This is very likely a nod to something that has been going on in scrims, strategies that we've seen shown off there. Seraph is a guy who loves to play those carry-style top laners, and Gangplank does kind of have a lot of free matchups against some of the meta tanks right now in top lane.
Plus, we've seen the stats coming up for the different comparisons between roles across the board. Seraph's one of the guys who has the higher stat lines compared to his opposing top laners, and we know how well Gangplank can convert a lead into a carry just because of how much extra gold he gets farming with those barrels in his parlay.
Yeah, exactly. And you can help out aggressively around the map while still playing passively in your lane. But anyway, he is banned, so enough of that. Golden Glue is going to be targeted more as we have seen already Rise kind of banned towards him. We see the Syndra as well. Wouldn't have been surprised to see another ban towards Golden Glue, as he has been a weak spot for Liquid, and I think that's one area that Envy would be looking to get their advantages with Ninja in the mid lane, but they are going to show that respect to Lorlo. His Fiora did do work earlier in the LCS, and they're not willing to leave that up.
Both sides respecting the carry potential out of the top lane from their opponents. Fiora, Cassio, Gangplank, and Syndra is going to be your second ban phase as Piglet locks in the Shen.
Yeah, and the Shen now does kind of give away, hey, why did you ban Gangplank? Well, because it absolutely blasts Shen. It's really, really good matchup. Just the fact that you can orange out of basically every taunt makes it so that Shen has such a difficult time. They are going to be able to secure that for themselves, and it's giving them that strong global presence. We've seen Shen be extremely popular in other regions. You know, EU, it's very popular. We've been seeing it. Cloud9 has been playing it, but we haven't seen it really take hold in NA. In general, we have been seeing a lot more Maokai and things like that, which is actually open. But Shen just does give you the flexibility to make big plays on the bot lane. And it would not be surprising to me to see another kind of roaming mid laner go to Golden Glue, so you really can have those kind of 5-man bot situations. Jhin ult opens up, you have Reignover flying in with the Ghost, ultimate coming in from Shen. I think that could be something they're trying to get.
And Team Envy decides that the power of the Zyra isn't enough AP damage on its own, so they're going to complement it with Rumble and Corki to be those solo laners. Corki's so popular, so strong in the mid lane right now, and we know the kind of AoE pain the Rumble can bring.
Definitely, and this is Seraph's kind of style, right? He likes to pick 4 lane. He wants to be the carry, and Rumble is another great matchup into Shen. Obviously, the parry zone from Shen is one of his greatest strengths. Against Rumble, doesn't really matter that much because the Flame Spitter chews right through that. You should have a nice lane matchup. That said, it's pretty frightening if you're pushing in as the Rumble without cover from your jungler, because Shen plus the Olaf can easily run you down, and when Rumble gets behind, it can start to get pretty ugly.
Such is the nature of carry top laners. The last pick we didn't really get a chance to touch on too much, but the Orianna was selected as the mid laner for Liquid to deal with that Corki.
And I think Orianna makes a fair bit of sense here. You know, it is not that roaming mid laner like I might have expected. Seeing things like TF and Taliyah, I think, work really well with these kind of semi-global compositions. That said, Orianna is a very stable team fighter, brings wave clear, and you do have a good ball delivery system with that Shen kind of flying in with the Orianna ball. You can look for the shockwaves.
Yeah, the flash taunts on their own, very, very deadly. When you've got an Orianna shockwave ball attached to him, it can become a serious game changer. We'll have to see if those guys can manage to make that happen, because the champions have been locked in, the coach's hands have been shaken, and we're loading into Summoner's Rift for the first time today. So much on the line here, a very important game for both of these teams.
It certainly is. It's still early in the season, but playoffs, you know, is looming in the distance, and you need to start working towards that throughout the system. Picking up wins whenever you can is very, very important for these teams that are not going to be probably at the very top of the table.
When you're competing for the middle of the pack, the difference between a single spot can mean going to playoffs or not going anywhere at all. And both of these teams got to be keeping that in mind as they're out the gate and off onto the Rift to see if we're going to get any sort of action here at level 1. I don't particularly see it as being too likely. The line of scrimmage just kind of being drawn across the river.
Yeah, one thing you do sometimes see in these games with Olaf is just kind of the sneaky play where you just walk into the bot lane bush and hope someone face checks you, because Olaf's level 1 is ridiculously strong, and if you get tagged by an axe, often means that there is a summoner forced. So that is a play you can go for, but Reignover is just going to play line of scrimmage. They don't want to be kind of warded out, and I think that makes a lot of sense with who Reignover is as a player. When you talk to the other junglers, even though Reignover has not been having a great season, you talk to all these amazing mechanical junglers, and there are a lot of them in North America now, they all still talk about how smart Reignover is. That's why he gets his advantage. He outthinks you. He takes a path that you cannot figure out. He's somewhere you don't expect. And hiding your start as a jungler like that is going to be more valuable.
And we really want to keep an eye on Reignover, especially this game, because, you know, going into this, we were kind of talking about his champion pool, how he's been limited, how previous matchups against TSM and P1 have kind of taken advantage of that and put him in a spot where he hasn't been able to be that big playmaker, that game decider that we've seen him be in the past. So without that strategy of the pick and ban, maybe Reignover's going to get to do what Reignover likes to do here against Team.
Certainly could. And Lyra, you know, new guy on the team, he is someone who has been kind of looking to step up and make a big difference for this team. And Reignover here is looking very low, but Olaf does more damage, attacks more quickly as you get low. So he's going to try to do this greedy clear where he stays very low in health and actually doesn't use his potions to increase the speed of his clear. And this could be a jungle path that the opponents don't really expect. You can get a very fast level 3, get double buffs, head bot lane with that ghost. You can look for things like that.
It's the nature of the game. Risk versus reward. Keep that health low. Farm up as fast as you can. And speaking of farming, we've seen Lyra play the Rek'Sai a couple of times since his debut last week in week number 2. He farms very, very effectively on the champion. He makes plays where he can. And now that Envy has actually had some legitimate time to practice with the real roster, the real 5 guys that they're going to be carrying forward into the rest of the season, hopefully we're going to see some better synergy between him and the rest of the team to really make those plays shine.
Yeah, you hope so, because it's kind of time to put up or shut up. I mean, he's had time to be with the team, to practice, to kind of get comfortable there a little bit, and we'll see just how well he's going to be able to perform. And Lyra, you know, he didn't have the best Rek'Sai performances. You talked a little bit about it. He farmed it out. He's looked pretty good, I would say, on Lee Sin. He's been able to make a lot of plays on that champion, but I haven't seen him really have a great game on a tank yet.
Meantime, Reignover going to be taking that bottom side scuttle crab control. Just provides a little bit of extra safety towards the bottom lane, as well as just putting extra money in his pockets. Lyra's going to end up on the other side of the map. Seeing a couple pings from the side of Liquid as the blast cone actually gets Reignover over the Krug's wall, smiting that one away. Hawkwo looking to provide a little bit of interference on this, but Reignover's not really too distracted by those plans.
Not at all, and Reignover has had great jungle pathing. Ninja kind of moving down to spot him out, but still, Reignover will be able to get out of here no problem. He's stolen away a camp or two from his opponent, kind of foiled Lyra's counter jungling efforts simply by taking a smart path, and now he is heading over towards that mid lane, but spotted out on a ward, and Lyra could come to look for a counter gank.
Ninja pushing Golden Glue up here in the mid lane, using some of that very powerful
Ninja knew he's coming.
Trading potential. Can we see the actual 2v2 go down here? Ninja walking himself out, realizes he's got a pretty safe path away from this one. The axe not picked up yet. Reignover hanging around in a spot. He might be in some trouble. Lyra looking to make some kind of a move. Envy kiting themselves backwards. As the Valkyrie away from Ninja, a little bit of miscommunication there as Lyra walks back in, takes some extra damage. Nobody really going to be hurt yet as Matt's going to be taken low. Heal is popped. Apollo going to be jumped on now too. Matt down to just barely any HP. One more auto attack would do it, but he's still getting himself out.
Really, really close there. And this has kind of been the story of the TL bot. They're willing to play really aggressively. It doesn't always work out for them, and more often than not, it has not been working out for them. But they've been known as this dominant 2v2 lane, and they are trying to make things happen. They are trying to get aggressive. But for now, they're a summoner down as Matt had to blow flash.
Yep, we saw the flash blown from Matt, and he exhausts and heals from both sides of that bottom lane expended, as Ninja's going to be forced to Valk away from Golden Glue there in the mid lane. Still had his flash if he thought he needed it, but did not. But he's definitely going back to the summoning flash.
It can definitely be risky, though, because if your opponent flashes and gets that last auto, even if you flash, it's following you, and we have seen a number of times this season people go down to that sort of play. So either way, Golden Glue does get wave advantage. We'll be able to deny some minions, and he's up early in CS, which is not something you have seen much from Golden Glue this season. And he's been pretty devastated by his his kind of underwhelming performances. You can see the emotion on his face last week, in some of those losses. Definitely frustrated, definitely looking to improve and step up, and so far so good.
It never feels good to be at a point where you thought that you could have made more of an impact on a game, that your team ended up not being able to find that clutch win in.
Definitely.
But right now, with 44 CS compared to 33, like you said, he's off to a great start for himself. Hopefully he can translate this into some playmaking opportunities, into some real chances to carry as he gets closer to that level 6.
Yeah, exactly. And Liquid in general, there was a lot of expectations, right? Reignover was really the big ticket pickup for this season. So many teams were trying to get this guy. Liquid, it's like they won the lottery. They got Reignover. They have the world champion bot lane. Lorlo's doing a lot better. So much it felt like it was coming together for them, and really the big question mark had been kind of Golden Glue and how he would perform. Right. And now that Liquid is off to a pretty poor start for their standards, a lot of the questions naturally will be kind of looking at Golden Glue and saying, hey, is he the reason they're failing? These other guys have had much more success than Golden Glue has in his career.
And you said it at the very start of this game before we even got into the picks and bans. Liquid is a team that people had higher expectations for than this. This was a team that people were really expecting a lot more out of, that's hoping to bounce back. And Golden Glue might just be the rubber band they need to rebound themselves based on their current position as Reignover heads towards this top part of the map, seeing what he can make happen. Seraph going to be flash taunted by Lorlo, but there's just, it's not there. Reignover's not in range in time, and that's just going to be Summoner Spell blown.
Yeah, I mean, Lorlo, that was really ambitious. It wasn't even warded out. He doesn't know that, but he could have waited a lot longer. And Reignover immediately knew that was not going to be a kill. Doesn't even bother popping Ghost, right? He saw that. It was way too early. Lorlo made a mistake, blows that Summoner Spell, and that's pretty big because that is kind of the big threat that the Shen has in lane, is this gank. The gank assistance that Shen offers is superior to that of the Rumble, but as far as the one-on-one matchup goes, it's pretty rough for Shen.
A little bit too trigger happy, ends up resulting in a punishing situation, but now the 4-man dive opportunity in the top side. No flash on that Shen. Means escape is going to be a tall order. Piercing Arrow finds him a little bit. Can they make this dive work out? There comes your equalizer. Here comes your first blood. Going the way of Lyra. Gets himself out alive as well. We saw a couple of those skill shots miss, but Envy still makes it clean enough. And they're going to be grabbing turret first blood too, as Golden Glue and Ninja now going to be 1v1ing here in the mid lane. Matt showing up to make sure Ninja's the one who has to retreat, and Envy have a nice lead.
You gotta love this play from Envy, actually. This is really smart from them. This is not something you see almost any of. First base, they rotate top lane, they pink it out, 4-man dive with the Shen flash down. No chance Lorlo's ever gonna get out of this, and that's first turret as well. So first blood, first turret, great roam here from the Envy bot lane, and I really like this kind of play. That's very smart.
Reignover showed up. You saw him use the Ghost to try to get there and stop it, but it's a 4 versus 1. A 4 versus 2 with him there. It's still not going to be held down at all. Great job from Envy, showing off some of that coordination we were looking for. Is this what Envy looks like when they practice? When they have the opportunity to practice?
It might be, but as Apollo said, their problem has really been more about mid and late game shot calling, right? They have been able to get leads. It just feels like they often cannot keep those leads. They can't expand the leads. They can't close out games. And that is really where we need to see them improve.
Well, it's at least a nice start for them. 9 minutes into this game with a 2,000 gold lead is a pretty good way to be sitting right now. Reignover going to be passing that blue buff over to Golden Glue, so he's going to be able to spam those spells nice and effectively, as Lyra and Reignover will find each other here in this bottom part of the river, but not really a fight anybody wants to have anything to do with right now. Package is available on Ninja, but usually what we see for these early game packages from the Corkies, they don't result in a lot.
Yeah, very often they don't, but Ninja is coming up to the top side. If Lorlo stuck around, he could have been taken down, but he is aware of it, is playing around it. The bot lane, even though the CS is even, the fact that Envy had the push advantage and Piglet had a much later base allowed them to do that top lane turret trade and get away with it for free. There's really very little, if any, turret damage on the bot lane turret from Envy. So this was not even a trade. This is just a straight up win, but they're looking for Apollo.
Curtain call going to be opened up. Apollo in some trouble. Fourth shot finds him. Deadly First going to be marking Hawkwoe. Reignover's able to find one. There comes number 2. Liquid respond.
And that is big for Lorlo. He's in the tough matchup. He has to make those ultimates work. And it comes up big time as they get that double kill and now can look to even up the turrets. Unfortunately for him, he's going to fall a lot behind as far as farm goes, but that was big. They needed to make that first Shen ultimate work.
And that's the best part about having the Shen, right? You talked about it. You want to see Curtain Call opened up, Stand United come in, making the plays in the bottom lane. You don't even need a mid laner when you can pull the trigger like that with these guys.
Exactly, and that's a great global play there. It is always the advantage that you have to respect. And you know, Envy a little bit far up in lane here. It's not like they're crazy far up, but Rainover blast coned over the wall out of line of sight there. They flashed in from Matt, gets the slows down. In comes that Shen ulti, and there's just no escape for these guys. Easy first kill, easy second kill. Really well coordinated attack there from TL, and they're right back in it.
By the time they knew what was going on, it was already too late, as Ninja is going to be picking up a blue buff of his own. We know what blue buff Corki does. Just rocket spam into rocket spam. Lane is going to be perpetually shoved up. Matt eating some damage from Hakuo. As the ward battle around Drake kind of starts to take off a little bit, both these teams kind of looking around this bottom river area, seeing who can get that control more effectively.
And the Mountain Dragons don't usually have a big effect in the early game, but being able to start stacking them up in that early game allows you to threaten things like the Baron and tower pushes a lot faster as you get to those later stages of the game. And it's definitely one that both teams are going to be looking toward to kind of expand their lead if the opportunity does arise.
Taking a look at those CS counts we were talking about earlier, mid lane is kind of all tied up after the advantage that Golden Glue had found for himself earlier, so Ninja wasn't going to be letting him get away with that one for long. Biggest advantage actually right now is going to be the near 20 difference between Seraph and Lorlo there on the top side, as Seraph also now with his Leandri's Torment completed, if he can TP into one of these big fights that breaks out next, that's going to be a big game changer.
Yeah, certainly. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage, and that's one of the kind of nice things about Rumble is you can have very powerful mid-game and early-game team fights just as soon as you get, you know, even some components, some spell pen, and that ultimate, you become a monster. But Lorlo is holding his own here pretty well. He is down in farm, obviously, but he was 4-man dove. He ulted away from his lane, and he still has his TP, so that amount of farm is not a big deal.
Speaking of 4-man plays onto turrets, bottom lane going to be the call. Ninja in some trouble, can't bounce quite over the wall. Bullets coming through, the last one's got him. Piglet gets the shot.
Yeah, Ninja failed to Valk over the wall, did it a little too early there, so had to blow the flash and couldn't kind of use it reactively to dodge out. As a result, Piglet picks up that kill. It's true with that final bullet. And the TL bot lane off to the races a little bit here. All the action has been around that bot side.
Such a bummer for Ninja. Tried to Valk over the wall at maximum range. Barely didn't get it, as now Matt and Piglet going to be in some danger bottom side, getting themselves back. Going to have to yield some damage onto that bottom lane tier 1 as they do. Seraph hanging around in the enemy jungle, seeing if he can find any opportunities for anything, but just sort of getting himself out of there right now. Not really anything to be done at this point in time. Lira rotating himself towards mid, clears out some of these creeps. Happily just going to accept that extra money while Ninja's away. But now that Ninja's back in the lane, he's got 3 Trinity Force components, which means that power spike is just inches away from coming online.
Yeah, it is really, really close. And thankfully for Golden Glue, he at least has his Morello's already completed. He is up in farm, so you know, he is going to be pretty strong. And sometimes we do see the Corkis go for that kind of early Hex Drinker just to be able to deal with any potential all-ins or anything like that. He has opted for the more aggressive build, and it makes a lot of sense against Orianna because Orianna, it's a lot harder to kind of go aggressive and pull off those all-ins.
Right, it's not a Syndra or something like that. It's not somebody that can easily hit that 100-0 mark. As Rainover moves towards the enemy jungle, going to be bound up. Shielded though. Golden Glue making sure he's not in any real measurable danger right now. As Matt gets control over the Dragon Pit, fires that Enchanted Inner Flame over the wall for a little bit of poke onto Hakuo. And both sides now with a turret under their belts and only 1,000 gold separating them. Anybody can make the call to go for this Mountain Drake once they feel comfortable.
They certainly could. Both top laners have TP. There's the ultimate available for Lorlo. I would look for TL to try to make a play around that Shen ulti and the Jhin ultimate, which is up now, and try to get a pick and then go for Dragon off that. This may be just that.
Lira tunnels right into 3 waiting members of Team Liquid. Curtain Call opens up. Second bullet hits the mark.
Has the ultimate.
Fourth. There comes your ultimate. Equalizer's going to be down. Matt destroyed as the rockets continue to fly into Team Liquid players. They get themselves out with only 1 loss, but that's the power of the mid-game Rumble.
It certainly was, but where was Lorlo in that fight? You know, you have to feel like the Shen ulti could have come in, and they could have maybe looked to turn around that fight, because it's probably not just going to be that 1 kill. Envy is going for the Dragon now. We'll see if Lorlo does pull the trigger on this at this point, as Rumble ulti is down. So that is a big one, and Rumble has walked his way topside. Rainover's looking. Shen ult still is available.
Good job forcing the flash away from
Ninja.
Hawkbo. Ninja gonna be soaking some damage. Stand United under Golden Glue. Ninja almost killed. Lorlo makes it happen. That's gonna be one going the way of Team Liquid.
Here's
Right
Seraph.
down to half HP. Seraph is here looking to keep his team protected long enough to maybe secure this Drake. Scuttle Crab is taken first. Drake down to about 1,500. Rainover's hanging around. Lyra's hanging around. Who's going to get it? That's going to be your
backs
question.
off.
Rainover taken low. Lyra's still there. Rainover's going to be the target. They've got him. Apollo with the final shot as Piglet's going to be forced to flash out. More damage poured in. Piercing arrow pierces his heart. And Hakuo's got the kill onto Piglet at the end of the day. Golden Glue also grabbing one onto Lyra.
Very messy fight there. Kills going both ways. Envy does eventually get that dragon, but what was the Jin flank from Piglet? What was happening there?
No idea.
I have no words. He was basing, which probably was the right choice, or he had to walk around to his team, but the Jin is just about the worst flanking AD carry in the whole game.
It's like he thought he was playing Vayne there for a second or something.
Yeah.
Like going in to make some kind of a big play, but then it's like, wait a second, you've got no mobility, you've got no real protection. And now, Envy's turret gonna fall there in mid lane, as well as the bottom lane turret for Team Liquid. So right as one team gets one, the other one immediately responds. Objective count is gonna stay tied in those turrets.
Certainly is, and you know, Envy, they, thankfully for them, are up in that dragon. They're up, you know, a little bit of gold, but it's not a massive lead by any means at this point. It's really going to kind of come down to, I think, a lot of these mid-game team fights and seeing what these two teams can do, because Lorlo, he needs to continue to be proactive on the map, and this was a little bit of that. You can see this duel between Golden Glue and Ninja. So Golden Glue wants to wait out the exhaust here on the top side, does do so, lands the shockwave, and in comes Lorlo, able to finish up that kill. But then Golden Glue is essentially completely out of the fight. He's very low on HP. He can't really contribute because if he gets tagged by one piercing arrow, he's going to be gone. Piglet was already basing in the bot lane. Golden Glue is basing, and then they kind of call it off. So there's some mixed calls here, not exactly sure what the team wants to do. And as they go in, Rainover, very, very low, does survive, but here's another fight.
Meanwhile, live, it's going to be Stranglethorns and Chains of Corruption and Curtain Calls all traded back and forth, but nobody's going to be killed just yet. An attempt was there, but the results are not.
Certainly not, but you have to like the try. I do think that you should continuously be using those Jin ultis, looking for the pick opportunities. I do really like to see that, and being proactive, as I was alluding to a little bit earlier, is something that I think the Shen and just the whole team with the Shen needs to do, because that is the strength of the Shen. You have two globals, you have the TP and that global ultimate, so you need to continuously use them so that you can force out the TP, which is now down for Seraph, and then go again, and he cannot respond, and that's kind of how you get your big advantages.
Envy now the ones applying pressure to the bottom part of the map. Almost have that tier 2 down. Lorlo is going to be bound up by those vines as he tries to catch up, maybe pose some kind of a threat onto Ninja. Lyra just stealing away the jungle as he goes. You are seeing that farm advantage we were kind of talking about earlier. Olaf, normally a very solid power farmer in the jungle, but going to be outdone by Lyra's Rek'Sai, at least for now.
Yeah, and the Rek'Sai did not even go for that Tiamat build, not even kind of the power farm build, but what I really want to see from TL here is Lorlo should be matched up against Seraph, and then they look for a play, and they execute on that. This seems pretty straightforward, I feel like. Seraph used his TP at that dragon fight. He hasn't had it this whole time. They need to make use of that. That's like the whole strength of the Shen. So put him in the same place as the Rumble, and then have him TP away, and you have a numbers advantage. You can look for those proactive plays, but they have been kind of not doing that just yet, and partly it's due to the lane assignments. I mean, if Rumble is not being matched by Shen, then Rumble going to like the fight where the fight is already at kind of cancels out that advantage that Shen has.
Lorlo matched up against Ninja right now, having to run away from this Corki with the Trinity Force BF sword damage. Very, very strong. And Lorlo's really not that tanky yet. He's got a Bomby Cinder, a Spectre's Cowl, and a Tiamat. So he's not exactly going to be able to soak that damage for a long amount of time and just say, okay, I'm fine with this.
Yeah, he's definitely not a super tank, but the parry zone does help him out. His passive helps him out as well. He's going to get those shields, but TL looking again at Apollo.
Curtain Call opened up. 2 shots find Apollo. Third would have done it too as the ulti comes in. Rainover looking to make a move. There's your taunt. Apollo locked down and beaten up.
Here comes Seraph.
There's number ultimate. 1. Seraph looking to make the ulti happen. Rainover's going to be the counter kill at the start if they can find him. Equalizer down into the mid lane as the retreat from Team Liquid is out in full force. They don't want to be hanging around any longer. 1 for 1.
It is the 1-for-1 trade. A lot of cooldown spent there on both sides.
Lorlo will have his TP, so he will have that advantage. We'll see if they can make use of that, but finally, TL does pull the trigger on that play. Unfortunately for them, Seraph has his TP up because they waited so long to do it. Had they done that a little bit earlier, he wouldn't have been able to respond, and they could have won that fight more heavily.
Now with Seraph's TP down, Lorlo's is still up at least. We've still got a global presence from this Shen, but
for it.
I have to see what they can do with it as the bottom lane tier 2 falls on the side of Team Liquid. Going to be bringing Envy up to a 3-2 turret advantage, a 3,500 gold lead. And here's a replay of how everything went down.
Yeah, and here is the fight one more time. Piglet looking for these ultimates. Seems to be doing them from very far away, so he's not able to get the full amount of shots off. But then there is the commitment from Rainover and Lorlo. Taunt flash, nails it. Apollo is going down, does not have his flash available, but in comes Seraph with the TP. And track this shockwave here. Nice flash from Seraph. It only lands onto Lyra, which is not a problem. That secures them another kill. And it means Golden Glue and the rest of TL will have to back off.
And look at the farm values now. 191 to 169 in that top part of the map, 127 to 119. When you're comparing the Rek'Sai to the Olaf, 800 gold advantage for Rek'Sai over Olaf. You've got a very slight gold advantage for Rumble over the Shen because he's got no kills, Shen does. Yep. But there's a reason that Envy has this 3,500 gold lead at 21 minutes while they're down kills.
Yeah, it definitely is. And they have that extra turret, they have some farm advantages. You can see the kind of lethality builds coming into full effect from both sides. This is really the 2-item core of all these builds. You have the Ghost Blade plus the Edge of Night. You get that spell shield for some protection when looking for that poke. And if you go into runes and masteries for that extra lethality, you can actually hit a point where you're just dealing true damage to essentially anyone who doesn't build armor. And that is why it is so ridiculously strong now. It kind of breaks even a lot earlier than it previously had, and it's definitely a build with a lot of burst potential.
Now we're talking about Envy's potential. We're talking about the lead that they have for themselves right now. As Rainover finds one axe onto Ninja, not going to be going for more just yet, but the thing that we've got to be concerned about, the thing that I'm very concerned about for Envy's sake, this is the point in the game, in multiple times already in the first 2 weeks of LCS, that we have seen Envy commit mistakes and lose Barons or lose massive team fights into huge momentum shifts. And they got to be careful to not let it happen here as Ninja's going to be jumped on. There comes your ulti into your kill. Rainover going to be kept alive too. They got the kill, they got the turret, and right as we're talking about mid-game disasters, Envy has things shift against them.
Well, I mean, Ninja did his best there, almost got that counter kill onto Rainover, but that's exactly what you need to do as TL. Lorlo and Rainover pair up, they make the dive happen, they get a kill, they get a turret, but they do lose their mid lane outer in exchange. So Envy,
a good trade.
One kill, but we'll at least trade the turret back.
Right, that's different from what we've seen from the previous iterations of Envy in the past couple of weeks, where that would just be essentially unanswered, and then they start to actually lose control in the game. It looked like they were losing control, the grip was loosening, but then they just grabbed right back on. They're not willing to let go of this just yet. They're still holding on. They've still got a lead to work with at this point in time.
I am really interested to find out if Lorlo is actually going to go for the Zizirot build. Building that kind of split push item had been very effective in some games. We saw Impact use it to great effect in some of his series. If you don't have someone who can kind of answer that split push, Shen can just get such big advantages simply by pushing out the waves more often than you can, dropping that portal by the turrets and just having those Void minions take it out.
For those of you who may not be aware, remember that Zizirot portal was actually changed around to where the minions themselves are a lot easier to kill, but they do way more damage to the turret.
Yeah, they don't go as far. So the idea is it's used more as an aggressive item than a defensive kind of stall-out type item. And that works really well with Shen because he almost always will have that global to move around the map. And it's not always the case for Rumble and for these other champions, so we're going to have to respond to it. You can't just ignore those minions because they do take down your turrets very quickly.
Meanwhile, Envy's going to be grabbing themselves the second of the 2 Drakes to spawn this game. Going to be a Cloud to go along with that first Mountain Drake they picked up. Number 3, which will be spawning around 30-30, is going to be a second Cloud Drake, so we'll have to see if Envy can maintain control over the map by then to get that one. And of course, that will be the final elemental you see spawning this game as Team Liquid going to be looking for the tier 2 in the top side to even up the turret count. That last Jhin auto attack finds it for them, as now they got to make their escape, as Envy has no way to really do anything in retaliation.
Envy was just kind of out of position there. Yeah. Shield just straight up walks up, takes an easy inner turret. That's not really something that should happen, but Teal has gotten themselves that advantage through the vision control they have over Envy's blue side jungle. There was so many wards in that jungle, and now finally some of them are getting cleared out, but there's still 4 on that side, and there's no vision from Envy. So they didn't feel safe to actually walk over and kind of contest that. But definitely a lapse in vision, and it does cost them.
Items starting to come online across the board. Those Sunfire Cape and Spirit Visage done on the Shen. Now he's kind of turning into that super tank we were talking about earlier. Tiamat, of course, for the split push effect that you were talking about as well. Abyssal Scepter now done for that Rumble. Even though there's no Sork Shoes, going for a more defensive option with the Mercury Treads, he's still going to be doing so much damage in this AoE.
Yeah, he certainly will, and he will be amping some of the rest of his team's damage. Having that Abyssal, I think, is pretty nice when you consider that a lot of magic damage is coming out of the Corki as well as Hakuo on the Zyra. So you have to remember it increases the magic damage done by 10% to those enemies. So,
and I believe it was actually the one game so far that Envy has won last week versus Immortals, where it was Hakuo Zyra that was the highest damage champion in that game out of all 10.
It can certainly happen, man. Zyra puts out a lot of damage, and the fact of the matter is it's so easy to poke. It's so safe to just drop those plants into bushes and constantly get little bits of damage here, little bits of damage there, and it adds up massively over the course of the game. It's kind of similar to Varus. Sometimes those numbers are really relevant. You're poking people off and getting objectives, but sometimes it is kind of lying to you because you're just hitting the, the full HP tank over and over or whatever, and kind of just chipping away.
Matt going to be forced to run away as Envy invades the liquid jungle. Randuin's going to be popped. Ninja jumping forward, looking to make this happen. Stand United keeps Matt alive. Curtain Call going to be opened up too. Hakuo soaking all 4 bullets, all those flashing away from number 4. Rainover looking to make the move into the back line. Jumping on top of these guys. Lorlo drops Spirit's Refuge. Trying to keep everybody nice and tanked up. Golden Glue's gonna be shot down in the back line. A double kill for Ninja. Lorlo now stranded in the middle of Envy Island, and he is not gonna be getting out alive today. Apollo grabs it, 4 for 1.
That is a massive fight for Envy, but what was Golden Glue doing? He died without
no idea.
Shockwave. There were 3 guys in the red pit there, and Golden Glue hesitated big time, was so scared of getting zoned out, doesn't even use the ultimate. And that is just massive. And now Piglet is trying to contest because they don't feel like they can give up this Baron, but I don't think there's any way he stops this.
It's gonna be some kind of a snowball's chance. Edge of Night gets popped with a phosphorus bomb. Piglet fires his deadly flourish into the pit, and now he's just gonna be another casualty. Lyra chasing him down, and there's your piercing arrow shot through the heart, and you're to blame, Piglet. You hung around a little bit too long, and Envy, they got it.
Let's just watch Golden Glue in this fight. I mean, Envy goes for the proactive fight, but this was pretty expected from TL. I think they're kind of ready to make the collapse, and in comes Golden Glue, and he has his Shockwave this whole time. He's getting kind of zoned out by Lyra, and now, look at these guys. He has Flash, he has Shockwave. He needs to make some sort of a play, but he's very scared. He's backing off out of that Zyra ultimate, and he's kind of just hanging around. Now he's tanking the full Zyra plant, gets taken out by Apollo, never using the Flash, never using that Shockwave. He's not able to contribute, and yes, there are factors that you have to watch out for. The Zyra ult, the Rumble ult, that's tough to deal with, but you need more from your Orianna in a fight like that. The jungle corridors is kind of supposed to be where you shine on that Orianna.
That's your turf.
Yeah, people naturally bunch up, and you're supposed to be able to look for those big ultimates in that situation.
1,025 damage in that last team fight from Golden Glue was barely more than Lyra put down as the tank on the side of Team Envy. Really nothing compared to the almost 4K that Ninja was able to do.
I mean, even Hakuo did basically as much damage as him. As a support, he had parts of a Leandries and some Moby Boots. It's not exactly a punishing build there.
But now with Baron secured, Envy sitting in a pretty nice spot for themselves. Piglet gonna be knocked up, but Lyra's taking a lot of lockdown and retaliation. Flashing himself away. Curtain Call is gonna be opened up. Lyra soaking way too much damage. One more bullet's gonna be doing it. Equalizer into the back line. Golden Glue having to run away from this one. It's 1 for 1. Lyra for Rainover. Junglers are out of the picture. Envy still has Baron. They've still got health bars, and they still got the push.
Yeah, and I think that's a fine trade for them because the Golden Glue Lorlo combo is a lot of your initiation. As TL, you need to be able to kind of charge in there and have this beefy front line that can disrupt the fight. And for now, it's looking like they're going to have to sacrifice at least this outer. We'll see if they will challenge for the next turret. Golden Glue still does have that Shockwave, and we still do have to give him the respect of having that 3 items on Orianna. He can turn around the game and turn around a team fight with just 1 button.
If he can get into a spot to press that button. That's the biggest if we learned about in the last fight. As now, here's how Piglet kind of baited Lyra in a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, Piglet doesn't have his flash. They want to make the big play here, but there's actually not enough damage in place to really make that happen. It's just Lyra and Ninja kind of going on that 2 versus the world mission. They do end up getting a trade kill, so it's not a disaster, but they really want to make an aggressive play, get that free kill on Piglet, and hopefully be able to crack the inhibs.
Third Drake going to be taken by Team Envy. Like I said earlier, that is the last elemental you're going to be seeing this game. After 35 minutes, everything is just going to be the big kahuna himself, the Elder Drake, which will be spawning just shy of the 37-minute mark, and Envy will be having themselves a nice burn if they can end up getting that. But they've got over 9,000 gold up right now, Azale. This is an Envy team that should be primed to convert this into a win.
They certainly are. So far, so good for Envy. They have kind of passed all the checks and balances here. They're looking good in the early game. They're looking good in the mid game, and they have been able to continue to expand that advantage. The next kind of check that they have to be able to get through is cracking the base, right? You have to be able to push this advantage now, be able to bust open that base, see if you can get something done there, because you don't want the game to stall out and allow Shen to kind of get to the point where his split pushing is pulling you around the map and really delaying the game, because you don't want Orianna and Jhin and these guys to really be able to kind of catch up to their counterparts.
And that's what Apollo was talking about, right? That mid to late game shot calling is what Envy needs right now. They need to be decisive, they need to be straightforward, and they need to end this game with this massive lead that they have, and with all the poke that they're constantly just plummeting into their enemy.
And we're also going to have to see Lyra in good positions to block out any sort of curtain call that does come out here from Piglet, because he has the triple lethality items now. I have to imagine he is having the runes and masteries for that also, and anyone he catches besides Lyra with those ultimate shots are going to do a ridiculous amount of damage with this much armor pen.
Especially with a squishy top laner like the Rumble compared to something that would be more durable. It's all about Lyra to be that Kevlar vest for the rest of Team Envy, protecting them from all those bullets, keeping them safe, as Team Liquid has got to be wondering, how do we get ourselves back into this game? What is the possible play here? They're always on the back foot at this point. You can see all the wards being placed down by Envy in the Liquid side of the map. They've got them down in the lane, some in the jungle. They're just starting to take over more and more of this map and choke the life out of Liquid.
Yeah, for me, the plan for Liquid is stall. Keep split pushing, keep sending Lorlo, push out waves over and over, have the 4-man squad just continuously clearing those waves. Without Baron, your wave clear is fantastic. You can kill off those minions very, very easily. Olaf throws in an axe. You have the QW from the Orianna. That's pretty much a wave gone. So just continue to push out the waves, try to get Lorlo in a position to where he can be pulling people around the map, making them move and answer him, and then get that global advantage back. Because for now, when you're pinned into your base, you're not really getting much out of that global ultimate from Shen.
No surprise to see Envy focusing their attention on this top part of the jungle from Team Liquid, because they know Baron's going to be spawning in under 90 seconds now. And the next Baron should be a game ender for Team Envy if they can get it clean.
You would think so. Definitely would be the goal for them to do so. It's up in a minute, as you said. They're going to try to start prepping Vision around here. Obviously, TL is aware of this too, and they're going to be trying to contest the Vision very aggressively so that when the Baron is up, they have some sort of a safety net, right? They have some wards that allow you to move a couple steps forward before having to worry about face checking into your opponents. And even just this kind of preliminary ring of wards that TL has put up does give them some safety to move in there and at least be able to check on if the Baron's being done.
This is definitely the moment for the game as it stands, because if Envy grabs this Baron, that should just be it. If Liquid can manage to grab this, that could be the turning point that almost all of Envy's other leads have resulted in, that ends up why they are experiencing a loss instead of a win, right? So both teams have to be incredibly tense for this upcoming Baron, because it should mean which Nexus explodes.
Definitely can, man. Sometimes we do see teams fail to close out with that Baron, though. So you always have to have the Baron, but then you have to execute on it, right? It has to be both parts. You can't just kind of assume you're going to be able to end the game, because if one fight goes bad, even with that Baron buff, you can fall behind pretty quickly.
Envy deciding they're just going to go for it right on spawn. No point in hanging around waiting for something to happen when you can make the move yourself. Deadly Flourish going to be shot off, doesn't find anyone. Curtain Call opened up. One bullet onto Lyra is all they're going to be getting.
Oh, that was a big rocket.
For something. Equalizer going to be big too. Seraph on the flank, exhausted in the middle, going to be in some trouble if he's not careful. Zhonya's to dodge the shockwave. Only going to be finding Lyra with that one, and Piglet is in the wrong place.
Lorlo dashing himself away. Liquid in full retreat. Guardian Angel's going to be popped. Flame Spitters and piercing arrows. Oh my, Ninja grabbing the killing spree. 2 dead on the side of Liquid. And Envy's got their fight.
Yeah, they are looking really good here. That was a great turn, a great fight. Piglet not able to get much of anything from that curtain call, and he's kind of going all in on it with this build, with that armor pen build. Envy will move right back to Baron. 2 are down. This should be their Baron, barring an absolute disaster. And it looks like Liquid will not even check into it.
Meanwhile, Ninja looking to go for the solo kill onto Golden Glue. Kapow!
That damage coming up from Corki. He has the IE, the rapid fire, the spell pen even complete. And he just deleted Golden Glue.
That was a lot of damage.
That's brutal, man.
I was expecting at least 1 more auto attack from that, but here's back in the fight, the Seraph flank.
Yeah, and the poke from Ninja followed up by that Seraph ultimate was great. Golden Glue holding onto the ultimate for quite a long time here. Doesn't land it onto Seraph there, was looking to get that execution, and then only able to hit the tank. Once that happens, Piglet way too far up, doesn't blow the flash, gets taken down, and that is really all of the threat on TL already gone. No Jhin ultimate, no Orianna ultimate, AD carry dies, you cannot stick around.
And what were we saying? This is the week where Envy has no more excuses. This is the week where Envy has to step up, and right now they are doing it. Elder Drake gonna be their target now, like we talked about earlier, with 3 elementals under the belt. That's gonna be a very juicy 180 damage, true damage burn for these guys.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, but Piglet picked up another serrated Dirk. Is there even something that builds into?
I don't think
he already has 3.
I think it's literally just a serrated Dirk
for
more lethality.
Just bought another serrated Dirk for more lethality.
Yeah, he's just gonna sit on the component because it will only build into one of those 3 items.
Yeah, I guess he could build like double Ghostblade or something. I don't know.
I'm not really well versed on the item
about this
stacking builds. As Team Liquid now on their last legs, got to be defending this base. Inhibitor turret number 1 already done. Ninja putting the damage into inhibitor number 1 as well. So much offensive capability on a team that's baroned up with Elder Drake. They've got the minion wave bottom. They're going to be converting this into a 2nd lane of inhibitor turret and inhibitor. As Liquid just can't find the opportunity to go in safely. Lorlo's going to be shielded. Reignover looking for some kind of a flank. Ninja's going to be taunted up. Redemption comes down. Ninja back up. They got him. Going to be taken down, though. 1 for 1 so far. Reignover's in the dirt. That's going to be 2 more. Liquid is done for. Hakuo zoning Golden Glue away. It's a 3 for 1. Lorlo and Golden Glue have got to pull off some kind of a miracle today, as Envy is not willing to give them the opportunity. Nexus turret's under fire. Number 1 is out of here. Number 2 gonna be turned to next as Lyra's looking to make the dive onto Golden Glue. He's got him. And there is just no chance for Lorlo to stop this. Envy takes game 1.
They look good. This was a clean game from Envy. They're leading from the start. They're making plays around the map. And they have to give themselves a lot of credit for this one. A Ninja was massive, but really, Seraph in that last fight just decimated the backline, and it was a contribution across the map. You know, these guys made smart plays. They had some good plays in the early game, that rotation top lane, giving them the dive, giving them that first turret gold, that injection of gold, and they were able to use that to snowball and get picks and get objectives. It just looked like a strong team.
And we talked about how this is the kind of champion Seraph likes to play. This is the kind of champion they want to have Seraph on, that carry potential. Did a phenomenal job with it. Just the positioning, the damage he was able to do. 1-0-9, his final score. No deaths on the Rumble. Great job.
Yeah, he did very well for himself. I'd love to see the damage numbers comparing Apollo to Piglet, because Apollo was so far ahead as far as the build order goes and the gold goes, and it just felt like Piglet was not able to really ever get anything done on the Jhin. It felt like he was always opening up with these ultimates from too far away and getting 1 or 2 shots before they're out of range of it, and it just didn't really feel like it ever came together, besides Lorlo and Reignover kind of making a few dives in the early game happen. You know, they used that combo pretty well in the early game, but besides that, you know, Golden Glue never got rolling, Piglet never got rolling, and that was all their damage.
Team Liquid was just forced into a spot where they had to play Envy's game, and Envy was like, we don't want any part of this Shen split pushing, stand united into somebody else, unexpected package delivery thing. No. We're just not going to play this. They made Liquid play their way, and they did a phenomenal job doing it. We're going to throw things over to the analysts now to see what they want to make of that Envy win. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. What we make of it is a well-played game, honestly. Team Envy came in with a plan. I think the champ select was fine, and then they played the champions the way they should be, and generally snowballed a game that was well played.
Yeah, I actually really liked Envy's draft. It kind of reminded me of how I wish the Immortals draft had gone with Jace top instead. But it's a very well thought out composition that has the disengage for the 2 marksmen on the team. It has AP carry top laner so that they're able to actually do a mixed amount of damage all across the spectrum. And then they have their tank in the jungle. So I thought it was really well thought out here. Some questions for the TL draft though. Just the early priority on the Jhin where you really don't have to take it. The Zyra, because you don't take it in your side, immediately will get picked up, and then they have Varus Zyra, which is like the 2 best champions.
The literally 2 best champions in the role on both sides. Yeah. Apparently your mic's not working, so you've got a new one for yourself.
Oh well, I've got one. Everybody missed everything I said. It was groundbreaking.
Yeah. Basically, you said that their draft is good. They have Zyra and Varus again, the 2 best champions in the role, and so they've got priority. And we talked a little bit about it in the previous game when we were analyzing Game 2 of the Immortals set. Priority means that you can dictate how the lane is played. You can say, if we want it to be under your turret, it's under your turret. If you want it under our turret, it's under our turret. You can't fight us head-to-head. We have control of what we do, and we get to act first. And what this turned into was the First Blood top lane, which is super well played by Team Envy. Their bot lane has priority by playing Varus Zyra. There's a reason they're so sought after, where they've already recalled. They've dictated, there's no chance they can be matched here. Satchel over the wall. They are always here first. And whether or not Lorlo has burned his flash doesn't matter. This turret is gone, and he's maybe gone with it.
I absolutely love the way that they played this because they used the equalizer across the back of the turret, so he has no escape. He has no options here. And Seraph, a very vocal member of the team, it's good to see that they're playing towards him a little bit more now, and that's the English-speaking bottom lane, right? Yep. Previously, when we were looking at a team like Apex last split, we were like, these are 3 Korean speakers, and then they have a bottom lane that the Envy as well.
Yeah.
Right? 2 English speakers in the bottom lane, and they had 3 Koreans from mid, jungle, and top. That doesn't seem to be the story of that play right there. That seemed like a very well-coordinated dive that everybody knew exactly what they were supposed to do, and it was planned even like 45 seconds ahead of time.
Yeah, exactly. It's saying, hey, make sure you got pressure on this side of the map. Junglers stay around here. We're going to recall, make the play, be there on time. And the game snowballed out of control. It was Envy playing a fairly squishy comp, right? 4 squishies in 1 tank. Lyra's got to be the frontliner there. And they just kept finding the good team fights. Our next replay, a 27-minute team fight that turns into a Baron. And it's the fact that they've got the goal that they can kind of push their way around. Like, they can face check into the jungle, and it's totally fine here.
They can go ahead and just muscle their way in. Even Piglet's kind of flanking again on the Jhin, so he doesn't have a frontliner, anybody to really absorb for him, so he's off on the side. And this right here is Golden Glue just not being able to just walk straight up. He gets zoned out by Hakuo, who honestly just his dying breath there saves this team fight because it zones off Golden Glue, who then just tries to reposition, but everybody is already out of the Brambleback pit, where that's where you want that shockwave. You want to slap the ball with the E onto Reignover or onto Lorlo because they're in the thick of the fight, and he doesn't get the 2-man or even 3-man shockwave there. Doesn't even get to cast it at all.
Yeah, and I think that is a mistake by Golden Glue. I still think we're seeing these issues from Liquid. I know the casters were talking about it a little bit. It's like, oh, you've got all these known quantities on Liquid. Lorlo's playing better. Reignover is such a high-profile pickup. Eyes are on Golden Glue to be good. And it was hit and miss. Like, he had a good laning phase. He pushed Ninja out of lane early on, had a lot of pressure, nearly killed him once or twice, and it felt like Golden Glue was reasonably solid early on, but you have mistakes like that where it's just like, the buttons on your keyboard, just hit it at some point.
Yeah, there's also a really interesting draft for him because he picked Orianna, very last pick, I believe, and they had banned Cassiopeia in their second round. They banned Gangplank and Cassio. So why don't you ban Orianna and you pick Cassiopeia for yourself, and then you get to counterpick Seraph.
Exactly, you get to set up the matches better. And you talk about Seraph, player of the game for us here. Rumble did very well for himself. Lower kill participation, but again, we're talking about priority being important. Constantly shoving Lorlo under his turret, punishing anytime he does TP out of lane and getting more damage out there was, part of the reason they knock everything down in the very first place. And look, it's just a solid game overall, very high damage. And the fact that you've got all this backline access, you can just Rumble anytime Jhin hits R. It's like, we countered you. Enjoy that.
I love that as well. That's something that people aren't seeing as much of, but we're going to see the Gangplank now. We're going to see the Rumble. We're going to see the Jace even more. A lot of these guys were really frustrated with like some Courage of the Colossus users, and now that everybody's kind of going back to Grasp a little bit.
Yeah.
And Courage has been nerfed. everybody's like, oh yeah, these are really good champions that we can play. So the carry top laners like Seraph, like Flame, they'll definitely be gravitating towards these champions more, which is cool.
Exactly.
That's how you abuse it too, right? We've seen Flame have priority in lane, and then he kind of has to take it over by himself. This was like, you got his flash. He blew his flash in a play that did not work out. We're all coming top lane to help you push that advantage and make that into a game-winning play that can snowball. And I like that from Envy.
And that is a big deal because if you do play the more risk-averse team comp of tank top, tank / fighter jungle like a Rek'Sai or Lee Sin, building tanky later on, standard team fight mid, standard poke AD carry, like standard mage support, like everyone can play those comps and they're all very normal. And if you're behind or ahead, you can still kind of pilot it okay. If you're playing massive numbers of squishies, and especially if it's a poke-focused team, you don't play well from behind. You're supposed to win lanes, so you can use that to push the game farther ahead, but you have to keep acting. You've got to keep being the pressuring team, the one actually making the plays. But if you do, you have games like this where it never felt like Liquid really had the game in reach. It felt like the advantages kind of kept growing. I mean, there were a couple of kills, like there was the one Shen on the bot side, like there were plays, but it always felt like Envy were doing more.
That's the thing is Envy were being proactive, which is good to see because then they get to push their advantage and not have it rubber band back on them. But against the Shen composition, that's always incredibly risky. So you do have to appreciate the way that Envy played it because they had to be proactive and tiptoe, not really disturb anything, and make sure that the Shen doesn't get like a really good ultimate off or that TL get in a position where, oh no, you can't reach Piglet and we have Shen in your backline.
And now he's invincible, so the game's over.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, a well-played game by Team Envy. Finally, a game win on the board. I think they're second of the season so far. We'll see if they can make it their first match win overall. Let's see if they can close it out, or if Liquid can finally bring themselves back into this one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Game 2.
Hi guys, all we have to do today is be less tilted than them. They already look on full tilt. I saw all their faces, they're all like demoralized already.
Can they make this dive work out? There comes your equalizer, here comes your first blood. Going the way of Lyra. That's gonna be your quest. Rainover taken low, Lyra's still there, Rainover's gonna be the target, they've got him! Apollo with the final shot as Piglet's gonna be forced to flash out. More damage poured in, piercing arrow, pierces his heart.
Olaf first. I get it. Watch here. I got worried. Watch it. Okay, go. We can. Chen first. Come on, Chen. I have a CA. One more go. Olaf. Okay, Olaf first.
Ninja's gonna be taunted up, Redemption comes down, Ninja back up the bottom. Gonna be taken down though, 1 for 1 so far, Rainover's in the dirt. That's gonna be 2 more. Liquid is done for. Envy takes game 1. Welcome back, League fans. We're here to bring you round 2 of Envy versus Team Liquid in this best-of-3 series. We saw a really good game first time around from Team Envy.
Yeah, we really did. And they had a good early game, and they actually transitioned it into the mid game and a good late game. For Team Liquid, Golden Glue, a lot of questions about him. Did not have his best game. Was solid early, but not get late. And we need to see Lolo, if he wants to play the Shen, be even more proactive early. I think he had a solid game, but I do think there was more room for improvement there.
Definitely a bit of a sloppy execution of the overall game plan from Team Liquid. Hopefully this time they're able to pick their plan, pick exactly what they want to go about doing, and find a way to better realize that instead of just kind of getting stuck playing their opponent's game.
Definitely. They really do want to be able to dictate the pace of the game. I think they drafted themselves a composition that could do that in Game 1. It did not work out for them, but we'll see what the plan is going to be here in Game 2 as they are going to be on the blue side. And very interested to find out what their priority is going to be in this patch.
Well, the bans are going to be starting off with standard stuff on the red side. No surprise there. Camille and LeBlanc taken off the table. As Kha'Zix, Jhin, and Ashe all going to be removed by Team Liquid. So now they're saying, look, you got to ban Varus or you got to ban Rengar, one or the other. So Liquid's going to be grabbing Varus, and now Envy moves down on the tier list.
Yeah, this is the situation that we saw Cody Sun in earlier today, where he brought out the AD Ziggs, where he could not actually get one of that kind of triumvirate of AD carries. And there are a lot of other options. Caitlyn, Ezreal, there are like safe, consistent options that you can go to. I've even seen Sivir in some other regions and things like that. So it's not like you have to go Ziggs. But you're definitely going to be somewhat disadvantaged, especially in the laning phase.
And something worth noting, Apollo has only played Varus, Ashe, and Jhin so far in these first couple of weeks of NA/LCS play. Those are the only 3 champs under his belt, so having to expand that might be a little bit problematic for these guys, but they are going to grab a couple of power picks of their own, Zyra and Jace, first rotation.
Yeah, we'll find out if it does end up being a problem for him. To be fair, though, most AD carries have only played those 3 champions, and they can expand upon that. It's just there's no reason to when those have been kind of the clear 3 best. We have seen Piglet, for example, play Twitch, and there has been some changes here and there around that, but in general, people have been sticking to their guns in those 3 AD carries.
Speaking of sticking to your guns, Misfortune going to be picked up as the support for Team Liquid, and Reignover once again going to be piloting that Olaf.
He's got to get himself that comfort pick, and it will very likely be the Caitlyn here. Does look like that has been locked in for Apollo, so not too unexpected. Caitlyn Zyra is a very powerful bot lane duo as well. You do have really good poke. One of the kind of disadvantages that Caitlyn has compared to something like the Varus is that you need to hit 2-3 items before you really start getting strong as far as team fighting and that sort of thing. Where Caitlyn, yeah, exactly. Where Caitlyn does excel is sieging and the early laning phase, but when Varus is on a Ghost Blade, Caitlyn is not really going to be anywhere near that level of power.
Definitely a difference in when these champions are going to be coming online, as the focus of solo lanes will once again be the story to tell here in the second round of banning. Both teams still have mid laners and top laners to choose, and Ryze and GP going to be banned away first.
With the GP ban, do they actually ban Shen? And Envy says, no, we don't care about Shen, so they're going to ban Poppy. But Maokai is still available, as is Shen that we saw them go to last game. Nautilus is up, so there's a lot of options here for Lolo. It's not like his champion pool is being super pinched. That said, if you do go to something like the Maokai, Seraph has the ability to bring out picks like Fiora, right? Which could be very advantageous. And Rumble is still available if he wants to do that into the Shen. So whichever way we go, we'll likely see Envy get an advantage in the top lane because they're probably going to save Seraph's pick for last.
Yeah, I completely realized that I goofed there when I was saying that it's all about the solo lanes. You still have the jungle to pick up on the side of Team Envy. That's what the Elise ban is kind of explaining right now. But Rek'Sai is going to be the pick for Lyra yet again.
Yeah, and Jace obviously, can be very strong into a lot of the tanks. We can see it actually flex mid, and we have seen some teams ban around that. So that is still something that is being considered. Obviously, Gangplank could have gone mid for Ninja too, so that could be something that they're worried about. But we have seen more teams be willing to do things like play Jace mid, has been played in scrims and in solo queue and things like this, which is kind of picking up priority partially because of the lethality buff. So it's not guaranteed that Seraph is going to play that, even though it's likely.
Golden Glue deciding that he wants to have a shot at redeeming himself on the Orianna, a second game that he's going to be playing this champion, as Lorlo decides to go for Shen yet again as well.
So now we find out, is the Jace going to go top as is more standard, or will Ninja actually take this and Seraph get some sort of a special pick into that Shen? And I'm excited to see what the option is going to be.
And we just have that one decision left to make and about 10 seconds left to make it. If they don't put Seraph on that Jace, the question, of course, is what is the call? Is it going to be something tanky? But nope, they are going to be going with that Corki yet again. Ninja did a lot of work on it in the last game, and now you're pairing the Corki with the Jace plus the Caitlyn. You've got a lot of poke.
Yeah, you certainly do, and your sieging is super, super good. It's going to be Jace into that Shen, so you would still favor Seraph in this matchup, especially we saw how Flame actually was playing a similar matchup, or maybe even the exact same one earlier today, where you get to a certain point when you have enough armor pen, you add some lifesteal and things like this in, Shen cannot really compete in the 1v1, but that certainly does not happen every game, and Shen can hang around in that 1v1 for quite a long time. This is not like Fiora levels of dominance in split push, but I would certainly give the edge in the laning phase to Seraph.
Definitely going to be watching Team Liquid and seeing how well they adapt to what they learned about Team Envy in game number 1. Envy, of course, like we already said, they're going to be having some similar things that they're doing. You've got the Corki, you've got the Rek'Sai kind of reprising those roles from game number 1. Meanwhile, their opponents also bringing back the Orianna and the Shen. So we're seeing some of the old mixed with some of the new. Both sides hoping that they've got just that little bit enough of a change to find their win here. Remember, if Envy wins this second game, this is their first win for a series of the split.
Certainly would be, and that would be huge for Envy, being able to take down Liquid, tie them in the standings, have that head-to-head matchup advantage as well would be really big for them in the standings, as well as just morale. Envy, that said, their composition, excels at sieging, excels at poke, but I think it's a lot harder to execute these kind of one-tank comps, and having that Jace, we have not seen Jace have a lot of success in North America. It seems to have a pretty abysmal win rate when it gets brought out in North America, as teams often get an advantage. It's kind of win lane, lose game, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to execute on team fighting on something like a Shen with the Shen Olaf combo, who can kind of pile in there and get tons of damage out, than it is on the Jace, who needs to land the poke on squishy targets and needs to be able to have a big advantage to ever really be able to go aggressive and kind of dive into the fights in hammer form.
Well, game 1 showed us that Envy does know how to successfully execute the one-tank composition. Now they've just got to do it a second time, show that it's all skill, no luck involved, as we're on to Summoner's Rift for the second time in this series. Team Liquid looking to tie things up if they can. Once again, going to be utilizing the power of that Olaf and Shen combination that we saw, like you mentioned, in the early game last time around, that did have some real effect.
It certainly did. Seraph, worth noting, is actually going for Fervor here instead of Thunderlords. You see Thunderlords quite a lot. Fervor can be quite nice in these matchups where you just kind of get to sit there and shoot the Shen, and he doesn't really get to actually fight back very often. So you can stack that up and get quite a bit of damage down on your burst combos. But that said, it's harder to keep it stacked, and especially in the later stages of the game, you're often not going to really get much out of the Fervor.
Again, no cheeky plays early on utilizing the Olaf coming out from Team Liquid. They're just going to be hanging around in their own jungle as Lyra and Seraph decide they're going to be the ones actually moving into enemy territory. Lorlo is going to be spotting them out, and Lyra and Seraph are deciding they just want to steal this blue buff away, and it doesn't look like they're going to be contested.
No, I don't think they will at all. As we see Lorlo just going straight to lane, he's not going to try to do any sort of harass or anything like that. The question just becomes now, so Lyra is going to take the blue. Will he lose his own blue for this? I think the answer is going to be yes, as he's just staying on the side of the map. What is Hakuo doing? He's just walking into Matt, taking so many autos.
Wow, Hakuo eats most of his health bar and damage there. Piglet and Matt going to have easy control over the lane now.
Yeah, I mean, Hakuo was trying to like sidestep a Varus Q, but he took like 5 autos from Matt to do it, so...
Not the best trade.
Definitely not worth there.
Not the best trade in the world. Reignover going to go ahead and utilize that blast cone, getting into the enemy jungle like you were talking about. Looking to equalize this blue counter as Lyra just sticks around for the long haul in the top part of that blue side jungle, taking away every single camp from Reignover.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that Reignover is actually going to be able to do this entire side of the jungle. Or will he stay around to do that? Nice Q pass through. That is a support MF doing 149 on that pass-through damage.
You always underestimate exactly how strong that thing is until you get hit by it, and then you're like, holy cow, that thing hurts like crazy if it can actually kill the minion and hit you off the back of it.
Speaking of lethality builds, it's not something we've seen much in competitive, like, at all, but lethality MF with Deathfire is someone who can kind of get like almost hilarious levels of one-shots with those pass-through Qs in lane. Can definitely take people off guard.
Lyra going to be grabbing his own red buff now. He's back where he belongs on his home side of the jungle, just clearing away some of his own camps. No real opportunities to make any plays just yet, as Seraph is doing what Jace likes to do and shoving in those melee top laners. This is kind of going to be a pretty familiar scenario for Lorlo as this lane goes forward.
Yeah, one thing going for Shen is he does have great last hitting under the turret with his Q, and he can kind of use his little parry zone, Spirit's Refuge, to defend himself against too much of this harass. So he's picking up quite a bit of the farm, going to be down a bit, but not a devastating amount just yet. Also a nice advantage for Lyra because he is going to have at least one extra camp off of this clear. The Wolves are still available for him while he took away his opponents, and he's going to be able to get a little bit of an edge because of that.
Also going to be looking for that top side Scuttle Crab. We know how important these things can be if you have a lane that wants to be shoving in constantly. And with the nature of Seraph being on that Jace, that's pretty much what they're going to be looking to secure.
Exactly. That's a really good point. Because the Jace does not get much of an advantage, if any, if he lets himself be pushed in. Especially against a Shen and that Olaf. If you do not actually have the push, there can be a pretty big risk of getting dove. Because if the wave slow pushes, the minions build up, they can set up those dives very easily. So for multiple reasons, the Jace definitely wants to keep this pushing. Lyra working his way down to bot as Reignover showing up top, and this is no ward for Seraph. He's in trouble.
Reignover popping the ghost. Seraph's going to be caught out, looking to get himself away if he can. Wants to flash over the wall. The Axe will read the pathing. Seraph still trying to get away, but it's going to be Lyra finding the gank in the bottom side for first blood. Seraph's still going to fall across the map, but the race goes to Envy.
Yeah, good job by Seraph delaying long enough to actually get first blood for his own team. And I think Seraph, what he was trying to do is he's trying to flash over the wall there, then use the blast cone to escape. But since Reignover had used that to get in on the gank, there was no option to do so.
Good forward planning from Reignover. Seeing that that's probably the only way Seraph would be able to get away, you pop the plant anyway, it gets you past a ward, it shuts down his escape. Everything is Gucci, as Golden Glue is now going to be forced back underneath his own turret. And here's what we didn't see in the bottom lane play.
Yeah, Lyra just going straight in. Apollo very low. They both flash. And as they back off, I'm sure Lyra's going to flash on Burrow on them. They're stacked up, and that's exactly what it is. So TL, they get very confident there because of the low health bar on Hakuo, and because Lyra couldn't get the knockup on the initial opening. But you have to respect the flash. You both just blew your flash. Lyra has his. That's a pretty big mistake from TL, giving up first blood when they were scot-free. They were out. They didn't have to blow anything more, right? You're already down your summoners, and not only do you give up a kill, you steal first blood from your own team.
The greed will get you. The greed will get you, and it got him, Team Liquid. Although it's 1-for-1, like you just said, first blood ended up going the way of Envy, gives them a very minute gold lead that they'll be enjoying for the time being, not just thanks to that, but also thanks to the fact that they're winning CS pretty much across the board, most notably in the top part of the map. First Drake this time around is going to be Cloud Drake, so not generally considered as valuable as that Mountain that we talked about last game. It's not going to give them that objective acceleration that the Mountain would, but something to keep in mind if either of these teams gets off to a nice advantage early on, they will have that Drake control.
And you always have to consider the late game win condition of that Elder Dragon. We've been seeing a lot of games today go pretty long and Elder Dragon actually coming into play. And every single dragon gives you a massive amount of power when you do have that, because it adds 45 damage to that true damage burn for every dragon that you picked up. So definitely something you want to try to start stacking up. But you know, for TL's bot lane, it has really felt like a pattern this year that they're always just reaching too far, right? Whether they're winning lane or losing lane, it always feels like they feel like they have to make these plays and they have to smash lane and they have to, you know, dominate their opponents, but they're just not doing it, right? And they're going for these risky plays and risky fights, which often result in them dying where they shouldn't even die. They could have stayed even. Instead, they want to get this big advantage and they end up throwing it away to their opponents.
They keep trying to put the team on their back and it just doesn't work out. They end up picking up more than they can carry. They drop everything all over the floor and things get sloppy pretty quickly.
It's kind of the Piglet carry mentality, right? You know, this is a guy who does not really want to be playing supportive. This is not his meta. You know, he wants to be the 1v9 kind of carry 80 player, and playing Varus and Ashe and things like that is not really suiting that playstyle, and the aggression that they have shown has just not been paying off. They're often the ones on the receiving end of these 2v2 kills.
Meanwhile, we saw Lyra and Ninja successfully steal away the blue buff from Team Liquid for the second time, passing it off to Ninja this time. That Corki spam is going to be in
Envy
full
looks like they want to collapse on this, perhaps.
Envy wants to try to punish this if given the chance, but Team Liquid is here. No ultimate available for Piglet. Everybody else has them. As Seraph's going to be TPing into the fight, Piglet going to be finding himself caught out. Stand United is there, but the damage is way too strong. They got him easy.
Lorlo's
rest of Liquid out.
Yeah, he still has his TP, but that's the ultimate down, and with that, I'm not sure they'll even try to contest this. Seraph's going to head back topside. So since Envy didn't start up the Dragon, that could end up leading to a TL Dragon, as when Seraph arrives topside, he cannot join the fight, and TL could set up that 5v4 and try to get that back as kind of their little trade. That's really what you need to see from Shen. You have to see them being proactive. Okay, you traded ultis, you traded global abilities. Now you must use your second one to get the edge, and here he goes.
Reignover trying to find Apollo here. No mana at all on the Envy AD carry. Going to be finding himself just alone and completely out of options. Ties the game up nice and easy, 2-2. Still a gold lead for Envy, but Team Liquid at least being able to respond.
Yeah, and Lorlo, it turns out, you know, TP, he doesn't even get an assist, but the thing is, he kind of corralled them into that, and they're giving up that kill knowing there's no exit path with Lorlo behind them, so I still do like the fact that he's being proactive on that. I would like them to try to start up the Dragon here with some of these bot lane kills and advantages that they're getting, but they're just not prioritizing it very heavily, and that's fine. You know, a lot of teams do instead put the priority on just the gold they're getting from these minions and the experience and getting damage down on turrets, which is totally a fine trade.
Package available on Ninja right now. Those early game packages we talked about last game, a lot of times you just end up getting a whole lot of nothing out of them, but Ninja currently looking around for an opportunity if he can find one, as the replay onto what happened to Piglet is going to be pretty ugly.
Yeah, and to be able to get in on an ultimate like this, you essentially have to be Shen ulting before they're even taking damage, because you have to know how fast your AD carry is going to die. And
ooh, this is cool.
Look
at that. Bam! Wham! Slam all over the place. He's done for it.
Yeah.
Adios. Kaboom. It looks that much cooler when he actually brings the side swipe hammer, and you can see it on his level.
Oh,
As the bullet time's going to open up onto Hakuo. Barely misses out, grabbing the kill. Piglet forced to pop the heal, keeping himself alive. Apollo needs a little bit more. Built over Peacemaker, not finding its shot just yet. Flashing forward, one more auto attack would do it, but a nice make it rain, going to be keeping him at a distance. Seraph trying to escape as Lorlo makes the chase. Lyra's hanging around just in case Reignover is there. Piglet with a very nice piercing arrow, almost going to be bringing Hakuo down again as well. Health bars being dangerously low on both sides.
Yeah, this is definitely risky here. Piglet still has his flash, no summoners on Apollo, and Hakuo has both of his summoners here. They're looking to set up a dive top as that turret is very low. Lorlo has to back off. Will he be able to get out? He just needs to run now, I think. But Reignover is coming up, so may decide to stay around and try to make a stand.
Reignover's hanging around. They want to try to burn this turret
Ninja's
down if they can. Find the 2v2. There it goes. Ninja's there. Reignover going to be berserking onto him, and Ninja is cut down. Lorlo is going to be the trade. Reignover's still hanging around, but he's got to be careful. The burst is going to be big and real. Later, shutdown goes over to Lyra, but another 1-for-1 comes out, as now Golden Glue and Seraph both almost completely out of mana. Golden Glue's got the red buff. Seraph going to be morphing right back into that ranged form, forces the flash out from Golden. 2 for 2.
I don't think he actually had to flash there, as there was no mana on Seraph. I don't think he had another spell in him, but does respect it. Golden Glue makes the roam happen and does give his team that backup. So 2 for 2 trade, very extended fight here. Ninja faster on the roam, does have that exhaust, so is happy to duel up against Reignover, but as Golden Glue does come in, that does give them the big advantage, and no one able to get there to help Lorlo in time, who really should have just backed off that turret as he knew it was about to go down.
And then Hakuo dies on the other end of the map. I don't know exactly what gets him. I'm going to assume it's this. Whoops. See ya.
Ouch. Summoners not going to save him from that one.
Nope. Not a chance. Anyway, a 5-4 game. Team Liquid's favor in terms of the kills, Envy's favor in terms of the turrets and the gold. 2K lead, 12 minutes into the game. Another nice early game advantage for themselves. Black Cleaver now online for Seraph means that armor stacking is going to be less effective for Lorlo.
It's definitely going to be a big one. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him just grab a super early Last Whisper with that pickaxe. You obviously can go other ways.
Oh,
nice
that
snipe.
was nice.
That hurts. Not fun to lane up against the blue buff Jace.
One of the few things that's
Lorlo.
more unfun than laning against normal Jace.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, for Envy, they are actually playing to their win condition. They're getting the Jace ahead. The question is just how ahead can you get him, right? They put the focus up there. They've got him up in farm. The XP is pretty even. But you have to see if he can exploit this, if he can push it further. If he can start drawing pressure to him and allowing his team to take objectives, or pushing down turrets by himself, then the pick really starts to pay off. If he cannot and it stalemates out, then Lorlo is really going to have kind of easier path to effectiveness, to success in the later stages of the game.
One thing to keep in mind about both these guys is teleports are up and running, so they can both get to a fight if it should break out somewhere else. The 1v1 sort of just continues here as Lorlo utilizing that Spirit's Refuge to keep himself safe. It's kind of hard to go crazy and find those super fast enchanted auto attacks when every single one is going to be a miss. Rainover grabbing his own red buff on the bottom part of the map. 14 minutes in, still no Drake taken. Matt's going to be bound up. Eats about half his health bar thanks to the ace in the hole. But Piglet and Matt are keeping this pressure on.
Another thing to remember is so much of this damage. Oh, nice ultimate.
Big bullet time coming in. Apollo going to be forced back. Rainover popping the ghost. Here's your ulti. Ragnarok comes through. Piercing arrow. Make sure the money goes onto Piglet.
Nope, never mind. He's not going to go for the chase, but they do get that piercing arrow kill over onto Piglet, so nice job by them. And Envy looking to respond right away. Golden Glue has no summoners.
Here comes your retaliatory kill. Shockwave doesn't even get fully cast by the time he dies.
There's action everywhere.
Seraph is doing exactly what you were talking about, making sure he utilizes his 1v1 power to make this pick worthwhile. Popping the flash, going for the 1v1, and he's got it.
Really nice by Seraph, getting that advantage, gets the solo kill, gets the turret. And it's TL that make the early play. Very nice, but Envy ends up getting more back.
I was not expecting that out of Seraph. He made a great play there grabbing that kill, as Ninja's going to be grabbing the tier 1 mid lane as well. It's not even all 3 tier 1 turrets. It's actually 2 turrets in the top side. Now down as Envy grabs their third one. Here's the replay bottom.
Yeah, and it is the play once again as they do chunk him down so low. No chance for Hakuo to get out there. And then the response immediately from Envy. Ninja shoves in that mid lane to set up the dive. Lyra comes around. They're able to take out Golden Glue, who was flashless from that earlier fight. Up in the top side, the Shockwave a little bit too late. Not sure it would have really mattered there either way. You can see Golden Glue frustrated with himself, not getting that Shockwave down.
Definitely one that you got to kick yourself a little bit for, and then just make sure you get your head right back into the game, right? That's the most important part when you're in a game like this. I mean, it's match point if your opponents win, so you can't allow yourself to get frazzled from that. You got to make sure you're staying focused, staying clear, and ready to hit the next one.
Yeah. Liquid, though, they have a good composition here, and Envy is very heavily physical damage, a lot of auto attackers and stuff, so the tank line could become very tough to deal with. You have Jace, all physical, Caitlyn, all physical, Corki, a good portion physical, obviously a lot of magic damage as well, but also auto attack based. So things like the Randuins, like the Tabbies can become exceptionally effective against this sort of composition. So you could look for Lorlo and Rainover if they can kind of get to those later stages and get going. To become really tough to punch through for Envy.
And you can see that itemization right now. Chain Vests coming out on both of these guys, getting themselves tankier, and exactly what you predicted, Azael. The early Last Whisper all the way evolved into the Lord Dominic's regards. Second item for Seraph.
I think it makes a lot of sense, and I'd love to see him just grab up some sort of lifesteal component for that 1v1 as well. I think he can just kind of fully commit to that split push at this point, as Envy is doing well on the rest of the map, and when your other lanes are doing fine, you can kind of just continue to put the pressure on in your 1v1 matchup, and that's exactly what he's been doing so far, as he's just going to look to keep going. You know, there's no TL in sight on this side of the map.
That CS advantage is starting to become very scary as well, as Rainover going to be forced to run away from Lyra and Ninja's combined. Golden Glue looking to make some kind of a play over the wall. Ball is there, immediately retracted back onto Rainover. Rainover will not be forced to pop his ultimate just yet. Does have to blow the ghost. Lyra still going to be looking for a bit more of a scrap. There's your poke. That's what this Envy team is capable of doing when you work with that Corki and that Jace together as the pressure onto the mid lane continues. Tier 2 under threat. Reignover is pretty much no longer part of this equation.
And Envy is just running them around the map. Seraph pushes in the top lane, rotates to mid. Multiple members have to come over and respond. As the bot lane comes up, Apollo is shoving in down on the bot side. And now Hakuo and Lyra are already well aware that TL has to move their guys down here, so they're cutting them off in the jungle, allowing them to get damage on that turret down there. Envy is playing like a really solid macro team. This is not something that we have seen from them this season at all, and they're looking good. I mean, they're moving around the map. Their map movements are great. Their coordination has been on point. Envy's looking solid.
It's a whole new world for Team Envy, and I'm honestly having a lot of fun seeing this, because this is what everybody was expecting, well, was hoping to see at least. Some people who are expecting, no, this is Envy, they're 0-4 already, it's not going to work out too well. Others are saying, no, this is their first week. This is when we're actually going to get to see the real team, and so far, the real team's a lot more coordinated.
Yeah, and I mean, you've been casting every single Envy game, so it's kind of like your child, you know, they grow up so
I'm watching
fast.
him grow up, man. At first, he was just like fumbling the ball all over the place and couldn't kick it straight, and man, now he's a star player.
Well, we'll see if they can close this one out.
We'll see if they can
make
close
their
it out.
first steps.
We'll see. We're going to have to see if the young Team Envy can do what they want to do here with a currently almost 5,000 gold lead at 18 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good. You know, 1-4, not sure if it's star player, but they're making the high school squad. You know,
Exactly.
they're on their way.
Varsity, baby.
We'll see how it does turn out. So far, so good, as it is going to be lifesteal picked up here from Seraph. I think that is a really intelligent choice. You can go Bloodthirster. You can also make the more conservative play and grab something like Mercurial to deal with any taunt collapses. But Envy right now just trying to control the waves, trying to move around the map and get this pressure. Kind of a little bit of a nothing skirmish there, but Ninja is pushing down on the bot side, and what Hakuo and Lyra are trying to accomplish there is to try to stop TL from being able to get down there so Ninja can finish off the turret. And I think Ninja will easily finish off this turret here, as it's very low, and he's a Triforce Cork.
Yeah, Triforce Corky's got a pretty easy time bursting those down. Rockets into auto attacks, proccing Spellblade on cooldown. Means the turret's not going to be doing a whole lot of anything. Chain of Corruption going to be cast to force out the flash from Lyra. Hakuo barely getting himself away. Reignover popping the Ghost, trying to chase these guys down.
This is actually really good play from Hakuo and Lyra. And while it's not flashy, it's not like, wow, look at these moves.
Oh my God,
but they're constantly controlling vision and controlling space in their opponent's jungle and not allowing them to actually move around and respond to the rotations of Envy, which is really facilitating all these tower takes. And that's what's getting them this big gold lead. They're up a lot now, and a lot of it is in thanks to the support and jungle duo just playing this very smart.
Buying so much time for Ninja and Seraph to do what they need to do in those
Right
top
back
and
to it.
bottom lanes. And now again, Lyra just hanging out in the enemy jungle saying, you want it? Here it is. Come take it.
Exactly, just clearing out that vision, getting down wards constantly with that Tracker's Knife, and you know, paving the way for Ninja to be up here, sieging on this turret. And meanwhile, Seraph has moved over to the mid lane, so he's going to be trying to shove that in. They're going to be trying to force on both sides here. And they're also, in the background, buying time for Apollo to scale up. We talked about how Caitlyn is much weaker in the early game because you can get these great item completions on the Varus and get a lot of on-demand power. Caitlyn needs time to get to a couple items and is kind of being bought that time right now.
And as the game goes on, of course, one of these crit AD carries is going to be very scary. If this game goes to 45, 50 minutes, you're looking at a 6-item build. 6 items of crits can be a lot scarier than 6 items of lethality.
It certainly can, and a lot of the onus is going to be on Apollo to shred these tanks if we get to the super late game stages, because Corki is generally not considered one of the best tank killers. Jace, not really considered the best tank killers in team fights, more about the poke and the burst, and you usually cannot burst down those 6-item tanks, so a lot of it does kind of rest on the shoulders of Apollo, and buying him that time is very, very effective. So, you know, Envy is pushing the pace, but not to an unreasonable standard, and they're pushing the pace through their map movements, not through forcing fights where they would be weaker right now.
Rapid Fire Cannon just now completed as the second full item onto Ninja's Corki as well. Means he's going to be having that much more burst, and the extra range on the auto attack is going to help with kind of the poking nature, the long range siege sort of setup these guys have.
Exactly. The Rapid Fire works really well with Corki. You can kind of fly in, you hit your rocket, and then you have a Sheen proc for your Rapid Fire Cannon auto. And when you pick up the IE, which is usually the next buy there, if you crit that Rapid Fire auto with the Sheen proc, it does so much burst.
So dirty.
That's kind of how we saw Ninja just absolutely blast Golden Blue in that 1v1 in top lane. Ninja has a second Valk, should be okay.
Gets away from that axe. as Reignover does not want to be chasing him any further. And 22 minutes into the game, we see the first Drake fall. Definitely not a lot of priority for our boy, the Cloud Dragon. He just doesn't get the same attention that his brothers do. Wait, that's actually the second Drake this game. What am I even talking about? That's my bad. The update wasn't there on the client. I am going to say that I was expecting the thing slightly sooner. That's my excuse, but my real excuse is just I didn't notice that it was the second one. Anyway, 2 Cloud Drakes for the side of Envy means they're going to be that much better at rotating back and forth between these lanes and keeping this pressure on.
And a lot of it really is just about the fact that Envy's plan is pushing the pace and getting gold leads in the early game. Oh god, his Seraph is definitely done so. Oh, gold blue.
Not the best possible spot, but the piercing arrow comes in to make sure that Reignover doesn't end up going down with him. Meanwhile, it's going to be Ninja finding the bottom lane tier 2 as the trade for that.
Gold blue actually found a way to miss the shockwave there too. He pulled the ball back and shockwaved on himself. They still get the kill, but I was actually worried that Reignover might die in a trade kill there.
I was too!
Which would have been severely tragic.
I almost thought he was going to until that piercing arrow came in from off screen and killed the Jace. I was like, I don't know about this one.
Yep. Well, Seraph.
It worked out.
Seraph going to be going for that Bloodthirster. Not able to get that counter kill. And every time you do pick off the Jace in this split push, it slows down Envy's plan because they're trying to push you on all sides. It's full court press. They want to always have the lanes shoving in their advantage and always be making the first moves towards these turrets and threatening turret sieges. You know, if Lorlo moves away from him for 1 second, they won't be threatening the fact that the inhibitors could get cracked.
Piglet pushing up here in the mid lane, trying to clear away some of these plants. 3, 2, and 0 on the Varus.
Gale's trying to force.
Edge of Night and Ghostblade completed on him means he's pretty dangerous right now with that double lethality combination. If those piercing arrows hit, look at the damage Apollo just took from 1 shot.
Yeah, it was about 40% of his health. He did kind of heal up a lot there. I think it's actually a smart buy here from Apollo to grab that early Vamp Scepter, even if he's not going to be building a Bloodthirster, which he won't. Picking up the Vamp Scepter in addition to the Warlords and your other lifesteal masteries means he's going to be much less susceptible to being poked out, right? He gets hit with that poke, he just lifesteals it right back up and stays in the fight. So I think it's actually a very intelligent buy for a cheap price of 900 gold.
As Piglet just continues this siege, arrow into arrow. Nice damage from an accelerated shock blast, going to be finding its way onto him. Poke for poke. Envy's got ways to retaliate against these guys. 6-7, still the overall score. Liquid ahead by a kill, but down by almost 7,000 gold.
Yeah, the kills just aren't really going to be the story in this sort of game, as it's all just been about wave control. Seraph not able to steal that one away, but Ninja was pushing on the top side, and you know, TL is kind of forced either to pull back or to commit fully to a dive. And it's very scary to be trying to dive into Caitlyn traps in Zyra, who has one of the best counter engages in the game.
It's so much zone control. It's such a tall order to have to run yourself into that. Even if you're Reignover and you got that CC immunity, who's coming with you? Seraph going to be caught out, trying to return the damage onto Reignover. Spirit's Refuge going to be blocking some of that damage, and they've got another freebie.
Yeah, well, Ninja pushing on the top side. We'll see if Envy can get anything back from this. They need to have lane pressure before Seraph puts himself in a position to get picked. So and that is kind of some poor play from Seraph, but at least they are getting this chunk onto the inhibitor turret. Won't result in too much damage.
About half HP.
But, I mean, you want Ninja to already be at that turret. You want your mid lane squad to already be at that turret before Seraph can actually get collapsed on. Because then if he goes down, it's not as big of a deal because it's a trade. It's not just kind of that free kill.
Reignover going to be soaking a lot from those rockets and those auto attacks. He's got a lot of armor right now, starting to build up some of that magic resistance as well. And like you mentioned, even though Corki does a lot of physical damage, there's a lot of magic in there as well. So you got to respect both parts of that.
Yeah, I would have expected something like a Randuin's coming out here for him, but the Locket is very strong, getting it on a high level. Jungler can be really effective, especially against all the AoE coming out from Envy. So I think that does make a lot of sense. But just the Warden's Mail passive, the reduction in attack speed against Caitlyn, Corki, Rek'Sai, and Jace seems exceptionally powerful. And I think someone needs to certainly have that before they start getting into too many team fights. You really do want Warden's Mail on Lorlo and Reignover, and you know, I wouldn't honestly even mind something like a Frozen Heart.
Uh-oh, Piglet going to be forced to flash away. Randuin's gets popped, Ghostblade as well. Piglet keeping himself alive, but without that flash for the next 5 minutes or so, Envy might look to make something happen on top of this vulnerable AD carry.
Yeah, if he's out of position, you can look for assassinations with the Corki, you know, diving into the back lane, popping off that AD carry. Same thing with Jace. Seraph, if he gets up on top of Piglet, a flashless Varus, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. But right now they are setting up their push, right? They have Seraph in the bot side. The collapse is happening on Seraph. So We'll see how well he's going to be able to handle this. He has the completed Bloodthirster now. He wants to fight.
Might be able to make this happen. Got to be careful, though. Knocks away the taunt. Very well done. Still can't turn it around, though. 1 versus 2 is just too tall of an order as Ninja is calling the rest of the team to go for this Baron. Package delivery going to be used for just that.
Do this.
Hakuo trying to keep the rest of them away. This could be the Envy 20-something minute Baron throw that happens too often, but it is secured, and Envy makes another Seraph sacrifice worth it.
Yeah, really good zoning there by Hakuo, slowing down the team, and TL, they were scared to fully commit into that. They weren't able to get there in time, and now, finally, Envy gets something off of the Seraph pressure, so sure, he goes down, but trading a Baron is so worth it for that. TL is pushing mid here now. Look at Ninja, though. Ninja's way far up.
Ninja hanging around on that top side, continually threatening onto that inhibitor. Mid lane tier 1's going to be taken down. Lorlo looking to collapse onto Ninja, punish him here.
That turret's gone.
Inhibitor turret is out of there, and Lorlo is just too late to do anything about it.
If they could stop backs, Ninja could theoretically stay around. They do not know where the team is, though, so they will have to call that off.
Lyra not going to be finding anybody just yet. Decides to go for the Drake instead. All of Envy, well, 3/5 of Envy going to be heading towards that Drake pit, grabbing that one for themselves. This is Drake number 3, and it's going to be taken just in time for number 4 to be yet another elemental.
So they have the possibility of picking up 4 of those dragons, and you know, one of the really good things about having a poke comp is how effective it is with the true damage burn from Elder Dragon, because often we do talk about, you know, Jace kind of falling off later in the game against some of these tanks and against some of these team fight compositions, but that's not really true if you can pick up an Elder and use that as a way to kind of close out the game, just because the amount of poke and damage you can put out becomes pretty overwhelming.
The split push continues, though. We're going to be seeing this till the sun goes down on this game. Seraph and Ninja just setting up shop in these side lanes. Now that they've got that Baron buff available as well onto Ninja, it's going to be that much scarier.
It's way scarier. Plus the fact that the inhibitor turret was already cracked means Lorlo has no real line of defense here. And sure, him and Reignover took down Seraph a couple times in a row, but he's still going to get probably wrecked pretty hard in the actual 1v1 if he has to go up against the Jace. So, you know, they're going to have to make a call here. What can they actually get done? Because it's the Envy squad moving up mid lane. They're going to be able to siege up this outer. Ninja's moving down to the bot side, and Jace is already arriving at that base.
Tier 2 is gone. Piercing Arrow finds its way onto Apollo on the way out, but the world is slowly shrinking in terms of what Team Liquid is in control of. The map is just getting smaller and smaller as the ward line extends further and deeper into their territory.
Exactly, so they get the outer turret. They're putting on pressure on multiple sides. Basically, the challenge here is Envy wants to draw multiple people to Seraph without him dying. And as soon as multiple people go up there, they press on other sides. So you have 2 people trying to answer Ninja. You have 3 people in the mid lane, and you can't possibly have enough people to deal with Seraph on the top side as well. So now he can start to get aggressive, and you try to close in from all sides and really exploit your opponent's movements.
That not dying part is the trick, though. Seraph currently on 3 and 4 because of how many times they have focused on collapsing onto him and punishing that split push. Ninja, the Trinity Force damage, we've talked about it already, Azale. It just does so much work on these inhibitor turrets. That one is down. Reignover going to be forced to run away. Still has Ghost, still has ultimate. Top lane inhibitor falls, and Envy is just slowly and methodically dismantling their opponents.
They really are, and it's very impressive. This is not the way you think of a low-tier team win.
No!
You know, generally teams who are towards the bottom of the standings, when they win, it's because they snowballed leads. They fought well. They were really scrappy. This is like a clean macro game. They're moving around the map. They're out-rotating their opponents who have the Shen. And they're looking to triple inhib here. They could just end the game.
This is so clean. All 3 inhibitors down without a fight from their opponents.
Jeez.
Like, this is blowing my mind right now. Envy is set for a victory in game number 2 with an 11,500 gold lead 30 minutes in after taking all inhibitors with not one drop of blood of their own going on the ground.
You also have to question Liquid, though, as far as not committing to a fight. I mean, where do you see the victory coming from now? With 3 inhibitors down, you know, Elder Dragon, etc., going to be on the table within the next handful of minutes. They don't even need to go for that, though. They can just push in the same way. There's going to be double Supermans on all sides. You just push in from multiple angles, and it's going to slowly be Envy closing in and probably finishing out the game. I'm surprised that Liquid didn't try to commit to a fight. Yes, it would have been desperation. Yes, it would have been tough to pull off. But is that not a higher chance to win than it is to just give up all your inhibs for free? Like, how do you win from here realistically? The only thing I can think of is essentially hoping your opponents make like colossal mistakes. And it has to be more than just one colossal mistake. It has to be like mistake after mistake after mistake at this point.
It's literally going single file into the enemy base and killing yourselves for free. That's,
probably a couple times in a row.
Yeah, that's practically what you're waiting on right now if you're Liquid. Ninja's got the package, though. Matt almost getting himself killed just like that.
There's
as Rainover's going into the backline. They got Lorlo there, too, looking to make one last stand. Apollo's going to be bursted down. Rainover might just be number 2, though. Shut down. 1 for 1 so far. Seraph in the enemy base, not finding that shock blast onto Mac. Would have killed him if he did. Piglet going to be forced to flash. More damage heading your way. Shut down! Envy have got their fight. Triple kill for the mid laner. And Team Envy has done it, Azale. They have found their first win.
They get their first win, and what a way to finish it off. Ninja putting the exclamation point on the game with a clean triple kill.
Envy, I am proud of you guys, man. That is how you make a statement. Such a clean game.
That was honestly a great game, and 10 to 10 in kills. They were down kills pretty much the entire game. There was a triple kill at the end. It ended tied in kills, but yet they were 14,000 gold ahead of their opponents. They moved around the map better. They really played to their win conditions. They were able to snowball the Jace enough, so even though he was not continuously getting kills, they had to draw multiple people to him, and that allowed Envy to move around the map, take down the turrets, and they played it great. They really did.
It was a more extreme version of what we talked about in game number 1 with forcing Liquid to play their way.
Yeah.
Liquid never got a chance to utilize the Shen split push because Shen was always so far behind, they just never had the chance to really do anything with it.
It really did feel like Ninja deserves a lot of credit here too. Both games, this guy was huge on Corki. Ends the game well over 100 CS up on his lane opponent. With a triple kill there. You know, he was able to find execution kills multiple times. He was a split push threat. Him and Seraph, they were kind of the core of this team that was supposed to be built around for this year. These guys were the ones who were supposed to be carrying, supposed to be showing up big time, and they really did do well today.
Really a lot of fun to see this team step up now that they've got the full roster, they got everybody intact. If this is what they're truly capable of doing, it's going to be a lot of fun to see them move forward, but at the same time, on the flip side of that coin, every heads has a tails, right? Team Liquid, now more suspect than ever. This was a team that they just lost to that was 0-4 coming into this match. People are kind of asking themselves, what's next for Liquid?
I mean, Liquid's going to be tied at the bottom of the standings, 1-4 at this point. Definitely not where you expect them to be. And Rainover, for his part, I think actually played a pretty good series. You know, on Olaf, both games, I think he looked solid. Definitely had pretty good contribution, but it simply felt like they were outclassed in other ways. I mean, Seraph, a lot of credit to him, but he also was picked the advantageous matchups each time. Lorlo was kind of put in these losing situations, and that's the hand he was dealt. Bot lane, you know, not really getting a lot done for TL, and mid lane, both games was a big weakness. You know, Golden Glue was not able to contribute in the way that he needed to either game.
Ultimately, all the pieces of the puzzle just didn't come together right for the side of Team Liquid. And Rainover, even in this last game, you can see 6-2-3 scoreline, he did a good job for himself. It's not like you said, he was having a poor performance. It's just the fact that everything on Envy clicked, and everything on Liquid just seemed like it was just slightly off. The gears were not connecting.
Yeah, I mean, they played a better team game, right? And it's really nice to see a team like Envy be able to play a good macro game, because communication has so often been their problem, that coordination, because they have this kind of 3 Korean top side of the map, and then they have their English bot lane. It was the same thing as last year. And being able to pull off these 1-3-1 type compositions and the push and pull of that requires really good communication and coordination, and they were able to showcase that today. And you know, if you're someone watching Envy, before this game, probably not too worried about playing up against them. Right. After this game, they're a legitimate threat, right? They've shown that they can play a good game. Last week, you know, in their last series, yes, they did lose, but they at least got a game win in their series. Now they have their first series win. Hey, who knows where they go from here?
Well, for a first-hand account, let's go ahead and hear from Pastry and Envy's bot laner.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Apollo after Envy's first successful series win here in Spring. It seemed like you guys are off to a pretty rough start as far as your season goes, but how does it feel to have your first series win?
It's good. I mean, no complaints here. We worked hard this week, and I felt like we deserved this win. We played really well on stage.
I mean, I have to agree, but kind of what changed for you guys apart from maybe mentality, maybe practice? Do you guys just feel like you've gelled a bit more after the few weeks, or
is a significant meta change with Seraph playing more top lane, carry top lane? Like, I'm curious what changed for the team kind of coming into week 3.
Our draft phase was better this week, but it really just had to do with us practicing because we didn't really get that much practice for week 2. Lyra had visa issues and he came in late, so we just needed a little more time, and I felt like we got a lot better.
And it feels like Lyra has really been warming up with the team. Do you feel like the synergies are significantly there? Because Lyra does feel like a big asset to your team. He's kind of been making plays.
He's obviously a really good player. I think it just had to do with like communicating and like pretty much him telling what he wants, like, just kind of guiding us or like telling us what he wants to do. And it really helped a lot this week.
And I could kind of tell that it seemed like the teamwork was so much cleaner. I know it's difficult shot calling and calling plays when it's a mixed language team, but you guys seemed incredibly clean today against Team Liquid. How is that possible with a mixed language team, with an all English language bottom lane, to have just such a clean looking macro game?
I mean, honestly, it's mainly Lyra that has like trouble with English, but Ninja and Seraph are both, really good at understanding and speaking English. So, I mean, I think it really, like, even though communication is a big part of some of our problems, but it really just has to do with us playing more together and then us, gelling more.
Didn't seem like it mattered all today. Congratulations on the win. Good luck with the rest of the weekend. We are going to throw it back, though, to the analyst desk to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Pacey Time. Great interview, of course, as always. So let's talk about this match, because Team Envy, against most expectations, a convincing 2-0 victory over Liquid is a great result.
Yeah, and I think one of the big criticisms that I had of Envy in both Immortals is I actually really dislike their drafting phase. I think that they draft very poorly, but this was a really good draft from Envy. Yep. Both Game 1 and Game 2, I think that they played to their win conditions. They drafted what I would consider an appropriate core to have for your top laner to play a carry, and also to get away with a double marksman composition. Enough disengage, and you have a tank, and then you have mixed damage.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting looking at Lyra, because you were commenting just when we were watching the game that Lyra's one of the first players to have started going fervor on Rek'Sai, went back to Courage this game because he's the only tank on the roster, needs to be a frontliner. So that adaptation, that's what Keystones are supposed to be about when they were designed in the first place, is sometimes you're going to switch things back and forth. Rek'Sai does have the ability to make these kinds of changes, and I think Lyra was smart to make that. I see a lot of players just never make adaptations, and so I got to give props to Lyra for doing so. But the whole team, I think, pitched in really well, especially Seraph's split pushing the whole time.
Yeah, Seraph split pushing. I think we just saw today a series of what you do with a carry top laner, how you propel them forward, how you start winning a game off of that lane, and then what not to do. When in the Immortals series, you saw, hey, he's pushing up, let's just leave him alone, let's not actually give him any attention. They gave Seraph enough attention to get the first turret guaranteed, to start pushing up, and then plays like this, where Ninja gets caught out, but it doesn't matter because Seraph got the turret. Mission accomplished at that point. He gets to the tier 2, and now you start having, I believe you talked about it before, proactivity on the map. Just try to do whatever you can to push up, to put pressure on the enemy team. And right here, Seraph, I actually think he's fine dying a 2v1 here. If Reignover's on the bottom side of the map, you get your team the Baron because they make a play on the opposite side just like that. And I think that is a reasonable choice that you would want to make to progress the game and accelerate the pace.
Yeah, say I'm going to pull attention. Go ahead and 3v1 me down here, but we're going to trade, my life for Baron 100% of the time. Always worth it to do so.
I said it was a reasonable choice. I actually think it's the right choice.
I think it is the right choice as well. I think that is a choice you should make to be a good team, to say, you either stop Baron and we kill your bottom, entire team, or everything else. So yeah, I mean, a solid game overall. Player of the game honors, we're actually going to go ahead and give over to Ninja. A lot of that being that he was just so incredibly consistent. He did very well. Won his lane up 100 CS at one point by the end of the game. A lot of damage up, but overall, actually also ended up being a split pusher. And a lot of that is we took points away from Sarah for some frivolous deaths as well.
Yeah, whereas, a little bit safer on that. Corki can get over walls and Valkyrie away, but I definitely think Ninja pitched in today and did a really good job in both games, which pulls a lot of eyes to his lane opponent, Golden Glue. There were already eyes on him saying, okay, what's up with this guy? They have Link on the bench. The criticism of Link versus Golden Glue is, he's not as good in the laning phase. Well, Golden Glue's still going down about 100 CS. Yeah. It's like, how long is it until we start seeing that swap actually happen?
I know.
So that's the thing, is what we're looking at TL. It's like, okay, Reignover, he didn't get pinched today in terms of his champion pool, so that's not something we really have
played
to
well.
Be like, all right, you know what? Reignover gets a little bit of a check mark and a pass for today, but Golden Glue,
I mean,
that's looking
he
rough.
was down on himself last week. He said, I'm sorry, guys, I played really badly. This time, you saw head and hands just like, I feel bad for him. I like Golden Glue as a player, but he is not performing, and that sucks to see because I think Liquid need a consistent mid laner to leave the void that Phoenix had.
Yeah, but I also think, like, going back to Envy for a moment here, is really good for them. Because
I agree.
They know how to play around their carry top laner, and they know how to play that style. Ending on a positive note here, so we are
of course
down in the bog. But I definitely think, like, Envy, this is looking up for them, but they play C9 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Granted, this is a victory for Envy. Not 100% convinced, you know, that they are a playoff team.
Sure. Yeah, they beat a now 1-4 team. I think you can convincingly call themselves at least 1-2, maybe even 1-0, based on how much you think about the roster change. Like week 1 game, you practically don't even count because it was with a bunch of subs. So we'll see. We'll see how
we count
high
it though.
We'll see what the limit is for Team Envy. I think they can definitely do good things if they keep playing to this level. We'll see what happens. Let's take a look at these standings overall because of course they have shifted with today's matches. With their win, Phoenix One is alone, currently in second place, half a game behind Cloud9, and of course Team Envy have brought Liquid down to their level. Both these squads now at 1-4, but you can see Envy getting closer and closer here. We'll be back tomorrow with another full day of LCS action. The coverage kicks off with TSM meeting up against heated rivals Counter Logic Gaming in the Battle Arena. After that, Liquid will hope to bounce back after their shaky loss, hoping to take down Echo Fox. Then on NA LCS 2, concurrently even FlyQuest go up against Team Dignitas, and Cloud9 loads in the Battle Theater against a rejuvenated Team Envy. And that is, of course, a very tough test for the team with their first win finally.
Yep, Envy, you know, they can ride high running into tomorrow, but then, you know, it's all business right there. Used to be 0-4 versus the 4-0 team. 1-4, it's going to look a little bit better, but how good is it?
How good is it? We're going to see in about 24 hours. So that's going to do it for us, for myself, the casters, Zyrene, the entire live broadcast crew, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you all tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
Dark's just going to force that bottom lane instead. Atrium played back, forced a flash, great bubble. Might save him, but Dark wants it, he flashes in, gets a slow, and then first blood for Dark. Straight in there, wants to go for the dive and does take it down. Ryu with the counter kill.
Yeah, so both junglers very determined with where they're going.
Well, they're going straight for Baron, but P1 might cut. Oh, Ryu! Absolutely massive ulti finds 2 with a stun. Ole getting low, Pobelta's trapped in the miasma.
Trying to fly in.
Ole takes him down, there's Ryu straight to the back towards Dark. No, he wants Flame instead. Gonna look for the big 1v1. Drake's looking to win it. Flame with the outplay, shuts it all down. Phoenix One is gonna leap forward. Flame's gonna go down, the shutdown for Ryu. And there's the sweep for Phoenix One.
When you're competing for the middle of the pack, the difference between a single spot can mean going to playoffs or not going anywhere at all. Lyra's still there, Rainover's gonna be the target, they've got him! Apollo with the final shot as Piglet's gonna be forced to flash out. More damage poured in, piercing arrow, pierces his heart. Meanwhile, Ninja looking to go for the solo kill under Golden Glue, kapow! Piglet gonna be finding himself caught out, Stand United is there, but the damage is way too strong. They got him easy. More damage heading your way. Shut down, and Team Envy has done it. They have found their first win.